Chapter 1 Wasteful Martial Spirit Golden Light. Chapter 1 Wasteful Martial Spirit Golden Light. Tiandu Empire. Nodding City, Holy Soul Village. In the back mountain, a pretty child was leaning on a haystack with a piece of grass in his mouth, looking towards the southwest from time to time. On the hill over there was sitting cross-legged a black-haired man who looked to be about the same age as a child, with an ordinary face but purple light coming out of his eyes, which looked very evil. The child's name is Qin Feng, and he has been traveling to Douluo continent for 6 years. He had been in a daze for the first 6 years, until recently when he awakened his memories of his past life. When he learned that he was in the Holy Soul Village, he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a village with the same name. When he saw Tang San, Qin Feng suddenly felt bad. Good news, time traveled. Bad news, from the same village as Tang San. From that day on, Qin Feng's life was like walking on thin ice, for fear of offending this evil star. After all, Tang San's previous life's evaluation was the late meaning of Bai Yang, and the newly born Dong Xi. Qin Feng, an ordinary person, dare not offend this evil star who is willing to kill people if they disagree with him. It's not because of fear, but because this is the real way to protect yourself. After all, he has no golden finger and no background or power, so how can he fight against others, not to mention that the other person has a father who is a titled Douluo. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? Are you good at fighting? It's no use beating you up. To make it in life, you need power and background. When he thought of this, Qin Feng's mouth turned bitter, because he was an orphan and didn't even know who his parents were, and his martial soul was about to awaken. What if I awaken a rubbish martial spirit by then? Wouldn't it be a waste of my time traveling? Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't stay in the back mountain anymore. If Tang San shot a sneak attack on him, he would have no place to cry. He returned to his residence, and before he could even sit down, there was a knock on the door. A kind-looking white-haired old man was standing outside the door. Seeing that the person coming was old Jack, Qin Feng immediately greeted him with a smile. "Grandpa Jack, why are you here? Please come in." This white-haired old man who is already in his 60s is old Jack. Qin Feng has great respect for the old man in front of him. The previous incarnation lost his parents when he was born, and the only reason he was able to survive all these years was due to the selfless help from old Jack. Old Jack smiled and stroked Qin Feng's head with his calloused hand. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Feng is still sensible. However, I won't go in and sit down. I came here to inform you that your martial soul will awaken tomorrow, so don't forget it." "Well, Grandpa Jack, don't worry." Qin Feng nodded slightly. Naturally, he would not forget this important moment of his martial soul awakening. After watching the old man leave, Qin Feng couldn't hide his anticipation in his eyes. After all, whether it is a dragon or a pig, it all depends on tomorrow's awakening ceremony. Who wouldn't be excited? The next day, early in the morning, Qin Feng washed up early, cooked a pot of porridge with pickles for breakfast, and then stood at the door quietly waiting for old Jack to arrive. After a while, I looked from a distance. Old Jack hurried over with Tang San by his hand. It was obvious that he was also very excited. This was a grand event that only happened once a year in the Holy Spirit Village. If a child in the village could have soul power, it would bring honor to the family. "Hurry, hurry, Xiao Feng, let's go quickly and don't let the soul master wait anxiously." After saying that, old Jack took Qin Feng's hand with his other hand and walked towards the awakening hall in the village. It is called the awakening hall, but in fact it is just a relatively clean thatched hut. On the way, Qin Feng also looked at Tang San boldly. Before, he only saw him from a distance and couldn't see his face at all. But at this moment, Tang San was just like what was described in the novel, with a very ordinary face, the kind that would not stand out in a crowd, and could even be said to be a little ugly. At the same time, Tang San was also sizing up Qin Feng. Looking at this young man who was much more handsome than him, Tang San was very jealous. But when he thought about the fact that he was a time traveler and had mastered many unique skills of the Tang sect, he immediately lost all other thoughts. After all, what would you think of an ant? Soon, several people arrived at the awakening hall. The deacon Su Yun Tao, who was wearing a white spirit hall uniform in the center of the hall, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw them, he urged them, "Hurry up, I have to rush to the next village." "Yes, yes." Old Jack nodded quickly. Seeing this, Su Yun Tao did not pursue the responsibility for his lateness. He waved his hand and signaled Qin Feng and Tang San to go to the end of the line. "Humph, it's all Tang San's fault. If it weren't for him, how could we have stood there for so long?" "That's right, it's really a bad apple that spoils the whole barrel. My legs hurt from standing so hard. I'm really impressed." Listening to the complaints of the people in front of him, Qin Feng suddenly wanted to laugh out loud, but when he thought of Tang San's character, the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. In just a few seconds, he thought of almost all the things that made him sad in his past life. But it seemed that the upturned corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feng turned his head to look at Tang San, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had no reaction. Su Yun Tao walked in front of everyone and shouted, "Lone Wolf is possessed." Horrible black hair suddenly covered his entire body, and ferocious and sharp claws replaced his palms, and Su Yun Tao completely turned into a werewolf. This horrifying scene immediately frightened many children at the scene into howling like ghosts. "Okay, don't be afraid, this is my martial soul. If you also awaken the beast martial soul and have soul power, you can be like me." Su Yun Tao scolded, then took out the awakening stone from his waist. The martial soul awakening ceremony begins. Martial soul blue silver grass, soul power 0. Martial soul Ho, soul power 0. In the martial soul awakening ceremony, it was soon Qin Feng's turn. He walked forward cautiously. After several people failed to awaken their soul power, Su Yun Tao was obviously a little impatient and said, "Close your eyes, raise your right hand, and feel your martial soul with your heart." Qin Feng closed his eyes and raised his right hand. A warm current swept through his body. He felt so comfortable that he almost cried out. After a moment, he opened his eyes. A ball of dazzling golden light appeared on his right hand. Su Yun Tao frowned. Can a ball of light be a martial spirit? It has no entity. Forget it, let's test the soul power first. Qin Feng placed his hand on the crystal ball. And half of its light suddenly burst out. Innate level 5 soul power, very good. Su Yun Tao said with regret, however, it's a pity that it is a useless martial spirit. What use is a ball of light without substance? Of course Qin Feng wouldn't believe Su Yun Tao's evaluation. After all, in his previous life, he was known as the blind Douluo. Finally it was Tang San's turn. Seeing Tang San walking forward slowly, Su Yun Tao immediately frowned. How dare a young boy put on airs? Stretch out your hand, close your eyes and feel it. Compared with others, Su Yun Tao's attitude this time obviously changed 108 degrees. Tang San stretched out his right hand, and still like in the original novel, he awakened the blue silver grass, clear sky hammer, and his innate full soul power. After the awakening ceremony is successfully completed. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Golden Light Curse. Chapter 2 Golden Light Curse. When everyone walked out of the awakening hall, old Jack, who had been waiting outside for a long time, immediately came to greet them. He smiled and asked, "Master Soul Master, has anyone in our Holy Soul Village awakened soul power this year?" Su Yun Tao, "Yes, there are 2, but they are both useless martial spirits. One is blue silver grass with full innate spirit power, and the other is a disembodied golden light with innate level 5 spirit power. Do you think they have potential for development?" Hearing this, old Jack's heart sank and he could only nod helplessly. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he looked at Su Yuntao embarrassedly. Su Yuntao felt a little uneasy when he looked at him, so he spoke first. Old Jack, just tell me what you want to say. Just tell me first, I may not agree. Old Jack rubbed his hands together and said a little embarrassedly, it's not a big deal. It's just, can you give our village one more place for a work-study student? Su Yuntao thought it was a big deal, but after hearing this, he waved his hand and said, I'll lend you the quota from the neighboring village. No one in their village has awakened soul power anyway. Hearing this, old Jack immediately sent Su Yuntao away with a smile. Qin Feng also returned to his residence. Feeling his own martial soul, he could feel the extraordinariness of this ball of golden light, as if there was something waiting for him to discover. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Qin Feng tried to attach this ball of golden light to his fist. At first it was just a little golden light. After trying again and again, Qin Feng finally succeeded late at night. The golden light can really attach to the flesh, and after his testing, the power increased by the golden light is not a little bit, it increases by at least 30%. And because the golden light is very plastic, it can also be attached to weapons, and it is simply a ball of armed color domineering that can be needed. Qin Feng even had a bold idea in his mind. Since JINGUANG's plasticity is so strong, can he develop along the path of Kizaru in the future? Even if it doesn't work, you can still develop in the direction of the golden light mantra. Qin Feng couldn't hide his excitement when he thought that he might become the invincible old man with golden light all over his body in the future. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Qin Feng's body is no longer as thin as before, and he is becoming more and more skilled in using the golden light. The only trouble is that the cultivation speed of the innate 5th level soul power is too slow. Relying on the meditation method passed down by the soul saint in the village, Qin Feng practiced almost day and night, and in more than 4 months, he only improved his soul power by less than 2 levels. Soon it was time for Nodding College to start. Qin Feng still finished washing up early, had breakfast, and then did push UPS at home, waiting for old Jack to arrive. About half an hour later, old Jack drove over in an ox cart with Tang San on it. Xiao Feng, hurry up and get in the car. Today is the registration day for the Soul Master Academy. You are from the Holy Soul Village, so be more alert. Qin Feng got on the carriage and discovered that old Jack had rarely changed into new clothes that he usually didn't want to wear, and the smile on his face had never faded from beginning to end. On the way, old Jack was still admonishing the two, you two have always been the most filial and sensible children in the village. When you arrive at the Soul Master Academy, you must study hard and strive to become Soul Masters in the future. When it comes to Soul Masters, old Jack's eyes are filled with endless longing. And Ziosan, you have been helping your alcoholic father with work since you were little, so you are very strong. When you get to the academy, you must take care of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng is weak. You are from the same village, so you must get along well with each other. When talking about his alcoholic father, a hint of coldness flashed in Tang San's eyes. Although it was only a moment, Qin Feng on the side saw it clearly. Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This evil star almost made old Jack, who had taken care of him since he was a child, want to kill him. It is worthy of Bai Yang's evening intention. Fortunately, Qin Feng's golden light has been developed very skillfully. Relying on the protection of the golden light, he has some self-protection power. Otherwise, I can't imagine that I will have to get along with such a freak for the next 6 years. Tang San smiled slightly, don't worry, Grandpa Jack, I will get along well with him. At the same time, he added in his mind, but the premise is that Qin Feng doesn't come to provoke me, otherwise he will die. The ox cart was moving very slowly, but fortunately the group set out early and still arrived in Nottingham in time. Without waiting for a break, they rushed to Nodding College. Arriving in front of a huge European-style building, Old Jack still nodded and bowed to ask the young doorman. Just by seeing the tip of the iceberg, we can see how big the class gap is in this world. Even if one is only slightly related to the profession of soul master, it is already a realm that countless ordinary people cannot reach. Young man, is this Nodding College? The young concierge looked the three of them up and down, then nodded and asked, do you have proof of your martial spirit? Yes, 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 look. Old Jack quickly took out 2 carefully wrapped martial spirit certificates from the bag he was carrying and handed them over. The concierge took the certificate, glanced at it, and sneered, you came to our Nodding College to eat and drink for free? You also said that the blue silver grass has innate full soul power, and there is this golden light, I have never heard of it. Hearing this, Old Jack's face turned extremely ugly, and he pointed at the doorman, you. Old Jack was so angry that he couldn't say a word for a long time. Humph, you country bumpkins, you want to get free food and drinks, I won't agree to that. Go, go, go. The doorman was about to push Old Jack, but Qin Feng stopped him and said calmly, this is the spirit certificate issued by Master Su Yun Tao of the Spirit Hall. If you don't believe it, do you dare to confront me in the Spirit Hall? The doorman was stunned. How could this child have such great strength? Could it be that he really had soul power? When he thought of this, his heart shrank suddenly, and he laughed quickly, ahaha, it was all a misunderstanding just now, please come in. After saying this, the doorman made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this scene, Tang San put down his right hand which had just been raised. After all, my crossbow arrows cannot be wasted in the hands of these people. Seeing this, Qin Feng said no more and looked at Old Jack, Grandpa Jack, you go back first, we will study hard at Nodding College. Tang San also followed suit. Old Jack smiled at the two of them and said, okay, I'll leave first. I'll come pick you up when the semester is over. After saying this, Old Jack snorted at the doorman, and then seemed to be proud of himself. Old Jack straightened his back and disappeared from the envious gaze of the doorman. Just as Qin Feng and Tang San were about to enter the teaching building, an indifferent voice came. What are your 2 martial spirits? A short old man with a flat head and a full beard appeared behind the 2 men with his hands behind his back. But his tone sounded more like a notification than a question. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Dealing with the Rogue Rabbit. Chapter 3, Dealing with the Rogue Rabbit. Qin Feng didn't pause at all and continued walking forward. Yu Xiaogang was obviously a little angry. He was a master respected by the world, but he was ignored by a child. He had actually been observing in secret for a long time and originally thought that he would return empty-handed again this year. He thought that Qin Feng's calmness in the face of danger when he stopped the guard just now was somewhat similar to himself when he was young. Suddenly, he felt a desire to welcome talented people and wanted to accept him as a disciple. I didn't expect this person to be so ignorant of etiquette. Just when Yu Xiaogang sighed and was about to go back and think of a solution, a faint voice sounded from below. Teacher, what can I do for you? Tang San asked carefully. Yu Xiaogang was about to wave his hand to refuse, but his eyes drifted to the spirit certificate in Tang San's hand in a trance. You can vaguely see it through the side. The 3 words full soul power. Yu Xiaogang's body shook, and there was a puff sound. The gas that had been brewing in the stomach for a long time erupted at this moment. It stinks extremely bad, with a strong smell of radish. Tang San ran out 10 meters away, covering his face, looking at Yu Xiaogang with disgust, and even thought to himself, according to Article XX of Xiantian Bailu, this person used such a despicable method to murder me, he should be punished. Yu Xiaogang's face turned dark instantly. He didn't expect that he had only tried a few radishes for Luo Sanbao yesterday, and they turned out to have such a great power. Yu Xiaogang hurriedly walked towards Tang San and wanted to explain to him. He didn't want this embarrassing incident to affect his glorious image in Tang San's eyes. Child, your name is Tang San, right? At this time, Qin Feng finally handed in his martial arts certificate at the teaching office and got his school uniform. Like other working students, he was assigned to dormitory 7. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry and strolled around the college first. It would have been fine if he hadn't turned around. Qin Feng just walked a little further and discovered that even the Junior Soul Master Academy was as big as the high school in his previous life. All I can say is that Soul Master is truly a profession that is superior to others. However, Qin Feng wanted to laugh when he thought that Shrek Academy was only the size of a village. Such a high-level academy, Flanders self-proclaimed it, is actually not even as big as an ordinary Junior Soul Master Academy. Then Qin Feng walked around the playground again, and seeing that there was really nothing to see, he walked slowly towards the dormitory. Came downstairs to the dormitory. The guard at the gate was a man in his 60s. Qin Feng handed over his list. "Grandpa, this is my list." The old man looked at Qin Feng in surprise, as if he was a little surprised that a soul master would greet an old man like him. He immediately showed a kind smile. "Come in quickly, dormitory 7 is on the left side of the door." The old man is moved by himself. Little did he know that this was just Qin Feng's way of thinking about the politeness that a human being should have. But since the old man said so, it is much better than looking for it slowly by myself, unlike Tang San and Xiao Wu in the original book who took so long to find the 7th dormitory. Arriving at the door of dormitory 7, Qin Feng pushed open the door and immediately several gazes were cast towards him. Qin Feng ignored him and walked in. He looked around and found that this place was more like a large bunk bed than a dormitory, except that there was a bed. He found a clean bed in the corner, put down his bag, and prepared to take a rest. At this time, everyone gathered around, and the young man in the lead looked a few years older than Qin Feng. Wang Sheng stretched out his hand towards Qin Feng and said, "My name is Wang Sheng, and I am the boss of this dormitory. Once you enter dormitory 7, you belong to dormitory 7. You must listen to me in the future. I will protect you. Do you understand?" Sure enough, it's an old classic from dormitory 7. Everyone on the side looked at Qin Feng with interest, wondering in their hearts whether he would choose to be beaten first and then recognize the boss, or just recognize the boss directly. Of course, they definitely hoped that Qin Feng would be beaten first. After all, people who have been caught in the rain want to tear down other people's umbrellas. "Give me money." "What?" Wang Sheng frowned, thinking he had heard it wrong. As the boss, if a little brother has no money to eat, you will definitely support him, right? Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing, right? There was a hint of instigation and provocation in Qin Feng's words. "This." Wang Sheng's dark face suddenly turned as red as a purple boiled egg. He also didn't expect that such a coward would come this year. He recognized him as the boss before they even fought, and the key point was that he even wanted him to pay money for support. But looking at the expectant eyes of the crowd and Qin Feng who was looking at him eagerly, the young and frivolous Wang Sheng could not bear this stimulation. In the end, he was defeated and handed all the remaining copper soul coins in his pocket to Qin Feng. "Since you recognize me as your boss, I will definitely help you if you have any difficulties. We are all brothers after all." After saying this, Wang Sheng showed a painful smile. No matter what, as the boss, he couldn't lose face in front of his younger brothers. Seeing this, the people on the side shouted, "The boss is mighty. I'll go through fire and water for the boss. Boss is so handsome." In an instant, everyone's admiring gazes fell on Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng felt extremely comfortable in his heart. He had never felt so comfortable before, and the corners of his mouth kept rising. Qin Feng, who was watching from the side, glanced at Wang Sheng, then lowered his head to count the money, and laughed in his heart, "You are still too young." Little did he know that his action aroused Wang Sheng's curiosity. After all, he had given Qin Feng so much money, but he still kept his head down and didn't look very happy. Is there something wrong at home? Is that why you are so short of money? Wang Sheng suddenly felt compassion again, put his right hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, from now on, Qin Feng is my brother, Wang Sheng. No one of you is allowed to bully him. Do you hear me? If Wang Sheng eats a bite, Qin Feng will eat a bite. Good, everyone shouted in unison. Wang Sheng, what's good about that? Why don't you just call me second boss? Second boss. Everyone bowed and shouted. Now, Qin Feng was confused. What's the situation? How did I become the second brother? However, before Qin Feng could think more, 2 more students walked in from the door. One of them was wearing a pink short skirt with a carrot-decorated bag on her waist, and the other one was the ordinary Tang San. Excuse me, is this dormitory 7? Xiao Wu asked obediently. The crowd that was surrounding Wang Sheng and Qin Feng just now were immediately attracted by the cute little girl in front of them. Wang Sheng stopped the restless crowd, looked at the 2 and spoke first. I am the boss of the 7th dormitory. You 2 are new here, right? Let me tell you in advance, the rule of our dormitory 7 is that you either recognize me as the boss or beat me. In the past, the rogue rabbit who was a troublemaker in the Xingda Great Forest suddenly became interested. If I win, can I become the boss? Correct. Come on then. Xiao Wu got into position, stepped forward quickly, jumped high, and kicked Wang Sheng. This heroic little girl stunned the other part-time students in dormitory 7. They usually live a hard life, so they have never seen anything like this. Even Tang San was stunned. As a virgin in his 30s in his previous life, he actually developed a crush on Xiao Wu at this moment. At the same time, Wang Sheng on the field didn't even have time to react and was about to be kicked out. Fortunately, Qin Feng reacted quickly and blocked the whip kick with his hand. Boss Wang, you go down first, and leave the rest to me. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, 1 Slap Kills Tang 1. Chapter 4, Killing Tang San with a slap. Qin Feng smiled gently at Wang Sheng, patted his shoulder, and motioned him to go down first. Others didn't think there was anything wrong. Only Wang Sheng himself knew that if Qin Feng had not taken action just now, that whip kick would have knocked him out directly. But Qin Feng not only did not say it, but also helped him out, which immediately made Wang Sheng feel grateful. Little did he know that Qin Feng just felt that since he had taken his money, he should do something about it. After all, if it weren't for the money Wang Sheng gave him, he wouldn't even have money for tomorrow's meal. But the rogue rabbit was immediately unhappy. Xiao Wu put her hands on her waist and looked at Qin Feng angrily. Hey, who are you? Why are you helping him? Others couldn't see it, but she had already seen it. This Wang Sheng had no strength at all. Her leg was almost kicking in front of her eyes, but she didn't react. Qin Feng smiled meaningfully. Little rabbit, don't you know that you can't even beat the second one, so you are not worthy of challenging the first one? Looking at his smile, Xiao Wu's heart tightened. Could it be that he saw through it? No, that's impossible, he only has a few levels of soul power. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu felt relieved, and said indignantly, Humph, then I will beat you first. Always waiting. Qin Feng smiled slightly and stood there quietly, not even raising his hands. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu was a little angry, thinking, Humph, you dare to look down on Sister Xiao Wu like this, I will beat you into a pig's head. Xiao Wu leaped up and kicked down with a high whip kick, looking very powerful. However, Qin Feng didn't even try to dodge and took the attack head-on. So you're a defensive spirit master. However, your little sister Xiao Wu is least afraid of meat shields like you. Xiao Wu's ruby eyes widened, and a hint of cunning appeared at the corner of her mouth. You have to know that as long as his soft bone charm rabbit gets close, not to mention ordinary defensive soul masters, even the white tiger martial soul will probably not be able to survive. The first soul skill, waist bow. Under everyone's surprised gaze, a yellow soul ring flashed across Xiao Wu's body. She leaned close to Qin Feng and pushed her knees against him, trying to use the strength from her waist to push Qin Feng away. After a while, Qin Feng was still there, and even yawned. "Have you finished playing with the little rabbit?" Xiao Wu looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He was totally unharmed. Not only Xiao Wu, but everyone's eyes widened. Even Tang San couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His strength is so strong, why did he hide himself before? This boy has ulterior motives and is definitely not a good person. If necessary, I can kill him. Just as he was thinking, Tang San raised his right hand, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he put it down again. Little did he know that Qin Feng saw all his little actions. Qin Feng once again had a new understanding of Tang San's ruthlessness. Fortunately, after several months of devilish training, Qin Feng's body has been transformed. It can be said that he is no longer afraid of Tang San. At this time, Xiao Wu couldn't help but asked curiously, "How did you block my first soul skill?" Tang San was also very curious. According to the theory expounded by his teacher Yu Xiaogang, it should be impossible for a soul warrior to defeat a soul master with soul rings. Moreover, Xiao Wu's spirit ring is yellow, and it is a 100-year spirit ring. After all, Yu Xiaogang once said that the more rings, the more bones, the more skills, and the fewer rings and bones, the more he can run away. The people on the side also looked over, and it was obvious that they were also very curious about how Qin Feng defeated a soul master. "My martial spirit is just special." Qin Feng didn't say much. After all, it was a matter of life and death, unless they were friends who could share life and death with him. The reason why he was able to block Xiao Wu's first soul skill just now was simply because of his strong physique and the use of his martial soul. The golden light attaches to the waist, forming a natural protection. "I see." Tang San lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Everyone looked at him with envy. After all, they also wanted such a special and powerful spirit. It's a pity that their families are all ordinary people. Their martial spirits were either farm tools or the most useless plants. The only beast martial spirit among them was Wang Sheng's war tiger. Qin Feng then looked at Tang San. "Do you want to try?" Hearing this, Tang San nodded and walked onto the field. He believed that with his own strength, it was impossible for him to lose to Qin Feng. "So what if you have a special martial spirit?" "I, Tang San, possess the unique skills of the Tang sect. I am also born with full soul power." Just as Tang San got into position, a golden palm came towards him with a sound of breaking wind. Snapped, the terrifying force instantly knocked Tang San to the ground, and a red 5-finger mark appeared on his face. Now, not only the people watching the game were confused. Even Qin Feng and Tang San on the field were stunned. Qin Feng looked at Tang San, who was so vulnerable, narrowed his eyes, and thought, "Did I use too much strength?" Tang San was filled with disbelief. What happened? Why did he suddenly fall to the ground? Xiao Wu, who was standing by, looked at the palm print on Tang San's face and covered her eyes with her little hands in fear, as if she was afraid to look at it, but there was a slight gap left. His Tang San touched his face and felt the burning pain. Then he realized that he was actually slapped by Qin Feng. The next second, when Tang San raised his head, he met Xiao Wu's sympathetic and pitying gaze. In an instant, something seemed to be broken. It turned out to be the boy's sensitive self-esteem. Imagine that you are slapped down in front of a girl by a boy who is more handsome and stronger than you, and the girl looks at you with sympathy and pity. In an instant, Tang San's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, like red temperature. "Qin Feng, it's you. You must have used some conspiracy, right?" Tang San became angry and questioned. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng immediately laughed and rolled his eyes. "Idiot." Tang San, who was an ancient man in his previous life, didn't understand what this meant, but he could tell that it was definitely not a good word, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Tang San's brain started to work rapidly. In a moment, he suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and raised his hand to point at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you just launched a sneak attack, that doesn't count. Do you dare to wait until I get the spirit ring and compete with me again? A sneak attack? Tang San, are you out of your mind? You've already made your stance, do I have to wait for you to make a move before I make my move? You're so shameless. Qin Feng was suddenly speechless. Tang San snorted coldly and gritted his teeth and said, just tell me if you dare or not. Qin Feng turned around and waved his hand. Just wanting to get rid of Bai Yang as soon as possible. Then let's wait until we both have our first spirit rings. Seeing Qin Feng agreed, Tang San sneered in his heart, humph, Qin Feng, you are doomed to lose. You are only at the 5th level of innate spirit power. By the time you get the spirit ring, I am afraid I will have reached the 15th or 16th level. The people on the sidelines watched the two people fight, and had no intention of intervening. After all, as soul masters, they have to fight. The college also strongly encourages students to learn from each other. After this matter is settled. Xiao Wu in the corner propped up her little head with a worried look on her face. She didn't want to call anyone the boss. At the same time, in a corner of the academy, a big man with stubble on his face was quietly watching every move of the 7th dormitory. He looked at Qin Feng and Tang San's battle and murmured. This boy's talent and strength is so high. Perhaps he can help Xiao San in the future. He didn't think that Tang San couldn't subdue him at all. After all, Tang San had twin martial souls and was born with full soul power. It's just about subduing Qin Feng, who has an innate 5th level soul power. What's the difference between this and his previous subduing of Titan? Hehe, little rabbit, if you can get together with Xiao San, that's fine. Otherwise, 100,000-year soul bone would be great. A murderous look flashed across Tang Hao's eyes. If it weren't for his love for Ayin, and the fact that Xiao Wu and Ayin were both 100,000-year-old soul beasts transformed into humans, he would have killed Xiao Wu long ago and would not have given her a chance to live. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Researching the Dao Heart Technique. Chapter 5, Researching the Dao Heart Technique. That night, everyone in Dormitory 7 went to the cafeteria to have dinner together. Since Tang San was not there, everyone got along well and was happy. After all, we are all working students, so there is no discrimination. During dinner, Xiao Wu kept chattering beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng seemed to have sensed Xiao Wu's intention to please her, so he simply spoke frankly. After dinner, he pulled Xiao Wu to the side and asked, "What do you want to say?" To be honest, Qin Feng didn't study Douluo that much in his previous life, and he only remembered some key points. For example, Martial Soul, Spirit Ring, Magic Grass, Divine Test, Nobility, Martial Soul Hall, Sea God Island, and so on. To judge whether a character is good or bad, you cannot just look at the follow-up reviews on the internet. At least after getting along with Xiao Wu now, Qin Feng felt that there was nothing wrong except that they were a little noisy. Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Qin Feng cautiously with her big watery eyes, pouting her little mouth and saying softly, "Qin Feng, can I not call Wang Sheng boss?" When Qin Feng heard this, he realized it was just this shit. He turned around and left immediately, waving his hand, "Whatever you want." Xiao Wu behind him smiled happily when she heard it, and followed Qin Feng happily. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Feng took out the bedding and quickly made the bed. After he was done, he looked back and found Xiao Wu standing beside him, looking at him pitifully. Qin Feng was speechless for a moment, then he took out another set of spare bedding from the quilt. This was what he prepared for the winter, but it wasn't too cold now. Just as Xiao Wu reached out to take it, he interrupted her. Xiao Wu rubbed her red hands and asked, "What are you doing? I haven't finished talking yet." Qin Feng pointed at the quilt and smiled faintly. Outside, a quilt is sold for 80 bronze soul coins. Since it's too late now, the shop outside has closed down, so the price has to be raised. Do you have any objection? Xiao Wu frowned. How could she dare to complain? She had no money on her. It was only when she went to dinner just now that she realized that everything in the human world cost money. Nothing can be better than their star forest. In other words, the city is too cunning, so I want to go back to the countryside. Seeing that Xiao Wu had no objection, Qin Feng continued, because of the cold current in the far north, cotton wool is very scarce in Notting City recently. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Wu's clear eyes were filled with great doubts, but she didn't understand, so she could only shake her head. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, the price of this quilt is going to go up, and it will go up even more in this emergency situation. I won't ask for more. I'll sell it to you for 1 gold coin. How about that? How could Xiao Wu not understand now? It was not the influence of the cold current from the far north, but an attempt to trick her. You are such a wicked businessman. Just tell me whether you want it or not. I have to tell you, these are all quilts made at home. If you think they are too expensive, I think they are too expensive too. Seeing Qin Feng's attitude, Xiao Wu became even more angry. But now, the college gates are closed and she is penniless. What else can she do? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Xiao Wu, who had a conflicted look on her face and was biting her teeth. He has her in his grasp. Xiao Wu turned her head and snorted, "Humph, if you want it, then take it, but I don't have any money right now." Qin Feng took out a piece of paper and a pen and said, "No money? Sure, I can write you an IOU, but the interest is 5% per day." Xiao Wu, who didn't understand all this, just gave up and signed the contract. Anyway, she didn't have the money to pay it back. But how could Qin Feng not have thought of this? She was a soul master, and a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. It wouldn't take her many years to cultivate to the level of soul master. What if Xiao Wu can't pay back the money? By then, wouldn't the 100 gold soul coins every month be in his pocket? Not to mention that he also left a sentence on the loan note: before the repayer fails to repay the money, the lender has the right to instruct the repayer to work to repay the money. There was even a line of small words in the lower right corner: all rights of interpretation belong to Qin Feng. Seeing Xiao Wu walking towards the bed with the quilt in her arms and smiling, Qin Feng was so happy that he couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. As a Taoist culture enthusiast in his previous life, he knew that on the path of spiritual practice, Dharma, friends, wealth, and land are all indispensable. If you want to make money, is there any industry that is more profitable than loan sharking? Ordinary people have no money, so giving it to soul masters will help them prosper. In the following half-month, in addition to his usual soul power training and classes, Qin Feng spent almost the entire day immersed in the Spirit Hall library. Master Machino of the WUHUN sub-hall, seeing that Qin Feng was so diligent and studious, and had an innate 5th level soul power, simply let him go. Finally, on this day, Qin Feng found a book about meridians in the library, On the Meridians of Soul Masters, written by WUHUN Hall. Finally found it. Qin Feng's eyes showed excitement. It's no wonder that Qin Feng was so excited. It turned out that during these days, he found that his original method of meditation was too slow. The meditation method passed down by the nameless soul saint in the village and the one taught by the teacher in the academy are both extremely useless. It can be said that there is no skill at all. It simply relies on the martial soul to absorb the thin soul power from the outside world. Qin Feng had studied the 8 magical spells of Taoism in his previous life. Now that he was in a world where he could practice cultivation, he wanted to try to develop a meditation method that used the meridians to absorb soul power based on the 8 magic spells. But since Qin Feng himself had no understanding of meridians, he had been spending these days in the library like crazy. Qin Feng flipped open the book, and the first sentence that caught his eye was, "People only know that the martial soul is the most important thing for a soul master, but they don't know that the meridians are." In the following days, Qin Feng stayed in the dormitory all day long to study the book, and even often asked for leave from classes. This made everyone in Dormitory 7 very puzzled, but they did not dare to ask. After all, this person can easily defeat a first-ring soul master. Finally, one afternoon, Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his bloodshot eyes and said in ecstasy, "It's done. Taoist master, I finally did it. Ha 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 ha. Tai Shang Taixing, adaptability is endless. Exorcise evil spirits, bind demons, protect lives and bodies. Wisdom is clear, mind is at peace. The three souls are eternal, and the soul has no loss. Xuanzong of heaven and earth, the root of all things. I have cultivated extensively for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my magical powers." Based on the Taoist heart purification mantra and golden light mantra, Qin Feng carried out in-depth integration and development with the meridians, and developed a set of meditation techniques that can not only strengthen the physical body, but also enhance mental strength. Commonly known as the dual cultivation of sex and life. As for the absorption of soul power, relying on the operation of meridians, the speed is increased by at least 50% compared to the usual absorption speed relying only on martial spirit. It's so terrifying, no wonder Tang San in the original novel was able to cultivate the Xuantiangong to full innate soul power before the age of 6. Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth and murmured, "Since this set of skills is developed based on Taoist magic spells, let's just call it Dao Xinju. Just when Qin Feng was immersed in happiness, one of Wang Sheng's younger brothers ran into the dormitory breathlessly and pointed outside, "Second brother Qin Feng, go to the back mountain and take a look. Boss Wang Sheng and sister Xiao Wu have started a war with Boss Xiao." End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Easily Outsmart Xiao Chenaiyu. Chapter 6 Easily Outsmart Xiao Chenaiyu. When Qin Feng heard this, he no longer cared about the joy of developing a martial art, and immediately headed for the back mountain. He had already known about the conflict between the working student and Boss Xiao. It's simply that the rich look down on people like them who come from humble backgrounds. Boss Xiao is the leader of this group and is said to be a first-ring soul master and a spirit wolf. Faced with this situation, Qin Feng also knew that there was no better way to deal with it except to win people over with virtue. After all, this is a class conflict. At the same time, people from both sides of Wang Sheng and Boss Xiao in the back mountain had already started to curse at each other. Xiao Chenaiyu said coldly, "Wang Sheng, you seem to be itching for trouble again this year. Do you dare to come to my territory?" Wang Sheng retorted, "You are talking nonsense. This is clearly the Academy's territory. When did it become yours?" Xiao Chenaiyu sneered and said, "Humph, my father is the city lord. If I say this is my territory, then it is my territory." Wang Sheng fell silent immediately, but there was still some dissatisfaction on his face. "Steamed buns, are you not convinced?" Wang Sheng's face turned even uglier when he heard this. Tang San went to hunt for spirit rings. Qin Feng is not here again. Wang Sheng knew that just relying on a bunch of peasants like them, they could never defeat the self-funded students who had Xiao Chenaiyu's support. But Xiao Wu, who was watching the show, was not happy. She stood up first and pointed at Xiao Chenaiyu, "Who are you? Why do you say this is your territory?" The people on Xiao Chenaiyu's side burst into laughter as if they had heard some big joke. Then Xiao Chenaiyu looked at Xiao Wu. Only then did he realize that the person who was talking was actually a little girl, but unfortunately she was a part-time student. But, it's still worth considering for fun. Seeing her dressed in bunny ears, Xiao Chenaiyu teased her, "Hey, girl over there, would you consider being my pet? After all, I'm in need of a pet bunny." Hearing this, Xiao Wu pointed at Xiao Chenaiyu with shame and anger, "Humph, I don't care if you are the son of a city lord, I will beat you up today." Seeing this, Xiao Chenaya flirted with her even more unscrupulously, even stretching out his hand as if to grab her. "Okay, come on." Xiao Wu's face turned even redder when she saw this, and her whole face was like a ripe apple. She was about to rush towards him, but fortunately the people around her stopped her. Otherwise, even if Xiao Wu is a soul master with 100-year soul ring, if she just rushed into the crowd of people on the opposite side, she would be beaten up even if she didn't die. At this time, Qin Feng finally arrived. When Wang Sheng and his men saw Qin Feng, they all went to greet him as if they had seen their backbone. "Second brother Qin Feng, you are finally here." Wang Sheng hurried forward to explain the situation to Qin Feng. Xiao Wu at the side also came forward to complain, "Damn Qin Feng, people have come to bully you, and you just come now." Qin Feng suddenly knocked on her head, and a crisp sound was heard. "Hiss, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu covered her forehead with her hands, and tears were about to fall out of her eyes due to the pain. Qin Feng glared at her, "How can you talk to a creditor like that? You have no respect for your parents." Hearing this, Xiao Wu turned around and muttered softly, "Bah, miser, Zhou Baopi." In fact, it's not her fault that she spoke to Qin Feng in a bad tone. These days, Xiao Wu has gone to the spirit hall to register for her soul master level, but until she happily got a gold soul coin and was ready to have a big meal, the money was taken away by Qin Feng before it even got warm. It is called interest. And these days Xiao Wu has had a clear understanding of the currency in the human world, and only then did she realize how outrageous the IOU she signed with Qin Feng that day was. But it's too late to regret now. I can't win the fight, and I can't deny it. The words are there in black and white. It really makes people angry and infuriated. "What did you say?" Qin Feng seemed to have not heard clearly. Xiao Wu smiled immediately, and said with an unnatural expression, "No, I didn't say anything." "That's the best." Qin Feng nodded. As for her unhappiness, he didn't care. At this time, Xiao Chenaya, who was standing by, saw that Qin Feng and the others were chatting animatedly and ignored him, the head of the academy, and immediately said, "Hey! Are you the younger brother that Wang Shenzhen accepted?" Qin Feng tickled his ears and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Seeing his attitude, Xiao Chenaya also became angry. "I don't care who you are, take your part-time students and leave here, otherwise." "What else?" Qin Feng asked with a chuckle. Otherwise? Humph, I won't have as much juice as you anyway." Xiao Chenaya talked for a long time but didn't know what to say, so he had to say something harsh. "Okay. Then I, Qin Feng, will also set a rule for you. From now on, this territory belongs to me, Qin Feng. Anyone who wants to come to this place must pay me a sanitation fee. Do you understand?" After hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone on Xiao Chenaya's side was stunned. "We are clearly the ones with the advantage, so why do we have to pay this sanitation fee?" Even the working students were the same. Some who were afraid of Xiao Chenaya had already started to prepare to run away secretly, for fear that he would take his anger out on them. As for Xiao Chenaya, his expression was uglier than if he had eaten shit. He looked at Qin Feng's calm appearance, wondering if there was any force behind Qin Feng. As the son of the city lord, he has seen through many things since he was a child under the guidance of his mother. If Xiao Chenaya really offends a powerful force, his father will have more than one son. Qin Feng dared to do this only because he was confident. After all, it can be seen from Xiao Chenaya's soul ring that he and his mother are definitely not favored in the city lord's mansion. The son of a city lord, his first soul ring is only a 10-year soul ring. Seeing that Xiao Chenaya was frightened by him, Qin Feng immediately decided to add one last dose of explosive stuff to add fuel to the fire. "Xiao Wu, release your spirit ring for Master Xiao to see." Since ancient times, negotiations have always been based on courtesy before force. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Xiao Wu walked over reluctantly and immediately released her martial spirit, the soft bone rabbit. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, a golden 100-year soul ring slowly fell. At this moment, the scene suddenly fell silent. Xiao Chenai was also completely convinced. 100-year spirit ring, something that even he didn't have. He guessed in his heart that Qin Feng and this girl might be disciples of a certain force who were stranded outside. Although he didn't know why they were working students, he, the unpopular son of the city lord, certainly couldn't afford to offend them. Xiao Chenai pondered for a moment, then immediately bowed and said, "Boss Qin Feng, from now on, all of us will follow your lead." And the people behind him, seeing that the boss had voted, bowed to Qin Feng without any hesitation. Others had no objection to this scene, but Wang Sheng felt uncomfortable because he was the boss after all. But then he changed his mind and thought that if Qin Feng became the boss, they would not be bullied anymore. Wang Sheng felt much more relieved. Qin Feng nodded, "Okay, remember to pay your health fees to me in time. If I'm not here, give it to Xiao Wu." When Xiao Wu heard that she was going to be assigned to do hard labor, she was about to refuse, but when she saw Qin Feng glaring at her, she immediately shrank her head in fear. On Xiao Chenai's side, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Xiao Chenai blushed and asked in a low voice, "Boss Qin, what does the health fee mean?" "It's protection money." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He also didn't expect that the son of the city lord didn't even understand this. Xiao Chenai also secretly admired him. As expected of a man from a powerful family, he could even give the protection fee such a nice name. He nodded and said loudly, "Don't worry, Boss Qin, the health fee will be paid to Sister Xiao on time." Seeing this, many part-time students admired and recognized Qin Feng even more. Over the years, they, the part-time students, had always been bullied, but this year there actually appeared a boss who could subdue the self-funded students. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Yu Xiaogang wants to take Qin Feng as his apprentice. Chapter 7, Yu Xiaogang wants to take Qin Feng as his apprentice. At the same time, Tang San and his disciple Yu Xiaogang finally returned safely to Notting College. As soon as the two entered the academy, they heard the students walking towards them talking to each other. "Sisters, do you know where Qin Feng came from? He was able to make Xiao Chenai obedient." "I don't know either, but I heard he's a work-study student." "Ah! So amazing." "Of course not. I've also heard that Boss Qin is a handsome and suave man." "Hey, you little slut, are you interested in him?" "Nonsense, that's not the case." "I think so." "Oh, by the way, I remember there seems to be a person with full innate spirit power in this class. It is said that his name is Tang San. Have you heard of him?" "I've heard of it, but it's just a useless spirit, blue silver grass. I don't know what kind of shit luck he got." "What a pity. With full innate soul power, it turns out to be a useless martial soul." With every word they said, Tang San's face became uglier. Yu Xiaogang on the side seemed to have noticed this as well, but he had no intention of asking. After all, who would rush to offer warmth? Although they are master and apprentice, it is also an exchange of interests. Yu Xiaogang wants to rely on Tang San to become famous, while Tang San wants to rely on Yu Xiaogang's theoretical knowledge. It can be said that from the beginning to the end, both sides had their own ulterior motives. Therefore, the best time to help is when Tang San asks him for help. Adding icing on the cake is never as good as providing timely help. When they finally reached Yu Xiaogang's office, Tang San couldn't help but speak. "Teacher, do you think there is a special martial spirit in this world that can allow a soul warrior to defeat a first-ring beast soul master?" Yu Xiaogang frowned. "Xiao San, who told you that?" "I told you not to believe the teachers in the academy. How can a soul warrior defeat a soul master with soul skills?" "The person who said that is simply a tall tale." Tang San said righteously, "Teacher, I am not lying. This is true. I saw it with my own eyes." Yu Xiaogang said seriously, Xiao-san, you really didn't lie to the teacher. Really? Tang San answered again. Yu Xiaogang's body trembled, his pupils widened in disbelief. This is impossible, this is not theoretical. It goes against my martial arts theory of the 10 core competitions. How is this possible? When Tang San saw Yu Xiaogang's appearance, he had a feeling that his becoming his disciple seemed to be a mistake. Suddenly Yu Xiaogang seemed to have found a reason to justify his theory. He grabbed Tang San's shoulders with ecstasy and excitement. Xiao-san, are you sure what you said is true? Tang San nodded, of course it's true. Yu Xiaogang laughed loudly and said, ha 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 ha. God will never let me down. A soul warrior can defeat a soul master. This must be a brand new martial soul, a mysterious martial soul that has never appeared on Douluo continent. Perhaps this person will become a revolution on Douluo continent, and he may be God's compensation to me. This kind of special martial spirit, in the entire Douluo continent, no one except me is qualified to teach it. Xiao-san, you may have another junior brother. After finishing speaking in one breath, Yu Xiaogang sighed deeply, as if he wanted to pour out all the grievances he had suffered over the years. Tang San's face darkened when he saw this. If Qin Feng became his junior brother, wouldn't he be unable to take revenge? But then again, if Qin Feng really became his junior brother, wouldn't he be able to trick him into joining the Tang sect? As a senior brother, would Qin Feng dare to reject him? Compared to the Tang sect gaining a talented disciple, what did the slap I received matter? As a servant of the Tang clan, Tang San immediately sorted out the good and the bad, and even lost the thought of revenge on the 2 bullies he had suffered before. In this way, the master and the disciple went to the 7th dormitory together with their own thoughts. 7 houses. Qin Feng, who was dreaming, was woken up by someone and looked at Xiao Wu in front of him impatiently. You stupid rabbit, if you have something to say, just say it. Xiao Wu pouted after being scolded. She was about to refute, but when she saw Qin Feng's ugly face, she chose to follow her heart and pointed outside with her tender pink finger. Qin Feng, someone is looking for you outside. Qin Feng walked out with a resentful look on his face. After Qin Feng left, Xiao Wu immediately picked up Qin Feng's pillow and punched it with her fists, venting her dissatisfaction and complaining, damn Qin Feng, stinky Qin Feng, I really hate you. At the same time, when Qin Feng saw that it was Master Yu Xiaogang and his apprentice, he immediately gave up the idea and turned away. He didn't want to have anything to do with Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang immediately stopped Qin Feng and asked excitedly, little friend, you are Qin Feng, the one with a special martial spirit, right? I am Yu Xiaogang, a master of martial arts theory. Can I take a look at your martial arts? Qin Feng frowned, excuse me, are you a teacher at the college? Yu Xiaogang shook his head, no. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at him, no, then what are you asking? Tang San, who was standing by, became anxious when he saw this. Qin Feng, my teacher has the most extensive theoretical knowledge in the entire Douluo continent, and only your teacher can help you research and develop your martial spirit to its strongest. Look at my blue-silver grass. It has completely changed now. As he spoke, Tang San released his own martial spirit, the blue-silver grass, and his 100-year spirit ring slowly fell. Clusters of vines slowly appeared, with a faint green light attached to them, which seemed to be poisonous. This is Tang San's current blue-silver grass. See? This is the teacher's theory. Even a useless martial spirit can be changed. Teacher once said, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters. After saying this, Tang San looked proud, as if he was honored to have Yu Xiaogang as his master. Yu Xiaogang standing by also had his hands behind his back and raised his head slightly, trying to maintain his status as a master. But he obviously overestimated himself. With his untidy beard and the temperament of an ant, how could he look like a master? Qin Feng quietly watched the cooperation between the master and the apprentice, and finally uttered 3 words. Neuropathy. What? You said you want to take me as your master. Fine, then I will do it reluctantly. Yu Xiaogang suddenly reacted, his face turned as pale as a pot lid, and he clenched his fists. Do you know that you are wasting your talent? Do you know that without the guidance of a famous teacher, how many self-righteous geniuses like you would eventually disappear in the long river of history? I can guarantee that I am the only one in the world who can teach you how to develop your martial soul. Yu Xiaogang patted his chest, very confident. Since you said there are no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters, then may I ask what level of spirit power you have? I guess your soul power must be as high as that of a titled Douluo, right? At the very least, you should be a soul Douluo, right? Qin Feng asked with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 I end number 039, am too lazy to talk, you don end number 039, T deserve to hear. Chapter 8 I'm too lazy to talk, you don't deserve to hear. After these words were spoken, even Tang San who was standing beside him began to question them. Is it possible that my teacher is really a useless soul master? If not, why hasn't he broken through level 30 yet? Yu Xiaogang's face was extremely ugly. His mind was working rapidly and he quickly found an excuse. He explained, that's because my martial soul is a mutant martial soul. Everyone knows that mutant martial souls are extremely unstable, so my soul power is stagnant. Master, you are really ordinary and confident. Forget it. I am too lazy to talk to you. You don't deserve to listen. Qin Feng shook his head disdainfully, put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Anyone else who possessed Yu Xiaogang's martial spirit would not be so useless. This is the only martial soul in Douluo continent from ancient times to the present that has self-awareness, and it even has the bloodline of the Golden Holy Dragon. But he raised her into a pig that can fart. Yu Xiaogang was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything. After all, this was also the Soul Master Academy. Humph, this boy is self-righteous, arrogant, and conceited. Sooner or later he will fall into the hands of others. Xiaosan, don't learn from him. Yu Xiaogang turned his head and saw Tang San with his head down, thinking about something. Tang San raised his head and asked calmly, Teacher, you said there are no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters. Is this correct? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's face changed drastically and he was terrified. It must be those words Qin Feng had just said that had shaken Tang San. He immediately felt resentment towards Qin Feng. Xiao San, don't listen to his nonsense. I can't practice because of my mutated martial soul. And you've also seen how much your original blue-silver grass has changed from now. Do you really think my theory is wrong? After hearing this, Tang San felt extremely ashamed that he actually listened to an outsider and questioned his teacher who had devoted himself to him. Well, teacher, I believe you. Xiao San, don't have too much contact with Qin Feng. After graduation, he will understand how big the gap between you two is. By then, even if he begs me to be his master, I will never accept him. Yes. Tang San nodded heavily and looked at Yu Xiaogang with almost worshipful eyes. Although Yu Xiaogang said this, he was still obsessed with Qin Feng's special martial soul. 6 months later. It's almost time for the college holidays. Qin Feng opened his eyes and consolidated his aura after the breakthrough. The joy on his face was beyond words. He finally broke through level 10. The fluctuation of soul power from the breakthrough also alarmed other people in the dormitory. Everyone looked over here. You've broken through level 10. Xiao Wu was a little bit incredulous. She remembered that Qin Feng seemed to be only an innate 5th level soul power. Breaking through level 10 in just 1 year, this cultivation speed is probably faster than some innate level 8 people, right? It's okay, as long as I have hands. Qin Feng shrugged. Everyone was speechless as if they had eaten shit. We can't say that we all don't have hands, can we? At this time, Tang San, who was practicing the purple demon pupil in the corner, also opened his eyes. Looking at Qin Feng's abundant soul energy, he immediately realized that he had made a breakthrough. Strange, doesn't he have an innate 5th level spirit power? How can he cultivate so fast? Tang San complained in his heart. At this moment, a bold guess came into his mind. Could it be that Qin Feng is a fallen soul master? Tang San remembered that Yu Xiaogang once told him that there was a kind of spirit master who could rely on evil methods to practice at an extremely fast speed. However, this is just a guess at present. Without evidence, Tang San dare not say it rashly. The next morning, Qin Feng came to the dean's office early in the morning. "Dean, I have broken through to level 10. I would like to ask you to help me hunt soul beasts." Dean Ding smiled and asked, "Student Qin Feng, may I know why? I remember Director Su is going to lead a team to hunt souls in a few days. Why don't you go with the team? Director Su can't hunt the soul beast I want." Qin Feng shook his head. Although Director Su's strength as a high-level soul master was already one of the best in the academy, it was still too much for the soul beast he wanted to hunt. Dean Ding's face changed drastically. "You don't want to hunt a top soul beast, do you? The lifespan of the first soul beast is at most a few hundred years. The only 100-year-old soul beasts that even high-level soul masters can't deal with are top-level soul beasts. Yes, I want to hunt a dark gold black water turtle." Dark gold mysterious water turtle, is there such a soul beast? Of course. Qin Feng said as he took out a document from his arms, which recorded that in each group of black water turtles, an alien species would appear every 100 years. And he is the dark gold mystic water turtle. Not only does it possess the terrifying defensive power of the black water turtle, it also possesses powerful strength. It can be said that it is a soul beast tailor-made for heavy armored warriors. The most important thing is that the dark gold black water turtle has an innate soul skill that other black water turtles do not have: dark gold protection. According to the documents of the Spirit Hall, dark gold protection has only one effect, which is shield. Unlike the shields of other soul beasts, the terrifying defensive power it provides is almost impossible for a soul master of the same level to break it within an incense stick of time. You have to know that in a duel between high-level soul masters, a single second of error can be extremely fatal. The only flaw is that, from ancient times to the present, only one titled Douluo has ever obtained this soul skill. Qin Feng also wanted to try his luck. What if he obtained this soul skill? Even if you don't get the dark gold protection, it would be good to get a soul skill that increases strength and defense. After reading the literature, Dean Ding also understood why Qin Feng wanted this soul beast so much. Damn it, if he wasn't at a bottleneck, he would want it too. Under Qin Feng's expectant gaze, Dean Ding tapped his fingers on the table and fell into deep thought. Should I help or not? A 400-year-old dark gold tortoise is no match for him, as he is a level 49 soul master of the flying system with the soul falcon. But helping myself doesn't seem to do any good. Dean Ding had read Qin Feng's information and understood that Qin Feng had no background and his innate soul power was only level 5, although he didn't know why he was able to cultivate to level 10 by the end of the semester. Dean Ding politely refused. "Student Qin Feng, I may not be able to help you. After all, as you know, as the dean, I usually have to stay in the college to prevent foreign invasions." Qin Feng complained in his heart. The old fox really won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Nodding City has a city lord in charge and the WUHUN sub-hall guarding it, so there is no need for a dean to be in charge. Obviously, they saw that Qin Feng was a part-time student and there was nothing good to be gained from him. Qin Feng turned around and left without saying anything else. After returning to the 7th dormitory, Qin Feng thought for a long time. No matter what, he was determined to get this soul beast and could not give up. This may be related to his future development path. Qin Feng finally decided to make a bold decision. He walked out of the academy and looked around, and finally found Tang San in a blacksmith shop. At this time, Tang San was bare-chested, hammering the hammer hard. Qin Feng said calmly, "Tang San, come out for a moment. I have something to talk to you about." Tang San frowned, not understanding what Qin Feng could want from him, but he still followed Qin Feng. The two came to an open space. Qin Feng spoke first, "Tang San, I know you have a crush on Xiao Wu. I am ready to leave the academy." Tang San's face was calm, but his heart was filled with joy. "It's good that you leave. If you leave, Xiao will be mine, right?" Tang San asked calmly, "What do you want to say?" Qin Feng smiled and took out a loan slip. "You don't want Xiao Wu to be forced to do something despicable to pay off the debt, right?" End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Encounter with the Royal Fighting Team. Chapter 9, Encounter with the Royal Fighting Team. Tang San was speechless for a moment, hesitating for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to do? I know you can forge iron, and I also know you have some incredibly powerful weapons, so I want you to help me make a weapon that is extremely powerful, preferably one that can break the defense of a 1,000-year-old soul beast." Qin Feng slowly stated his request. Now he was at a loss. He was just a poor boy with a humble background, and the dean of the academy was unwilling to help him. If he wanted to hunt for a good spirit ring, he could only find other ways. As for Notting College, it's better not to stay there. He had basically read all the knowledge that the teachers in the college could teach in the library. Qin Feng told Tang San's secret so casually that his face changed drastically. But when he thought of Qin Feng's terrifying power, he changed his mind. Forget it, just give him the Zhuge divine crossbow and send him away. This was not because Tang San was kind, but because he did not dare to do anything in public. Otherwise, he will become a wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall. Tang San took out a crossbow made of fine iron from the 24 Bridges moonlit night on his waist, handed it to Qin Feng, and explained, "This is the Zhuge divine crossbow I forged. The close-range lethality should be enough to break the defense of the 1,000-year soul beast." Having said that, Tang San couldn't guarantee it. After all, he had never seen a 1,000-year soul beast. Qin Feng calmly took the Zhuge divine crossbow, examined it carefully, and then nodded, "Okay, in that case, Xiao Wu's bill will be written off." After saying that, he tore the bill into pieces in front of Tang San. Tang San also showed a satisfied smile, and his heart was filled with endless daydreaming about the days after Qin Feng left. Qin Feng then chartered a carriage and rushed to the Stardo forest without stopping. 3 days later. After traveling day and night, the carriage finally arrived at a peaceful town located at the border between the two countries. There aren't many people in the town, but almost everyone walking on the streets has some soul power fluctuations, some big and some small. Qin Feng went straight to the innermost hotel, checked in a room and went to the cafeteria, ready to eat something first. Since this inn is close to the Stardo Great Forest, the prices are relatively affordable and the food tastes good, so most of the people who come here to stay and eat are from the nearby soul-hunting mercenary group, and there are very few nobles coming here. After all, nobles all cherish their lives. At this moment, a group of big men in the cafeteria were eating, drinking beer and talking about the recent strange stories on Douluo continent. "Hey! Have you heard about that big event? Of course, this is a grand occasion for our Tiandu Empire. The twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Tianheng, have actually joined the Tiandu Royal Academy. I'm afraid we have a chance to win the next Soul Master competition. This should be the most promising year for us at Tiandu." "Yes." When Qin Feng walked into the cafeteria, his small stature immediately became the focus of the whole place. Everyone looked at Qin Feng curiously, and even a drunk man started to joke, "Where did this little baby come from? I'm afraid he hasn't been weaned yet." "That's right, this is the Star Forest. Where are your parents? Go back quickly, this is not the place for you. Although everyone's tone was not very good, and could even be said to be very infuriating, Qin Feng could still hear the warmth revealed in their words. Qin Feng ignored everyone's advice, ordered a plate of egg fried rice, and began to eat it slowly. At this moment, a group of people suddenly walked in from outside the door. The 8 of them were wearing uniform platinum-colored aristocratic attire with the words Tiandu Royal Academy printed on it. The leader was none other than Meng Shenji, who at this moment was leading the 7-member soul hunting team of the royal fighting team that had just been formed by the Tiandu Royal Academy. Meng Shenji casually called out, "Waiter, bring a table of delicious dishes. You can arrange them yourself." They also noticed Qin Feng sitting in the middle of the hall, which really amazed everyone who saw him. This is the nearest inn to the Xingde Great Forest. Qin Feng looks and is only about 7 or 8 years old, right, there was no adult by his side, yet he dared to come to the Xingde Great Forest alone. I really don't know whether he is ignorant and fearless, or he is really not afraid of death. At this time, Douluo, the most active member of the royal fighting team, couldn't hold back her curiosity, and pulled Yelingling, the only girl in the team besides her, to sit in the empty seat next to Qin Feng. "Hey, kid, are you here in the Star Forest alone?" The first to speak was the community cow Douluo. Qin Feng also noticed that there were suddenly 2 more people beside him, but he was only concentrating on eating, so he casually replied, "Who stipulated that you must be accompanied when hunting soul beasts?" "No, but aren't you afraid of death?" "I am afraid, but I believe that life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are in the hands of God." "Interesting, haha." Douluo smiled while fiddling with the purple hair around her neck. At the same time, she looked up to this fearless kid. She had seen many fearless killers, but this was the first time she had seen a fearless kid. "Boy, what is your martial spirit?" At this time, Qin Feng finally finished eating the fried rice and looked up at the person who was speaking. She has a charming short purple hair, a good figure, and is wearing a purple cheongsam, showing off her perfect curves. "Well, I think my sister is right, purple is indeed very charming." Qin Feng also realized that the person talking to him was most likely Douluo. "Martial Soul Golden Light." Douluo shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. "This is the first time my martial spirit has appeared on the continent. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Okay, I'm leaving now after I finish eating." Qin Feng wiped his mouth casually and walked upstairs. "Lingling, do you think he can get out of this alive?" Douluo said jokingly to Yelingling. Yelingling shook her head slightly. Obviously she didn't believe that a child could walk out of the Stardo forest alive. The dawn is breaking. Qin Feng prepared some dry food and some fresh water and set off directly towards the Stardo Great Forest. Since he was alone, he did not choose to walk straight towards the inner circle. He was going to the habitat of the black water turtle, so of course he had to go to a place with water. So Qin Feng walked along the periphery and did not encounter any danger along the way. It was not until noon that Qin Feng arrived at the habitat of the black water turtle. This was near a turbulent river. He looked around and saw no dark gold black water turtles except for some younger black water turtles. This forced Qin Feng to continue moving towards the inner area. Although he knew it was very dangerous, there was nothing he could do at the moment. After walking for a long time, they finally saw 2 dark golden figures fighting each other not far ahead. "You take a step, and I take a step. It seems that no one can do anything to anyone." Qin Feng hid behind a tree and observed carefully. Only then did they discover that it was the dark gold black water turtle and the dark gold terror claw bear fighting each other. Both are top-level soul beasts. But because the dark gold black water turtle's shell is too hard, even the dark gold terror claw bear's attack is extremely domineering and it is difficult to cause damage. And the dark gold black water turtle couldn't break its defense for a while. This is obviously a protracted battle of endurance. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Absorbing the First Soul Ring and Joining the School of Exotic Beasts. Chapter 10 Absorbing the First Soul Ring and Joining the Exotic Beast Academy. Qin Feng was helpless and had to climb up the tree and wait for the opportunity. The battle between the two beasts below is becoming more and more intense. Just when Qin Feng was feeling drowsy, the dark gold terror claw bear suddenly fell down, gasping for breath. Obviously exhausted. The dark gold black water turtle didn't get away with it either, as its glands was scratched and covered in blood. Qin Feng was ecstatic. It was truly a godsend opportunity. He jumped down carefully, holding the Zhuzh magic crossbow in his hand. Quietly, don't shoot. Qin Feng carefully went behind the dark gold terror claw bear and shot without saying a word. Dozens of extremely sharp crossbow arrows pierced into the heart of the dark gold terror claw bear with a whoosh. Roar. It just roared in pain and then died. Seeing the yellow soul ring light up, Qin Feng walked towards the dark gold black water turtle on the other side without any hesitation. The dark gold black water turtle's eyes were filled with fear. It wanted to escape, but the previous battle had exhausted it. Qin Feng easily killed the dark gold black water turtle without any effort. Afterwards, he checked the dark gold terror claw bear's body and felt a little disappointed to see that there was no soul bone. But Qin Feng did not complain. After all, soul bones were not so easy to explode. Qin Feng then dragged the corpse of the dark gold black water turtle towards the river bank outside the forest. Compared to the inner area, the outer area is safer. Afterwards, Qin Feng adjusted his state, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the soul ring. A huge amount of soul power surged into his body, tearing his flesh apart like a raging wave. Fortunately, Qin Feng managed to survive with his strong willpower. Then the warm soul power was transformed. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again and felt the changes in his body, this soul ring indeed confirmed his guess. The mutated soul skills produced by the dark gold blessing and the golden light of Qin Feng's martial soul not only have the powerful defensive power of the dark gold blessing, but can even be turned into offense. Qin Feng released his first soul skill, and golden light lingered all over his body, looking extremely magical. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying increase in strength, and then suddenly punched the half-man-thick tree trunk next to him. Boom! The tree trunks fell down with a loud bang, causing a deafening noise. Let's call this first soul skill the Golden Light Curse. First soul skill, Golden Light Curse. It can not only form a golden light to protect the body, but also increase strength by 30%. Qin Feng was very satisfied with this soul skill. Moreover, Qin Feng could feel that there seemed to be some sudden changes in himself. Although he didn't know what was going on, he could always feel that he had a special sense of closeness when he saw water. Qin Feng just thought it was because of the dark gold mysterious water turtle soul ring and didn't take it seriously. 4 months later. Admissions Office of the Exotic Beast Academy. The middle-aged man with the Mediterranean hair repeated what he had already said without even raising his head: name, martial spirit, and spirit power. Qin Feng, martial spirit golden light, spirit power level 15. A yellow soul ring slowly rose from under Qin Feng's feet. Mediterranean nodded, then raised his head, and when he saw Qin Feng's childish face, he asked in surprise, "Little boy, how old are you?" Qin Feng said calmly, 7 years old. As soon as he finished speaking, Mediterranean looked at Qin Feng with an extremely hot look, as if he had seen a peerless beauty. Heidi immediately stood up and said enthusiastically, "My dear, I will take you to see our dean right now. Xiao Chen, come here and help recruit students." "Hey, okay." Afterwards, Heidi led Qin Feng towards the academy and was extremely enthusiastic along the way, which made Qin Feng feel a little embarrassed. On the way, Qin Feng also learned that Mediterranean's name was Su Yupeng, and he was the deputy director of the Exotic Beast Academy. "Come to the dean's office." At this moment, Meng Shu was filling out documents. When he saw Alex Sol leading the young man over, he asked in surprise, "Director Su, what are you doing? Dean, this is Qin Feng, he wants to join our academy, he is 7 years old, and his spirit power is level 15. Really? Meng Shu suddenly stood up and looked at Qin Feng with some doubt. His demeanor is quite good, but is his strength really at level 15? It doesn't look like it at all. When Su Yupeng saw Meng Shu questioning, he immediately said, Xiao Qin, release your martial spirit. Qin Feng immediately released his martial soul, and the 100-year soul ring slowly fell down. The admiration in Meng Shu's eyes became stronger, but he still asked, your talent is really shocking to us. Let me ask you one more question, why don't you join Tiandu Royal Academy? Qin Feng spread his hands and smiled bitterly, doesn't Dean Meng know the enrollment requirements of Tiandu Royal Academy? Why bother asking? Meng Shu frowned, and immediately realized, that's right, who told Tiandu Royal Academy to require a letter of recommendation from aristocrats for admissions? How short-sighted, it is fitting that our exotic beast academy has the help of a genius like Qin Feng. Meng Shu laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. Director Su, you are very good at recruiting students. I will promote you to director by the end of this year. Hearing this, Alex Su's face flushed and he trembled with excitement, yes, I will definitely work hard for the academy. After 3 years, the secondary label on his head was finally removed. Su Yupeng really wants to improve. After praising Alex Su, Meng Shu looked at Qin Feng with a fiery gaze, patted his chest and promised, Student Qin Feng, you can always come to me if you have any requests. Qin Feng also smiled when he saw this, thank you, Dean, for your consideration. I would like a single dormitory. Is that possible? Give. I also want a meal card for free meals. Give. Dean, I want to. Give it all. Having recruited such a genius, Meng Shu was in a very good mood. He waved his hand and agreed without thinking. Anyway, we at the Exotic Beast Academy don't have anything else but a lot of money, a 7-year-old with 15th level soul power, any soul master would know what this means. How could Meng Shu not be happy that he could cultivate a future titled Douluo? Even if he was asked to die, he would definitely not go. However, as long as it can be satisfied, Meng Shu will definitely satisfy it. Even when necessary. It is not impossible to use the beauty trap. A few days later, due to Qin Feng's shocking age and extraordinary soul power, he quickly became famous throughout the academy. At this time, Qin Feng, who was unaware of the situation, was still in the cafeteria, drinking meat porridge in big gulps. This is made from the meat of top-grade soul beasts, the 100-year-old diamond deer. It is a great tonic for power-attacking soul masters who value physical fitness. Qin Feng also enjoyed it and ate one bowl after another. At this moment, a little silver-haired girl suddenly appeared beside him. She looked about 10 years old. She came to Qin Feng with her hands on her waist and looked him up and down. Are you the Qin Feng my grandfather was talking about? It doesn't look that good, do you really have level 15 soul power? She sniffed her small nose, and her eyes, as clear as those of a college student in her previous life, were full of doubt. End of this chapter. Chapter 11-5 Lei Zheng Fa? Chapter 11-5 Thunder's Law? Qin Feng finished the last mouthful of porridge and said calmly, if you have any, you can go ask your grandfather. Seeing Qin Feng wanted to leave, Meng Yuan immediately stopped him, don't go, I haven't finished talking yet. Okay, what else do you want to say? Qin Feng folded his arms across his chest and looked at her quietly. I want to compete with you. Meng Yuan pointed her white fingers at Qin Feng, her pretty face full of dissatisfaction. Obviously, I am the most talented one. Why did Qin Feng come? His grandfather talked about him all day long and even said that he wanted to take him as his disciple. Okay, then pay me, 10 gold soul coins per game. Qin Feng smiled faintly, feeling happy. I didn't expect that just after I moved to a new college, there would be another boy who brought money. And this is a wealthy woman, so she has to ask for more this time. What? Meng Yuren's eyes narrowed, as if she couldn't believe that Qin Feng would say that. A genius can actually be swayed by money. He is a genius, and so is she. Isn't it right to learn from each other? Hurry up, can you please say something? Could it be that someone is out of money? Seeing that she was still in a daze, Qin Feng immediately took the initiative to attack, using the method of provoking her. Meng Yuren's face changed, and she bit her teeth lightly. How vulgar, people like you are not worthy of being a soul master. Qin Feng's mouth corners inadvertently rose, with a bit of joking. Yes, you are noble, you are amazing. Do you know how much the Spirit Hall deacon outside earns a month? For such a small amount of money, sometimes you have to risk your life. Miss, not everyone is as high and mighty as you. Not everyone can be a carefree fairy who doesn't care about worldly things. Not everyone has to work hard for a living since birth, nor does everyone have to worry about cultivation resources. Not everyone can have enough time to cultivate like you. Most soul masters have never taken a medicinal bath in their entire lives. Maybe you're right. I'm just a vulgar person, so is it wrong for me to like money? Every word seems to touch one's heart. These words were obviously not something a young lady who had been living a life of luxury since childhood could understand. After all, how can someone who has already been basking in the sun understand someone who is in the gutter? Since we are not on the same page, there is no need to continue chatting. Meng Yuren lowered his head and hesitated for a few seconds before chasing after him. Qin Feng, don't leave yet. Explain your thoughts to me first. The curve of his mouth seemed to mock her. Wait for Qin Feng to leave in a carefree manner. Only Meng Yuren was left standing there in a daze, his eyes a little dazed. Am I wrong? But is money really that important? It was obvious that she herself had never spent much money, and didn't every soul master have the medicinal baths used in daily training? Meng Yuren couldn't figure it out, so he could only return home in a depressed mood. As a smart person, Chao Tianxiang could see that her granddaughter was in a bad mood. What's wrong, are you worried? No, not at all. Meng Yuren shook her head. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, Chao Tianxiang pretended to leave. Then Grandma will go and bring food to your grandpa. Meng Yuren suddenly became anxious and stamped her feet. Grandma. Chao Tianxiang smiled and joked. Could it be that some male classmate made Yiran angry? Certainly not. Since you still don't say anything, then I'll leave now. Seeing that her grandmother was about to leave again, Meng Yuren had no choice but to tell her what had just happened again. After hearing this, Chao Tianxiang did not say who was right or wrong, but kicked the ball back. She said patiently, since you want to verify it, why don't you go to the WUHUN Hall at 4 in the morning to check it out? Meng Yuren was silent, feeling somewhat conflicted. On the one hand, he was a little dissatisfied with Qin Feng and felt that he had robbed his grandfather. On the other hand, she was afraid that what Qin Feng said might be true. Chao Tianxiang sighed slightly, then walked out with the lunchbox. She had made her words very clear, and the rest depended on Meng Yuren to slowly figure it out. Sooner or later, the protected young eagle will have to recognize the true face of this world. At the same time, at this moment, Qin Feng had just finished training and was practicing in a medicinal bath. Why do I feel my kidneys are a little cold for no reason? Could it be related to the dark gold mystic water turtle? Qin Feng was a little worried, but he had a vague feeling that this change didn't seem to have any bad effects. After a long time, Qin Feng was about to get up after taking the medicinal bath when he suddenly found that his bathtub was filled with thick black liquid. Cleansing the essence and marrow? This was the first thing Qin Feng thought of. But when he took the herbs, the people at the college pharmacy didn't seem to say that it had the effect of cleansing the essence and marrow. Out of curiosity, he touched it with his finger and found no smell, so it didn't seem to be impurities in the body. Qin Feng looked at his body again and suddenly found that the liquid was actually flowing out of his body. He was so frightened that he shivered and immediately sat back down. He used the spiritual power of Douluo to travel through the meridians in his body and found that the functioning of his kidneys seemed to be particularly vigorous. Qin Feng had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and suddenly a bold guess came to his mind. Douluo's elements are composed of soul power, and his martial soul is neither golden light nor pure elements. It has no carrier and can accommodate soul rings of any attributes without conflict. The first soul ring he absorbed was the soul ring of the dark gold mysterious water turtle, a soul ring with water attributes, and water is yin. The human kidney belongs to water. Qin Feng, who was a Taoist enthusiast in his previous life, knew that there is a very powerful thunder method that can be stimulated through the kidney. This kind of thunder technique is in the form of a black viscous liquid, sticky and greasy, slippery, damp and cold. Unfettered and uninhibited, it is about to rise like mercury pouring out on the ground, penetrating every pore, thick and turbid, yet strange and changeable, sucking the marrow from the bones, corroding the heart and corrupting the will, making it impossible to guard against. And its name is Yin Wu Lei. Although everything seemed to be right, Qin Feng still had some doubts. I haven't lost my virginity, nor have I lost my primordial yang. Nor have I practiced the five thunders method, so how could I have given birth to the yin five thunders? Could it be because the first soul ring is of water attribute? Wait, Qin Feng suddenly remembered. In the previous life, I was a virgin, and it seemed that I had practiced the five thunders method. However, because he had no spiritual energy in his previous life, he gave up after practicing for half a year without seeing any results. When I think about it this way, everything seems to make sense. Thinking of this, Qin Feng was not so worried. Since the kidneys could really give birth to this strange thunder method, and he was still a virgin in this life, he might be able to practice the Yang Five Thunders. At the same time, in the office of the principal of the Exotic Beast Academy, Meng Shu was smiling and greeting a bearded man in luxurious clothes. The man's name is Salon, and he is the dean of Barak College. He came here to discuss the Soul Master Exchange competition with Meng Shu. Since the School of Exotic Beasts is one of the best high-level Soul Master Academies in the Kingdom of Barak, and it is headed by the level 85 Soul Master Dragon Lord Meng Shu, Salon's first choice is naturally the School of Exotic Beasts. Dean Meng Shu, Barak College would like to invite your college to hold a battle exchange match for the younger generation of Soul Masters. It can also promote the relationship between the students of both sides. What do you think? End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Exchange Competition. Chapter 12 Exchange Competition. Meng Shu was not unfamiliar with this. After all, he had played many exchange matches with other colleges before, and nodded, "Oh, exchange match, then are there any age requirements?" "No more than 20 years old." "So when is the match scheduled?" "What do you think of it 6 years from now?" "I believe the exchange match between the two colleges will be very exciting, which will be beneficial to both you and us." Salon was very confident, and even had a slight sense of superiority in his heart. The current freshman leader of their academy is a 13-year-old great soul master, and his soul power is as high as level 25. 6 years would be enough for him to grow into a high-level soul master, or even a soul sect. Even Rocklone was confident enough to say that they would definitely win this game. Meng Shu weighed the matter for a moment and felt that he could agree, but he still deliberately pretended to be unacceptable. Seeing that Meng Shu was in a dilemma, in order to promote the reputation of his academy and let the higher UPS see him, Salon said proudly, "My Barak Academy is willing to offer 1,000-year soul bone as the prize for this exchange competition." Meng Shu's hand holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble. "It's a big deal, but it's good to be big. That's what I've been waiting for." Although Meng Shu was ecstatic in his heart, he still looked hesitant, and it was obvious that he wanted to get more prizes. As the dean of Barak College, Salon could see it clearly and cursed the old fox in his heart. But for the sake of the academy, he had to go out. As long as Dean Meng Shu agrees, I am willing to give another 1 gold soul coins as a private thank you gift." As Salon finished speaking, his heart was bleeding, but everything was for the academy. At the same time, he didn't think that his academy would lose, and he could even say that it was sure to win. Meng Shu nodded slightly. "In that case, our Exotic Beast Academy will participate." "Wait for Salon to leave." Meng Shu sat down on the sofa, stroking his beard with one hand, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Seiren, oh Seiren, even if you are proud for half your life, you still have to fall in front of me. Qin Feng, it is such a blessing for me to have you here." Such a monster has appeared on his side, so why would Barrack Academy play with it? Is there any hair? I'm afraid there isn't even one. The exchange competition is sure to be exciting. 1,000-year soul bone is stable. All are spicy. At this time, Barrack Academy was still happy that the Exotic Beast Academy had accepted their invitation, and they had even opened champagne at halftime. Barrack Palace. Salon walked quickly and refreshed to meet the king. King Barrack was also very happy to meet Salon. The two of them exchanged some simple courtesies for a while and then got straight to the point. "Seiren, have you agreed on the list for the exchange competition?" "Your Majesty, rest assured. I have already invited Tiandu Royal Academy, Lanba Academy, Exotic Beast Academy, Kanghui Academy, Botanical Academy, Tianshui Academy, all of whom were relatively strong opponents in previous Soul Master competitions. As for why Jingguang Royal Academy was not invited, one reason is that it is far away, and the second reason is that the strength of Tiandu Royal Academy is not weak at all. Well done. This time we must make our Barrack Kingdom famous. I will invite all parties to come and watch. Don't let me down, Salon." "Yes. I will never let them bring down the reputation of the Barrack Kingdom." "That's good." King Barrack glanced into the distance, and began to calculate in his mind how many talented civilian soul masters he could attract through this exchange competition. Although the Barrack Kingdom is nominally an ally of the Tiandu Empire, who would like to have another father above their head, a hint of madness flashed across King Barrack's gloomy eyes. "Humph, you 3 major forces can hold the Continental Soul Master competition without me, can't I pay to invite the Academy to hold it myself? You must know that civilian Soul Master resources have always been the main source of absorption for major kingdoms. However, in recent years, the 3 major forces of the Tiandu Empire, the Jingguang Empire, and the Spirit Hall have taken turns to organize the Continental Soul Master Exchange competition. This overbearing behavior has long displeased other kingdoms and principalities. The various forces holding the Soul Master Exchange competition can not only boost the city's economy and earn tax revenue, but it is not just for simple exchange of relations or for learning from each other. The main purpose is to spy on the strength and talent of these new generation Soul Masters. It would be fine if there is background. If someone without any background wants to win you over, would you dare not go? In this world, the law of the jungle is the only way. Exotic Beast Academy. The Dean of Studies, Alex Su, is conducting physical training with the freshmen. And their training method is not Shrek's barbaric stone-carrying method. If you look closely, you will find that Su Yupeng's clothes are moving without wind, and there is even a faint purple light flashing. This is his 4th soul skill, gravity enhancement. Unlike other people who only do strength training, Qin Feng not only runs in the gravity field, but also pulls a weight weighing 100 kilograms behind him. He knew very well that if he had enough strength, he would just become one of those clumsy and stupid guys in the gym. This is also known as dead muscle. Qin Feng's training method is to take into account both strength and agility. Su Yupeng looked around and finally his eyes fell on Qin Feng. Although he didn't know why Qin Feng was like that, he still admired his perseverance. Others are training so hard when they are 6 or 7 years old, but look at the other people on the field who are about 14, 15, or 16 years old. They start to slack off if they are not paying attention for a while. Su Yupeng was really disappointed with them, but he had no choice because he was not their father after all. At this time, a little silver-haired loli was running here in a hurry, and just when she was about to step into the gravity field. Fortunately, Su Yupeng was quick-witted and recognized that this was Dean Mengshu's precious granddaughter. He quickly stopped her and avoided a big mistake. This is 3 times the gravity. With Meng Yuren's physique, it would be strange if he didn't fall down. If he got hurt, he would be in trouble for his newly promoted position as director. Alex Su, Meng Yuren, are you okay? We are training here, so you'd better not get too close to the gravity field. Meng Yuren's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she was breathing heavily. Her bright eyes looked around the training ground and then stopped on a small figure. Director Su, can you call Qin Feng out for a moment? Okay, please wait a moment. Su Yupeng nodded. If it were someone else, he would definitely not agree. After all, he is a principled man. At this time, a tall boy next to Qin Feng patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and pointed to the distance. Student Qin Feng, Director Su is calling you. Qin Feng nodded, then untied the weight behind him and walked away. When she saw Qin Feng, Meng Yuren pinched the hem of her skirt shyly, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Upon seeing this, Alex Su immediately ran away. Qin Feng frowned and said, Meng Yuren, if you have something to say, please tell me. If not, I still have to go back to training. No, something's up. Meng Yuren seemed a little incoherent. Then tell me if you have something to say. Qin Feng just watched quietly. Meng Yuren bowed to Qin Feng, and her face, which was originally slightly red, was now extremely embarrassed. Maybe it was because he lost face, or maybe he felt how ridiculous he was a few days ago. Student Qin Feng, I apologize to you for my previous willfulness. Now I want to hire you as my personal training teammate. As compensation, I will give you 500 gold soul coins every month. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 5 years. Chapter 13 5 years 5 years later. Soto City, the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Have you heard? That Zhang's Highway is here to fight again today. Real or fake? Of course it's true. Why did I lie to you? Hey, why are you going? Nonsense, of course I'm going to play all in. Hey, didn't you say yesterday that you have an incompatible relationship with gambling and drugs? Stud poker is not gambling, it's a kind of wisdom. At this moment, in a VIP room, a young man with a Taoist mane on his head, wearing a black Taoist robe and a faint smile on his face, leaned quietly on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man in a tuxedo opposite him. The most noticeable thing is his height of 1 meters, which makes him stand out from the crowd. And the young man was Qin Feng. Manager Ao, I don't think there's any need for us to continue talking, right? I've already won 100 games in a row. Do you think it's necessary for me to continue fighting in this fighting arena? Supervisor Ao smiled bitterly and then pleaded, Mr. Zhang's Highway, please consider our 2-year friendship and stay for another year. If outsiders saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Because this man is the famous manager Ao of the Soto Fighting Spirit Arena. He was willing to humble himself and beg for a contestant. And the reason is actually very simple. Because the person opposite is Zhang's Highway. 2 years ago, he easily won the first free fight in the Great Fighting Arena, and after that he became unstoppable and won almost every time. The fame of Zhang's Highway's alias grew day by day, and every match was always packed, and the Soto Fighting Arena made a lot of money. Now that Zhang's Highway wants to leave, manager Ao is naturally unhappy. After all, who would be willing to give up a cash cow? Qin Feng shook his head. Director Ao, you know I am from the Exotic Beast Academy, and it is time for me to go back now. Seeing that there was no room for mediation, Director Ao took a deep breath, sighed, and said, okay. He also wanted to keep Zhang's Highway, and even wanted to use force to keep him, but this person had a powerful background, as he was a disciple of Lord Long. Watching manager Ao leave, Qin Feng smiled faintly. He knew very well that the Great Fighting Spirit Arena treated him as a cash cow, but he also made a lot of money over the years. As for why he was named Zhang's Highway, it's just a name. After all, he is the synonym of invincibility. At this time, the door of the VIP room was quickly pushed open, and a silver-haired girl rushed towards Qin Feng excitedly. He, big brother, I missed you so much. When Qin Feng saw the person coming, he felt a headache and even wanted to leave on the spot. But how could the silver-haired girl give him a chance? She hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and said with a smile, "Big brother, do you miss Yi Jin?" The silver-haired girl was Meng Yuran. The two had not seen each other for nearly 2 years since Qin Feng came to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena 2 years ago. They were naturally very happy to see each other again. I don't want to. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to pull his hand out, a surge of energy suddenly occurred at his elbow. The girl has a nice figure. Qin Feng sighed secretly. Today, Meng Yuran wears a silver high ponytail and a tight training suit, which is different from her previous life. However, her figure has not changed and is still curvy. She is the kind of girl who looks very cool and smooth. But he didn't have any idea. After all, what adult would be interested in a child? I don't believe it. Meng Yuran obviously didn't believe Qin Feng's nonsense, and moved closer with a smile. Seeing that she was going to continue to fight, Qin Feng dodged her and then stretched out 2 fingers to touch her forehead. Okay, stop making trouble, Yuran. Being rejected, Meng Yuran glared at him angrily. Her big watery eyes seemed to say, "You are an ungrateful man. You eat my food and use my things, and now you want to cut ties with me after taking my money." Qin Feng was obviously a little embarrassed as he was being stared at. So she could only let the little girl do whatever she wanted. The two walked out of the VIP room together and happened to run into a group of 7 people, who seemed to be about the same age as Qin Feng. However, the difference in size between the two sides was very obvious. The golden-haired man leading the opposite side was a whole head shorter than Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked across and saw 2 familiar faces, Tang San and Xiao Wu. It seems that these are the Shrek 7 devils. And the person on the other side was also looking at Qin Feng. "What are you looking at?" A disdainful voice came out of Dai Muabai's mouth. He had just been rejected by Zhu Zuqing from the team for a duo team, and now he was worried that he had no place to vent. Faced with his provocation, Qin Feng didn't even take him seriously. He looked at the ordinary man in blue in the middle of the team and greeted him, "Tang San, long time no see." Tang San looked at the tall man in front of him, searching frantically in his mind, but couldn't find any clues. He shook his head slightly. "Brother, you must have made a mistake, I don't think I know you." Qin Feng had expected this. After all, his changes over the years were indeed huge. So he slowly uttered 4 words, "Zhu. Ge. Divine. Crossbow." Tang San's pupils seemed to be shaking, and he exclaimed, "You are Qin Feng, you are not dead." Qin Feng smiled carefreely and did not reply. This move is obviously a tacit agreement. Xiao Wu and the team also came up very happily, patted Qin Feng's strong arm, and said with a smile, "Qin Feng, long time no see." Qin Feng also smiled at her. "Do you know?" At this time, Dai Muabai looked at Tang San with a livid face. He did not expect that he was just in a bad mood, and the person he offended was actually Tang San's friend. The battle between Tang San and Zhao Wuji yesterday was so deep in his mind that he had already made a death order in his heart not to offend Tang San. "I know him, but I'm not very familiar with him," Tang San replied. "By the way, Tang San, is your father okay now?" Qin Feng asked carefully. Tang San paused for a moment with a look of loss, then said, "To be honest, my father disappeared a long time ago." Qin Feng nodded slightly, thinking to himself, "It seems that this butterfly of mine has not changed the overall situation." Suddenly, Meng Yuren's face changed drastically. He glared at the fat man in red opposite him and shouted, "Fatty, where is your mother?" Tang San and others were suddenly startled, and then looked at Ma Heng-jun. Being stared at by everyone, Ma Heng-jun lowered his head in embarrassment. "What's wrong with Yuran?" Qin Feng asked. "You should ask that disgusting fat guy," Meng Yuren said angrily with a cold face. Qin Feng heard this, glanced at Ma Heng-jun who was lowering his head, and immediately understood. He walked forward slowly, staring down at Ma Heng-jun. "This friend, should I give you an explanation?" Hearing this, Ma Heng-jun, who had originally wanted to play dumb and get away with it, immediately became dissatisfied. "Explain, what do you mean by explain? Are you not allowed to look at beautiful women?" Meng Yuren was immediately furious. When she thought of the obscene look in the fat man's eyes just now, she wanted to kill him. Qin Feng did not argue with him, and smiled indifferently. "Since my friend likes to watch it so much, why not go to the stage with me and watch it slowly? How about the life and death battle?" End of this chapter. Chapter 14, First Meeting with Shrek. Chapter 14, First Meeting with Shrek. Hearing this, everyone was suddenly shocked. A fight to the death, there's no need to make it so big, right? Ning Rongrong at the end of the team complained to Zhu Zuqing quietly, "Finally someone has dealt with this fat guy." Zhu Zuqing nodded with empathy. When the three Shrek girls first entered school, they were stared at by Ma Heng-jun. Without exception, he gave them that kind of lewd look that was disgusting at first glance. The key point is that it is useless to find the teacher. Flanders even said righteously, "Ma Heng-jun's problem is caused by the mutation of his martial soul, so it is inevitable. All the faults of personal lifestyle problems are blamed on WUHUN." It really opened their eyes to both of them. If one of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were not just looking for fun and the other just looking for survival, they would have dropped out of school long ago. Ma Heng-jun felt a chill down his spine when he was stared at by Qin Feng's cold eyes. A cold murderous intent emanated from him. That murderous intent is definitely not something they can possess at their age. It was as if Ma Heng-jun in front of him was not a person, but a living lamb. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San, wanting him to persuade him. But Tang San had just entered school and was not familiar with Ma Heng-jun, so why should he stand up for him? What's more, in the morning, the two had a conflict over Xiao Wu. You must know that Xiao Wu is Tang San's forbidden item. Xiao Wu was just watching the fun and adding fuel to the fire, saying, "Qin Feng, beat this lecherous fat man to death." But at the moment, several people had no time to care about her. Dai Laeta. Ma Heng-jun looked at Dai Mubai for help. Dai Mubai sighed and stood in front of Ma Heng-jun. No matter what, this was his brother and would be his help in fighting against Davis in the future, so he could not give up. Oscar in the corner came over without hesitation and handed them a sausage. "Oh? You want 3 against 1? Qin Feng couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't care that there were 3 people opposite him. Dai Mubai relied on the fact that he had more people than him, and his dandy temperament came out. He said, "Brother, since you are Tang San's friend, please give me some face. I will take care of Fatty's affairs, but it is not your turn to teach him a lesson." "Who do you think you are to take care of this?" Qin Feng said with disdain. "What right does a prince who abandoned his fiancée and fled the capital in fear of death have to bark at him?" With his fiancée present, Dai Mubai's face darkened after being humiliated. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you want to be an enemy of Shrek?" As soon as the words fell, 3 spirit rings in the best ratio slowly fell down. Qin Feng said disdainfully, "You are just a soul master, but you act like no one else is." At the same time, the 3 spirit rings slowly fell under the horrified gazes of Shrek and the others. Yellow, purple, purple. The second soul ring is the 1000-year soul ring. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Zhu Zuqing also looked at Qin Feng in surprise. How can this be? Tang San was also incredulous. According to his teacher's theory, the second soul ring should have been in 764. How could it be possible to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Wasn't Qin Feng afraid of exploding and dying? Ma Hongjun's face changed drastically, and even his legs began to shake. Oscar regretted even more, wondering why he had gotten involved in this mess. He cursed in his heart, this fat guy, why would he mess with anyone else? He hit a brick wall this time. Dai Mubai no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning. Although Qin Feng's soul power fluctuations were not as strong as his, he understood that soul power sometimes did not represent strength. Didn't you see how Tang San could fight Zhao Wuji for so long? Although there was a suspicion of letting him win. But Dai Mubai knew very well how powerful the 1,000-year soul ring was. Brother, could you please compensate this lady with something else? Dai Mubai gave in. At this moment, he had no other choice but to spend money to avoid disaster. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng smiled coldly. Do you think this is a multiple-choice question? There are re-choices. Now, whether you fight or not, the money on you is my spoils of war. Do you understand me? There was no fluctuation in his dark eyes. As if this is the way it should be. Then Qin Feng pointed at Ning Rongrong and said, you can go first. Ah? Me? Ning Rongrong pointed at herself with her tender white fingers. Qin Feng pointed at the 7 treasures glazed sect jade pendant on her waist and said calmly, I don't want to mess with anyone from the 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Rongrong understood immediately after hearing this, but was also very happy. After all, when they came to Shrek, they didn't seem to care much about their identity as members of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. He was even almost beaten by Dai Mubai yesterday. Now that she can see Dai Mubai being humiliated, how can Ning Rongrong not be happy? Brother, aren't you being too aggressive? Dai Mubai looked at Qin Feng with fear and said with gritted teeth. Qin Feng smiled and said, little golden retriever, weren't you quite unruly just now? I still like the way you looked just now. Can you recover a little? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Xiao Wu burst out laughing. Even the usually serious Zhu Zuqing covered her face and chuckled. Damn it, I'll fight you. Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot after being humiliated in this way. He was so angry that he didn't care that Qin Feng had one more 1,000-year soul ring than him. He raised his leg and wanted to rush towards Qin Feng. Fortunately, Oscar stopped him in time and whispered, Dai Leida, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. After being persuaded by Oscar, Dai Mubai finally stopped. Seeing the effect, Oscar continued to advise, be patient and you will have peace, take a step back and you will have a bright future. Huff, huff, huff. Dai Mubai panted heavily, and actually forced himself to push it back. This kind of behavior will be unacceptable to Qin Feng. Shouldn't he be patient for a while and keep calm, then take a step back and get angrier the more he thinks about it? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Hand over the money, let me beat you up and then get out. Or let me beat you up and then hand over the money and get out. Now you choose. Qin Feng smiled slightly, his eyes cold. Squeak squeak. As soon as he finished speaking, countless lightning bolts floated around him and intertwined together. The powerful arcs made a sound like thousands of birds chirping. Yang Wu Lei Chidori, the expressions of Dai Mubai and the others were uglier than if they had eaten shit, and were gloomy to the extreme. After hearing what Qin Feng said, they just wanted to say one thing, what's the difference between giving you this choice and not giving it? No matter what you choose, you will be beaten and pay. The most infuriating thing is that there is a high probability that they cannot defeat Qin Feng. At this moment, an inappropriate laugh suddenly sounded. Pft. Qin Feng looked over and saw Ning Rongrong covering her mouth, her upper body trembling. As if she was trying to hold back a laugh, but I didn't care about her. Let her laugh if she wanted to. After all, she is the eldest daughter and has two titled Douluo to support her at home. Have you made your choice? If not, I will start on the count of 3, 2, 1. Seeing that no one was talking, Qin Feng immediately began to count, 3. Before he finished counting, a powerful voice sounded from behind him, "Wait a minute, Mr. Zhang's Highway, please give me Flanders some face." End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Ning Rong Rong backstabs Shrek. Chapter 15, Ning Rong Rong backstabs Shrek. You want to forgive them for their mistakes with just one sentence from you? Aren't you too overbearing? There was a hint of anger in Qin Feng's eyes. Being questioned by a junior like this, Flanders' eyes flashed with a gleam. So what do you want? Let them get the punishment they deserve, otherwise where is the law? Qin Feng stated his demands. It is not the turn of the Barak Kingdom's laws to govern our Shrek people. So you're sure you'll eat me? Qin Feng looked at Flanders without any fear. Flanders lifted his glasses and sneered, "You can assume that my name as the four-eyed cat owl is quite famous on the continent. I advise you not to make the mistake of mistaking yourself. A genius who has not grown up is not really a genius. If it weren't for the purpose of protecting his own disciples, he wouldn't want to offend this man named Zhang's Highway. Those who frequently come to the Great Fighting Spirit Arena know that in the past 2 years, Zhang's Highway has fought his way from being an unknown to being almost known to everyone. His terrifying strength is simply the best among the younger generation. There is even a saying in Soto City, you may not have seen Zhang's Highway, but you have definitely heard of Zhang's Highway. Every time Zhang's Highway fights, tickets are almost always hard to come by. Even Flanders, who has lived in the great fighting arena for many years, has only watched a few of his matches." Qin Feng clenched his fists. Flanders was being too unreasonable. "Is there any king law? Are there any laws?" Meng Yuren's white hands gently pulled the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, shook her head slightly at him, and whispered softly, "Big brother, let's just forget it." Qin Feng was also helpless. The situation was stronger than him. A soul sage actually bullied a soul lord without any reason. It's just like those naughty kids in the previous life, beating the younger ones to get the older ones. Just when Qin Feng was hesitating, suddenly a clear voice rang out, "Flender, Qin Feng is a friend of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. If you dare to touch him, just try." Ning Rong Rong walked up to the two of them with light steps, holding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect token, and smiled faintly at Qin Feng. Flanders' face suddenly turned ashen, as if he was a black pot. He also didn't expect that at this critical moment, Ning Rong Rong would actually stab Shrek in the back. "Didn't I just say a few words to her the day before yesterday?" As for Flanders couldn't understand. But Ning Rong Rong clearly wanted to support Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Ning Rong Rong in some surprise. It seemed like this was the first day he met her. Why help yourself for no reason? Qin Feng doesn't believe that there is any free lunch in the world. Little did she know that Ning Rong Rong was feeling extremely proud at the moment. Hee, wait until I get Qin Feng into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and then we'll see who dares to call me a little witch. Flanders thought deeply for a moment, then lowered his head with a look of pain and said, "Please be gentle, young friend." At this moment, he looked like a loser, and no longer had the arrogance he had when he supported Dai Mubai just now. It was as if everything that had just happened had never happened. Qin Feng was a little impressed by what he saw. He really bullies the weak and fears the strong. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Qin Feng smiled and then walked towards Dai Mubai and the others. "Dai Laude, let's fight him." Ma Hongjun acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy and said through gritted teeth. Dai Mubai nodded with difficulty. "You're going to get beaten anyway, so you might as well give it a try. What if they win?" Oscar was a little hesitant. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was only because of Flanders' usual teachings that made them united that he chose to help. Qin Feng walked to the door and waved at the others, signaling that he was going to fight outside. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked at each other and followed him. Oscar hesitated for a moment and followed too. When they got outside, several of them possessed their martial spirits without hesitation. Phoenix possessed. Possessed by the white tiger. The first soul skill, I have a big sausage. Unlike them who shouted loudly, Qin Feng had no habit of shouting. He just recited silently in his heart. A faint golden light attached to Qin Feng's body, forming a natural barrier. Then Qin Feng stood there without moving, as if he wanted them to make the first move. Dai Mubai seemed to have figured it out as well, and immediately used the white tiger Vajra transformation to amplify himself, then added the white tiger body barrier. White tiger fierce light wave. A dazzling wave of light quickly attacked Qin Feng. With the help of Dai Mubai's white tiger Vajra transformation, the soul power fluctuation of this light wave even has a tendency to approach that of the soul master. Qin Feng didn't care at all, and his expression was even calm, as if the light waves in front of him did not exist at all. It was not until the light wave approached that the golden light on his body suddenly appeared, easily blocking Dai Mubai's strongest attack, and there was not even a trace of breakage on the golden light. Tang San and others outside the field also showed shocked expressions. Especially Zhu Zuqing, tears flashed in the corners of her eyes. Apart from disappointment in Dai Mubai, the rest was astonishment. As a candidate for the crown princess of the Xingluo Empire, no one present except Dai Mubai understood the power of White Tiger Fiery Light Wave and White Tiger King Kong transformation better than her. This is the best soul skill of the White Tiger martial spirit, which was finally determined after thousands of years of experimentation by the ancestors of the Dai family. But even so, he was still vulnerable in front of Qin Feng. How is this possible? This is my strongest attack. Dai Mubai broke out in a cold sweat, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. Just when he fell into deep despair, Ma Hongjun's voice came, Dai Laeta, be alert, we are from Shrek, don't lose face. It's just a shield. Even the strongest shield will eventually break. I don't believe it won't break if I hit him for a while longer. Dai Mubai's originally calm heart became agitated again. Yes. He came from Shrek, why be afraid of a shield, it's just a turtle shell. I don't believe it won't break if you hit it for a while longer. Dai Laode, let's go together. It is good. Dai Mubai once again activated the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave to attack Qin Feng. Unlike before, this time there was a purple flame next to it. Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled, you don't really think someone wants you to stand and fight, do you? As he spoke, his figure disappeared before the two people's horrified gazes. How come it disappeared? Dai Mubai exclaimed. Ma Hongjun said angrily, damn it! If you have the guts, come out and fight openly, don't hide. Hey, are you looking for me? Qin Feng put his hands on their shoulders, with a dangerous curve at the corner of his lips. When Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun moved their heads with difficulty, trying to turn around and look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't plan to play with them anymore. Lightning flashed all over his body and he rushed towards the two of them madly in a moment. Yang Wu Lei thunder explosion, the two people who didn't have time to react were electrocuted and knocked unconscious on the spot, and even their skin turned a little darker. Fuck, I almost lost, luckily I'm more skilled than you. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Miss Zhu, please respect yourself. Chapter 16 Miss Zhu, please respect yourself. Fuck, I almost lost, luckily I'm more skilled than you. Qin Feng's calm voice sounded slowly. The people around were speechless upon hearing this and rolled their eyes at him. Listen, is this human language? Qin Feng ignored their reactions, squatted down and began to search for the spoils. However, he searched Ma Hongjun for a long time but didn't find a dime. He couldn't help but spit, bah, a great soul master, but poor as a ding-dong. Hey, this golden retriever still has some money. Qin Feng weighed the purse in his hand and found that there should be at least 400 or 500 yuan in it. Then he walked towards Oscar again. "What are you doing?" Seeing the miserable state of the two people, Oscar was so frightened that he stepped back tremblingly. "In my place, you have to pay whether you fight or not. Do you understand my logic?" Qin Feng gave him a kind smile. "If he doesn't understand the principle, then I can only explain physics to him." Oscar now realized what it meant to make the wrong friends, and he was so sad that he could not even cry. However, in order to understand Qin Feng's reasoning, he suppressed his heartache and took out the remaining 120 gold soul coins from his arms and handed them to Qin Feng. "Well, children can be taught." Qin Feng lowered his brows and nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Wu, who was not far away, saw this scene and immediately recalled her past. She couldn't help but curse inwardly, that money grubber is still as greedy as before. "Do you have anything to do now, little friend?" Flanders suppressed his anger and asked. After all, his own students were beaten in front of him and he was powerless to do anything. No one would be in a good mood if they were in his shoes. Qin Feng was happily counting money and didn't care about those things. He just waved at him casually and sent him away quickly. Flanders picked up the two and left. Seeing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu followed. Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and ran towards Flanders. In an instant, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were the only Shrek members left at the scene. Zhu Zuqing wanted to speak several times but stopped herself, obviously having something to say but was hesitant. Ning Rongrong walked to Qin Feng's side very familiarly, squatted down, and didn't mind showing her white legs. She asked with a smile, "Are you short of money? Would you like to come to our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? We in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect have plenty of money." After saying that, she patted Ziahe's chest, which had just begun to show its pointed corners, and made a promise. Ning Rongrong, who was still relatively cunning at the moment, was also very straightforward, not having the demeanor of a young master of a major clan at all. Qin Feng still didn't reply and just counted the money by himself. Ning Rongrong thought Qin Feng didn't believe her, and in order to prove herself, she took out a gold card and said, "Qin Feng, if you join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, this card will be yours." Qin Feng looked up. "Wow, it's actually a gold card from the Kaibao Liulai Bank. That's quite generous. A gold card in Douluo continent means a minimum deposit of 100,000 gold soul coins, with no upper limit. All I can say is that it is worthy of being the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which is known to be as wealthy as a country." However, Qin Feng doesn't want to join any force. It is always bad to be controlled by others. "Although I love money, I will forget about joining the Seven Treasures Glazed sect." After being rejected, Ning Rongrong was not annoyed, but became even more enthusiastic. She secretly encouraged herself in her heart, "My father was able to invite Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, so I can do the same. Miss Ning, you should consider going home first." The young master of a dignified sect actually ran away secretly. This has spread throughout Tiandu city. At this time, Meng Yuran hurried forward, stretched out her jade arm to hold Qin Feng's arm, and smiled at Ning Rongrong as if declaring her sovereignty, for fear that Ning Rongrong would steal her home. "Humph, it's not your turn to take care of it yet." Talking about running away from home, Ning Rongrong snorted with a pale face. Meng Yuran became even more proud when he saw that she was humiliated. Qin Feng, who was counting money honestly on the side, was stunned. It was really a drama between the two women. They tear each other apart as soon as they meet. Sometimes he really wanted to ask, are women a group that are inherently incompatible? "Big brother, let's not worry about her. Grandpa and Grandma are waiting anxiously at the academy." Meng Yuran impatiently pulled Qin Feng away. Qin Feng looked at her helplessly. Although he was indeed a little anxious, what he said was not wrong. He had been out for 2 years and it was time to go back to the academy. Ning Rongrong glanced at Zhu Zuqing, who was a little confused beside her, and suggested, "Zuqing, do you still want to go back to Shrek? Why don't you go with me?" Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing was obviously moved. After all, Dai Mubai made her see no hope, but she was still a little hesitant in her heart. Seeing her hesitation, Ning Rongrong asked, "Zhu Qing, are you from the Xingluo Empire?" "Yes." Zhu Zuqing's eyes were dim and she nodded with difficulty. "If my guess is correct, you and Dai Mubai should be the candidates of this generation, right?" Ning Rongrong smiled. As the daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's leader, how could she not understand the significance of the White Tiger and the Netherworld Spirit Cat? In fact, this is not difficult to guess. The defection of the third prince of the Xingluo Empire was something that almost everyone in all major forces knew about. At that time, the Tiando Empire often used this to make fun of Xingluo. "Yes." Zhu Zuqing nodded. She was not surprised that Ning Rongrong knew about Xingluo's little troubles. "Then why don't you join our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? With Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu here, I don't think Xingluo would dare to act recklessly." Ning Rongrong stated her purpose with a slight smile. Zhu Zuqing is a few months younger than her, but she has reached the 27th level of soul power. In the future, she will at least be a soul Douluo, which is enough for her to serve as one of the top elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Even if she encounters some opportunity in the future, it is not impossible for her to break through to the titled Douluo. By then, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect will have one more Supreme Elder. What a beautiful thing this is! Even though Ning Rongrong was not very cunning and did not understand her father's twists and turns in trying to win people over, she believed that as long as she treated others with sincerity, she would not believe that others would let her down. "You and I are so close to each other, how can we betray each other?" Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing's eyes lit up. Since her martial spirit awakened, her only goal has been to stay alive. And now all the hard work over the years seems to have become a reality at this moment. If that were the case, wouldn't she not have to die? And wouldn't she have to accompany that coward Dai Mubai to face Xingluo? But before Zhu Zuqing could be happy, a cold soul power voice came into Zhu Zuqing's ears. "Miss Zhu, although our young lady is not sensible, please respect yourself." As soon as the words fell, Zhu Zuqing felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. She understood that this was Ning Rongrong's guards warning her. Helpless, Zhu Zuqing could only reject Ning Rongrong with regret. "Rongrong, thank you for your kindness, but I think I'd better forget it." "Why?" "Zuqing, don't you want to live?" Ning Rongrong didn't understand this, as she knew that she would die if she continued to follow Dai Mubai. Why not choose to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? But how could a young lady like her, who was not very worldly wise, understand the game between the big forces? "Rongrong, goodbye." Zhu Zuqing was thinking about it, of course. A wave of sadness surged in her heart, and a line of tears slid down her eyelids, gradually fading away in the darkness. "Zhu Qing, take care." Ning Rongrong was extremely disappointed. She walked silently towards the road full of light. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 More money is needed. Chapter 17 More money is needed. Qin Feng, who was hurrying along with Meng Yuran, suddenly turned around and said, "Who is it? Come out." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong, who was hiding behind the tree, came out reluctantly. "Why you?" Qin Feng was a little surprised to see the person coming. The eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect actually resorted to the stalking trick. "Why? Are you the only ones allowed to take this road? Are you not allowed to walk with you?" Ning Rongrong hugged her chest and snorted righteously. "Then what happened to your face?" Seeing Ning Rongrong's funny appearance with a dusty face, Meng Yuran couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into laughter. "He he he. After following them for almost a whole night, Ning Rongrong felt sore in her back and waist that she was no longer in a good mood. She couldn't help but glare at her. It would have been better if he hadn't glared at her. After he glared, Meng Yuren laughed even more unscrupulously. Ning Rongrong was so angry that she stamped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. Qin Feng was too lazy to care about her. If she wanted to follow him, then let her follow him. Anyway, it was the affairs of a young lady and he, a mere common man, could not interfere. Then Qin Feng and Meng Yuren set off again. Ning Rongrong still followed behind him on her own. The next day, early in the morning, the three finally arrived at the royal city of Barak. After spending a night together, Ning Rongrong thought that her relationship with the two men had eased a little. Looking at the three eye-catching characters Barak on the city gate, Ning Rongrong boldly asked, "Hey, what are you two doing here? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, Miss Ning." Meng Yuren spoke each word one by one, emphasizing the last four words. It's a very uncomfortable experience for anyone to be treated coldly despite their efforts. Ning Rongrong's face also turned cold, and she walked towards Qin Feng with a frown. But just as she opened her mouth and before she could shout, a hearty laugh came from the front. "Ha ha ha, Yuren, Xiao Feng, you guys are finally here. You made us wait so long." The visitor was none other than the current representative of the Exotic Beast Academy, Director Su Yupeng. At this moment, his black hair was combed meticulously, and he was wearing a luxurious suit. He looked like a successful man. It is completely different from the decadent appearance a few years ago. It can even be said that it is a complete upgrade and has become more powerful. Speaking of which, I have to thank Qin Feng a lot. After all, without Qin Feng, he couldn't make any progress. Director Su. Director Su. The two greeted each other one after another. Su Yupeng also nodded slightly to the two of them. Qin Feng is now much taller than himself, and Su Yupeng is proud of him. After all, he is the student he watched grow up. Alex Sol looked at the unhappy Ning Rongrong behind them and asked in surprise, "By the way, who is this?" Meng Yuren spoke first, "Just a follower." Ning Rongrong was immediately unhappy. "Who are you calling a follower?" "Talking about you." "Ho-ho." Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Qin Feng hurriedly separated the two and immediately explained to Alex Su, "Director Su, this is the eldest daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. As for why she..." The words are not finished yet. Su Yupeng interrupted urgently and said, "No need, if Miss Ning doesn't mind, you can come along." Seeing that he was so tactful, Ning Rongrong seemed to be proud and snorted at Meng Yuren, "Humph." Meng Yuren was so angry that he gritted his teeth and glared at her indignantly. Seeing this, Su Yupeng hurriedly walked to the front to lead the way. Just now when he heard Qin Feng say that she was the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he was frightened to death. He never dreamed that he would be associated with such a big shot in his life. On the way to the competition preparation area of the Exotic Beast Academy, Alex Su gave a few instructions. This Soul Master Exchange competition is not much worse than the next one. Apart from the Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall, almost all the big names from all the major forces are here. By the way, especially you, Xiao Feng, you must not reveal your real name when you go on stage. The Dean has discussed it with us and has prepared a mask for you. When the time comes, just say you are Zhang's Highway. I see. Qin Feng nodded, naturally understanding their concerns. After all, if the trees are beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy them. Although his teacher, Lord Long, has already reached the level of a level 86 soul Douluo, and even his martial soul fusion technique with that of the Snake Lady is enough to rival a titled Douluo. But no matter what, the Snake Lady's soul power is still too low, and she can't hold on for long with only the Soul Emperor's cultivation level. So he is only comparable, and ultimately cannot defeat the real titled Douluo. After a few people arrived at the preparation area, Lord Long had been waiting for a long time and handed Qin Feng the 1,000-year-old ice silk mask that he had prepared long ago. Qin Feng was not polite either. He took the mask and put it on his face. His originally handsome face immediately turned into a famous face in his previous life as he wished. But this face can only be considered ordinary in the eyes of everyone. Ning Rongrong even complained bluntly, "Qin Feng, what kind of taste do you have? This is too ugly." "Indeed, big brother, your taste is still as indescribable as ever." Meng Yuan also rarely agreed with her. "What do you know? My face means invincibility." Qin Feng, no, it should be said that Zhang Hiwei's temperament suddenly changed. Those who haven't watched Under One Person may not understand Zhang Hiwei's madness, so you can skip this part without affecting your subsequent viewing. He glanced at a few people, and his slightly narrowed eyes seemed to be full of laziness, or contempt. No, the arrogance displayed on Zhang Hiwei's face is not the kind of arrogance that allows one to do whatever he wants. It's the kind of arrogance that makes no one take him seriously, the kind of arrogance that makes one extremely arrogant and thinks he is invincible. This kind of arrogance is not like the kind of arrogance shown by playboys when they are fighting each other. Instead, it is more like a kind of condescension from a higher level, or even without any condescension. Anyway, in the eyes of several people, Zhang Hiwei was like a lone lion on the grassland, unafraid of anyone's calculations and any means, looking down on his own territory. Even Meng Shu couldn't help but praise, "Hiwei, your face makes me want to beat you up." Meng Yuan and Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this face really deserves a beating. Zhang Hiwei lost his composure in a second, "Hee. Anyway, all you need to know is that I am still the same Qin Feng." Meng Shu didn't say anything more and immediately told a few people about the rules of the preliminary round. Since this is a Soul Master Duel Exchange competition held by the Barak Kingdom, the preliminary round is not decided by drawing lots to determine who will win. Instead, it was more like a free-for-all, with all the Soul Master students being dragged onto the stage to fight on their own to decide the champion of the individual competition. Just like the Roman Colosseum, the strongest one is decided. Hearing about such a novel competition, Ning Rongrong said happily, "It's fun, I want to join in too." Thanks to Su Yupeng's explanation just now, Meng Shu knew Ning Rongrong's identity. He frowned and politely refused, "Ms. Ning, it may not be a good idea for an auxiliary spirit master to participate." Ning Rongrong was dejected after being rejected. After all, it was rare for such fun things to happen. At this time, a lazy voice came, "Actually, it's not impossible for you to join us, that is." "What is it?" Ning Rongrong was surprised. "You have to pay more." End of this chapter. Chapter 18 The Dirty Tricks of the Nobles. Chapter 18 The Dirty Tricks of the Nobles. Make a deal. Ning Rongrong thought it was something else, but when she heard it was money, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she handed a gold card to Zhang Hiwei. Sigh. Zhang Hiwei's eyes lit up. This was a gold card worth 100,000 gold soul coins. How many resources can it buy? Seeing his money-grubbing appearance, Ning Rongrong's lips curved slightly, feeling very proud. Zhang Hiwei took the gold card, carefully put it into the soul guide, and said solemnly, "Okay, from now on you are the number 3 person in our alien beast team." Why number 3? Ning Rongrong suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Zhang Hiwei smiled slightly, "Because our team currently consists of you, me, and Yuran." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt like she was on a pirate ship and was being cheated. At this time, Meng Yuran, who was standing by with his arms crossed, glanced at her and said unhappily, "Don't think you're at a disadvantage. The champion of the final team competition of this competition has a 1,000-year soul bone." Based on her understanding of Zhang Hiwei, this soul bone would most likely be sold by him, and the only wealthy person present was Ning Rongrong. I really don't know why he basically spent all the money from the college over the years and didn't save any of the money. I don't know where he spent it. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's mood brightened up as if the sky had cleared up after the rain, and she smiled faintly. Afterwards, everyone went to the preparation hall together. There were not many people in the hall at that time, with only 2 teams sitting on the central sofa waiting. The central sofa is several meters long, enough to accommodate hundreds of people sitting at the same time. Beside each team, there were 2 or 3 hot and pretty maids wearing black stockings, serving tea and water. This made Zhang's highway sigh that only princes and nobles could enjoy it. Little do they know that all this is just appearance. This kind of thing could be hidden from others, but not from Lord Long, who has been in the Spirit Master world for half a century. Meng Shu understood the situation immediately after seeing it, and cursed in his heart, "Damn bastard, he even used such a dirty and shameless trick." He then warned Zhang's highway, do not have any relationship with the maid provided, and do not drink the wine. Looking at his master's serious expression, Zhang's highway didn't understand but nodded anyway. Then Meng Shu took Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuran with him and walked towards the reception room. In an instant, Zhang's highway was the only one left of the original trio. The other soul masters who were originally in the hall, seeing the famous dragon lord Meng Shu leaving, also came over curiously. A man with short hair and as strong as an ape spoke first. "Brother, are you from the school of exotic beasts?" "Yes, you are." Zhang's highway nodded. The man suddenly smiled shyly and extended his hand to Zhang's highway. "Hello, I'm Tai Long from Blue Tyrant Academy. This is the first time I've seen a spirit master taller than me. You have to know that his martial soul is the powerful gorilla, and his martial soul naturally makes him much taller than soul masters of the same age." The soul master in front of him was actually taller than him and looked much younger than him. How could this not make Tyrone curious? Zhang's highway nodded slightly. "Hello, I'm Zhang's highway. By the way, let me introduce them to you. They are Jingling, Huang Yuan, and Zhang Zhu." Tai Long pointed at the 3 people and said enthusiastically. One of them looked emaciated, one was tall and slender, and one had a pretty face. After a few people greeted each other. "By the way, what is your martial spirit?" Tai Long asked impatiently. Zhang's highway frowned and refused. "I'm sorry, I won't reveal the secret of my martial spirit." Tai Long also realized it and suddenly slapped himself, scaring Jingling and others beside him. "Sorry, I forgot this was an exchange match." "Sorry." Zhang's highway said in silence. "No problem." While they were chatting, 2 maids suddenly came up to Zhang's highway, holding a few glasses of wine, and smiled gently. "Master Soul Master, have a drink to quench your thirst." If it were someone else, they would have fallen into this kind of beauty trap long ago. But who is Zhang's highway? He just glanced at it and then shouted coldly, "Get lost." The 2 maids were so scared that they ran away. If Zhang's highway hadn't noticed the little movements of the maids just now, he might not be able to react now. This is not a proper maid service at all, and the real purpose of this preparation hall is not to allow the players to rest. It's simply the hungmen banquet hall. The real intention of those princes and nobles in arranging these things is really well intentioned. Train some maids with good looks and figures, and then let them serve these talented and powerful male soul masters. Once the aphrodisiac is poured into the wine, won't you be at their mercy? By then, it will be easy to borrow sperm to have a child, and those princes and nobles can easily get a child with an upper middle or even top-level martial spirit and great potential. I can even use the child to threaten you in the future. Even if the threat fails, I can still train a soul master with the same bloodline as you. It's simply unbelievable. I can only say that the methods used by these nobles are truly dirty. No wonder Lord Long was so angry when Zhang's highway entered the hall just now. Although Zhang's highway saw through the essence of the situation, Tai Long and his companions were not so smart. They just picked up the wine glass and were ready to drink it all. "Don't drink." Fortunately, Zhang's highway reminded him quickly enough. Only then did Tai Long and his companions stop drinking. What's wrong with Zhang's highway? Is this wine not tasty? Tai Long didn't understand and asked in confusion. Zhang's highway whispered it to a few people. Tai Long was still in shock. I was scared to death, luckily you reminded me. Jingling and Huang Yuan also thanked Zhang's highway. Jiangzhu was so frightened that her face turned pale. You have to know that she was the only female soul master present at the scene. If she had really drunk it, she couldn't even imagine what would have happened. Tai Long patted his chest and said respectfully, "Thank you very much, Zhang's highway. If you need us in the future, just let us know." As he finished speaking, Tyrone was burning with anger that the princes and nobles of Barak actually dared to plot against their Li clan. If I had really drunk it just now, and if the martial spirit inherited by my clan was passed on, would they still be the power clan in the future? You have to know that the more powerful a soul master clan is, the more they value blood inheritance, and intermarriage with outsiders is extremely rare. The clan power in the soul master world, that is, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, is an auxiliary sect. When it is forced to do so, it can only seek marriage with soul masters from other races. Clap clap clap. At this moment, there was suddenly the sound of applause. My little brother really has good eyesight. He saw through Barak's conspiracy at a glance. The person who spoke was a handsome man with blonde hair and elegant clothes. Tai Long and his companions frowned, not knowing who this person was. The blonde man didn't seem to care about their plans. Can I get to know this little brother? My last name is Xuet. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Such a foolish people deserve to destroy the country. Chapter 19, Such a foolish people deserve to destroy the country. Qian Rongxiu, how come she is here? Zhang's highway was puzzled, but he remained calm and bowed. I greet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Tai Long and the others beside him also bowed and said, Greetings, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xueqing he looked surprised. This is my first time in the kingdom of Barak. How do they know me? Oh, you know me. There was a gleam of light in Xueqing he's eyes, and she looked at Zhang's highway with a smile. As a citizen of Tiandu, I believe everyone knows His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, right? Zhang's highway kicked the ball back. Xueqing he naturally didn't believe this. After all, there are tens of millions of people in the Tiandu Empire, but how many of them can actually see his true face? That's true, but I saw everything you did just now, little brother. I really want to be with a talent like you. Xueqing he expressed his admiration without disguising it. Zhang's highway smiled slightly and politely refused. Your Highness the Crown Prince has so many heroes under his command. One more or one less won't make any difference. I'd better not go and embarrass your Highness the Crown Prince. What a sly boy! Xueqing he sighed inwardly. She could sense from the faint fluctuations of soul power beside Zhang's highway that he was at least a soul master. Judging from his appearance, he was about 14 or 15 years old, but he had already reached the level of soul master. This is undoubtedly genius. With the help of the profound foundation of the Tiandu Empire to train him in the future, there is still great hope for him to become a titled Douluo. The most important thing is that when she saw Zhang's highway, her own martial soul actually felt a little restless, or even eager. You have to know that her martial soul is the god-level martial soul, the six-winged angel. What level of martial soul must be that even angels desire? Xueqing he couldn't think of it, nor did he dare to think about it. What if I insist that you come and serve me? Xueqing he's eyes sank slightly, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose a little. In an instant, Zhang's highway's face turned strange. Damn, this woman doesn't understand what I say. Seeing him being humiliated, Xueqing he's smile widened a little, and he thought to himself, little rascal, you are not qualified to compete with me in the field of language art. I have been studying since I was 8 years old. Thinking of this, she suddenly frowned, obviously not wanting to reminisce about the past at all. Forget it. I'll just give you face today. However, I will always keep an eye on you. Tell me your name. Shui Qinghe's gaze fell on Zhang Hiwei, who was lowering his head below. Zhang Hiwei was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly replied, Your Highness, just call me Zhang Hiwei. Okay, I remember. Shui Qinghe smiled at him mysteriously and then left quickly. Staring at her back, Zhang Hiwei cursed inwardly, You have a cat disease. Fortunately, I was smart and reported my pseudonym. As expected, when you go out, you give yourself an identity. Inside a VIP room. Miss, do we need to report this to Emperor Shui yet? A tall man with a ferocious look asked cautiously. And he is none other than the thorny porpoise Douluo. Shui Qinghe on the stage thought deeply, took a deep breath, calmed down and made a decision, I will report the truth to Shui yet. I want to see how my sister will respond. Immediately, she started writing on the table, quickly wrote out a document and threw it to the porcupine. The thorny fish took the scroll, bowed and flew away. Uncle Shi. Shui Qinghe called out to the empty hall. A tall and thin figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in the shadows. It was Snake-Spear Douluo. Miss. Shi Long bowed upwards and then lowered his head, not daring to offend the young lady at all. Go back to the Pope's palace and tell her that I am protecting Zhang's highway, and tell her not to do anything tricky. Shui Qinghe's eyes suddenly became sharp. Even he could come to barrack to inquire about this exchange competition. She didn't believe that Bibi Dong didn't send anyone. Yes. After saying that, Shi Long was about to turn around and leave. Shui Qinghe's cold voice came again. By the way, let's ask Grandpa what kind of martial spirit can make the six-winged angel tremble. Yes. After Shi Long left. I hope there will be something good from Grandpa. Holding the WUHUN encyclopedia, which he had already read through, Shui Qinghe sighed helplessly. Inside the Tiandu palace at that time. Outside the window, dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Inside the Golden Palace, all the ministers kept their heads down and remained silent. Shui Yi's face was as gloomy as a black pot, and he threw the seal in his hand angrily. What does Barrack want to do? Is he planning a rebellion? Soul masters are always the lifeline that determines the outcome of wars, but the Barrack Kingdom is now openly hosting exchange competitions, clearly trying to recruit the younger generation of soul masters. The most important thing is that he, the Supreme Emperor of the Tiandu Empire, was the last one to know that the Huangdu team was going to participate in the competition. And you, Shui Xing, you are participating in the royal fight. Why didn't you report such a big event to me? Shui Xing was frightened and shuddered suddenly. He explained with an ugly face, Your Majesty, I am your servant. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shui Yat. No need. From now on, you are no longer the Dean of Tiandu Royal Academy. Shui Xing's face turned pale immediately, and he quickly knelt down and begged, Your Majesty, brother, big brother, no matter what, I am still your younger brother. Shui Ye glared at him fiercely, Humph, it's precisely because you are my brother that I have been too indulgent towards you over the years. Seeing that there was no hope, Shui Xing suddenly felt as if his spine was broken and he collapsed to the ground with a dead heart. After all, they are still brothers for many years. A trace of pity flashed across Shui Yi's eyes, and then he said in a softer tone, You can be the vice president first. The position of the president will be vacant for the time being, and we will give it to a worthy official in the future. Shui Xing's eyes lit up and she quickly agreed. He knew that Shui Ye was trying to excuse him. After all, if he committed such a serious crime, the public would not be convinced without punishment. Shui Ye glanced at the ministers below and said, My dear ministers, Barrack's ambitions are now clear. Do you have any good plans? Ji Long took the lead and said confidently, Your Majesty, I don't think Barrack is anything to be feared. He has only won over some civilian spirit masters. I have a 1,000,000-strong army in Tiandu, so I don't think he would dare to act rashly. Hearing this, Shuye pondered for a moment, and his originally anxious heart seemed to be injected with a shot of cardiotonic, and he immediately calmed down. I also agree with Marshal Gailong's words. Upon seeing this, the other ministers also took sides and echoed. Shuye nodded, okay, if that's the case, then let's do it this way, and adjourn the court. Little did he know that everything that happened in the court at this moment was seen by the thorny porcupine, who reported it to Jianrongxiu truthfully. After hearing this, Jianrongxiu was both angry and amused. What made him angry was that Marshal Goran of the Tiandu Empire, relying on a million-strong army, was so arrogant that he didn't even take Barak's massive recruitment of young spirit masters seriously. What's funny is that it's a foregone conclusion that she will seize the Tiandu Empire in the future. With such fools in the court, the country deserves to be destroyed. At the same time, in the royal city of Barak at this moment, a grand soul master exchange competition is in full swing. The beautiful host Douluo stood on the stage with her blood boiling and announced, "Next, please welcome the royal fighting team of our Tiandu Empire." End of this chapter. Chapter 20 The Isolated Licking Dog Tang 3. Chapter 20 Isolated Licking Dog Tang San. The 7 members of the royal fighting team were dressed gorgeously and walked slowly into the venue under the awe-inspiring gazes of all the audience. Compared to the Tiandu Empire's appearance, the introductions of other teams were relatively relaxed and cheerful. Next, please welcome the Tian Shui team. The moment the host Dodo's voice fell, 7 tall girls in blue short skirts with unique looks slowly jumped down from the high platform nearby. Just like a girl group's appearance, the melodious music on the scene sounded. The 7 stunning girls' nimble waists also swayed to the music. The audience below the stage was boiling with excitement in an instant, and thunderous applause fell like raindrops, and the resounding sound seemed to be able to lift the clouds. Many people even shouted, "Ms. Shui Binger, I love you." There are simply countless speeches like this. This made Zhang's Highway in the audience very angry. Vulgar, absolutely vulgar, why didn't anyone applaud when we came on stage before? Ning Rongrong glared at him angrily, then why don't you come in? Why are you still standing here looking? You know what? I'm doing this with a critical eye. I want to see what makes them so popular. Zhang's Highway stared at the long legs shining on the stage and spoke righteously. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong burst into laughter and said coldly, "Bah! Lust is lust. You are the first person in the world to be able to describe lust in such a refreshing and refined way." Zhang's Highway waved his hand, "Go away, you short-legged little thing, what do you know? I call this knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. They will be our opponents later." Really? Ning Rongrong looked at him suspiciously. Zhang's Highway spread his hands and said sincerely, "Would I, Zhang's Highway, lie to you?" Ning Rongrong was a little hesitant, but looking at his sincere eyes, could it be that she really had wronged him? "Okay, I'll just believe you. You should know that monks never tell lies." But it was Zhang's Highway who became a monk. "What does it have to do with me, Qin Feng?" Zhang's Highway added secretly in his heart. At this time, Meng Yuren walked over quickly and urged, "Big brother, the competition is about to start, hurry up." "I'm coming." Zhang's Highway responded and then walked towards the venue. It wasn't long before several people arrived at the venue. More than 10 participating teams are already ready. Compared to the 7-man teams of other academies, the monster team here seems a little lonely. Only Zhang's Highway, Meng Yuren, and Ning Rongrong seemed a little different, making people unable to help but glance at them. Meng Shu was actually very distressed about this. "It's not that we don't want to recruit more people, it's just that the strength within the Exotic Beast Academy is uneven. There aren't even a few soul masters, and there are quite a few white rings, who come up just to serve as experience bags." So Meng Shu simply didn't let them go. At the same time, 3 figures appeared on the observation deck on the platform. The leader was holding a scepter that looked rich and impressive, and had a gentle and elegant temperament. He was the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengzi. Next to him was a 2-meter tall, skinny old man, Douluo Gurong. The last one is the pot-bellied King Barak. King Barak boasted proudly, "Master Ning, how is my soul master exchange competition going? If the king thinks it's good, then it's great." Ning Fengzi smiled slightly and gave a pertinent answer. The atmosphere between Barak and Tiandu was obviously a little subtle. As a successful businessman, Ning Fengzi, who had a keen sense of smell, would not bet casually. Moreover, he did not think that a kingdom could compete with the Tiandu Empire just by relying on an exchange match. The final outcome of this matter will definitely be that the kingdom of Barak will surrender and continue to serve as the vanguard of the Tiandu Empire. Gurong suddenly patted Ning Fengzi's shoulder in surprise. "Fengzi, why is Rong there? Didn't you say she went to that dung beetle academy?" Ning Fengzi looked in the direction that Gurong pointed and saw the girl in a green dress on the stage, playing with her chestnut hair out of boredom. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Gu, it's Shrek Academy. As for why Rong is in the Exotic Beast Academy, I don't know either. Then I have to go get her back. This is a soul master competition. She's fooling around. What if she gets hurt?" Gurong frowned, very worried. Ning Fengzi looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Zhang's highway, and he advised in a deep voice. "Uncle Gu, listen to me for once. Rong has been spoiled by you in the sect. This time she came out to gain experience. Since she is willing to join this academy, she must have suffered a lot. And to be honest, I can't tell who that tall young man is. With him around, Rong's safety shouldn't be a problem." Gurong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, but what could he do? Even his own father was like this. He could only sulk by himself, and in his heart he was complaining, "If anyone dares to hurt Rong, I will go to each of them on the stage to show my support." At the same time, outside King Barak's city, Flanders was flying in the air, arriving late with 6 students. As for why they were late, it became clear when they saw Tang San and the others breathing heavily. When Flanders went to show his identity to the guard at the city gate, Xiao Wu was sweating profusely, and her white and tender hands kept waving, trying to fan away the heat. Finally, she couldn't help but complain bitterly. "Tang San, what kind of crappy academy is this that your teacher is talking about? We came all the way here to study, and the tuition is 100 gold coins. It's over kilometers, and this stingy dean is not even willing to pay for a carriage." Tang San looked a little embarrassed. On one side was his teacher and on the other side was his goddess. "Xiao Wu, just bear with it for now. Since the teacher said so, he must have his reasons." Tang San didn't expect that for such a long journey, Flanders would not even bother to call a carriage. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "I don't care. I'm going to drop out of school soon." Tang San was anxious for a moment, then he quickly promised, "Xiao Wu, don't drop out of school. I will call a carriage for you when we go back later." As if he was afraid that something might go wrong, he added, "Let you and Zhu Qing take the carriage, and Mu Bai and I can just run. This way we can also exercise." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's icy face softened a little, her lips lifted slightly to reveal a faint smile, the discomfort in her heart eased a little, and she reluctantly said, "That's more like it." Seeing Xiao Wu looking back and smiling, Tang San's heart almost melted, and he stared at Xiao Wu's pretty profile infatuatedly. Little did they know that this was the scene. They were all pierced by Dai Mubai and the other 2 standing nearby. Dai Mubai angrily complained, "This damn Tang San, he really deserves to die." Ma Hongjun cursed in a low voice, "He values women over friendship, Dai Laeta, this person cannot be a close friend." Oscar also agreed deeply. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone so shameless. Anyone can see that Xiao Wu doesn't want to pay any attention to you, but you, Tang San, are still like a dog, trying to show your affection to her. They have been really annoyed these past few days. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 The preliminary round begins. Chapter 21 The preliminary round begins. The preliminary round is coming soon. Zhang's Highway also followed the team to the central combat platform. Since this competition adopts a team melee type, the battle platform here is more than 10 times larger than the previous Soto Fighting Spirit Arena. The host announced loudly, "Next, please ask the soul masters of each team to enter the battle platform in order. You have 5 minutes to prepare." Zhang's Highway and others also quickly walked to the front. As for the melee, instead of thinking about how to deal with it, it is better to occupy a corner position in advance. This is similar to playing chicken dinner. Instead of going to great lengths to compete with others in the early stages, it is better to conserve your strength and wait for the opportunity. Commonly known as Go, Meng Yuan looked at the others on the field who had already started to discuss seriously, but they were still slow to act, and couldn't help asking, "Big brother, what is our strategy?" Ning Rongrong, who was standing by, also hurriedly listened attentively, curious about what mysterious and unpredictable tactics Zhang's Highway would come up with. Unexpectedly, Zhang's Highway only said 2 words, "Wait." "What do you mean?" The two of them were like curious babies, their faces full of curiosity. Zhang's Highway smiled calmly, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. "I will finally reap the benefits as a fisherman." "Okay, just do it." Meng Yuan and Ning Rongrong both nodded, thinking it was feasible. Then the 3 of them hit it off and shrank into the corner on the spot, trying to reduce their presence as much as possible. The host on the stage was stunned when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but ask, "Has the Exotic Beast Academy given up? Why are the 3 students hiding in the corner?" The audiences in the audience were also dumbfounded. It was the first time they saw such a useless team that gave in before the game even started. Seeing this, Yu Tianheng of the Royal Fighting Team flashed a trace of contempt in his eyes. "Brothers, it seems that our main opponent today is Tian Shui College." Seeing Yu Tianheng being so conceited, Ye Lingling gently reminded him, "Captain, don't forget the instructions of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince said. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yu Tianheng's lover Duguyan. Duguyan lifted her purple hair and said nonchalantly, "Lingling, you are too concerned. Maybe His Royal Highness the Crown Prince just made a mistake. You know, according to our intelligence, Zhang's Highway has only appeared in Soto City so far." Talking about this, Yu Tianheng beat his chest and stamped his feet, with a look of regret. "What a pity, we are only 1 day late. Any soul master would feel honored to be able to fight against such a being. Not to mention people like Yu Tianheng, whose martial soul is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. You have to know that people like them with true dragon martial souls are naturally arrogant, and generally there are few people who can really make them look up to them." Duguyan comforted him gently, "Tianheng, there will be opportunities in the future. The time is coming soon." Following the host's order, the scene suddenly became chaotic, and the majestic soul power swept across the entire venue. In a split second, Yu Tianheng activated his martial spirit, arcs of electricity flashed on his blue dragon claws, and he shouted to Shui Binger with fighting spirit, "Captain Tian Shui, how about we join forces to deal with the other teams first?" Shui Binger thought for a moment and agreed immediately, "Okay, we in Tian Shui are willing to join forces with you." When the other colleges saw this, they were immediately unhappy. Especially Salon, the leader of Barak Academy, was so angry that his mouth was twisted. The 2 strongest academies actually joined together. Barak's captain was no fool either. He shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, everyone. They won't be able to get rid of us before their soul power runs out. As long as we unite, we will be able to kill Huangdo and Tian Shui first." "I agree," otherwise we will be defeated one by one sooner or later. Don't be scared, let's fuck him together. It counts as one of our botanical college. Soon, many academies formed a coalition and prepared to launch a fierce attack on the Huangdu team and the Tian Shui team. Barrack's captain took the lead and released his own martial spirit, the swift wind demon eagle. A pair of wind wings appeared behind him, and 3 spirit rings also appeared at the same time. Third soul skill, Gale Flash. Captain Barrack rushed towards Yu Tianheng's back swiftly, and the sharp steel claws in his hands seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Unexpectedly, Yu Tianheng suddenly turned around and said with a fierce smile, "I've been waiting for you." The third soul skill, the Fury of Thunder. The second soul skill, Thunder. Yu Tianheng activated the amplifying soul skill in seconds, and then released a thunderous force, and the dazzling lightning suddenly covered his entire body. Captain Barrack, who happened to enter the attack range, suffered a lot. He was immediately electrocuted and his whole body was convulsing. Just when Captain Barrack fell into despair and thought he was about to be taken away. At this critical moment, Yu Tianheng actually let go, and instead turned to look at Duguyan and shouted, "Yanzi, do it!" Captain Barrack was quick to sense something and exclaimed, "Not good. Everyone, retreat." The third soul skill, green phosphorus and purple poison. But how could Duguyan do as he wished? A dark purple poisonous mist suddenly swept over. Many contestants felt dizzy after being touched, and even those with excellent physical fitness collapsed and had no power to resist at all. The large group of people who were previously full of energy were wiped out in an instant. This was even after Duguyan had stopped. It's simply jaw-dropping. As expected of a poison attribute soul master, even if he can't beat anyone in a one-on-one fight, he's awesome at beating up weak opponents in a group fight. Seeing this, Shui Binger on the other side quickly released her martial soul fusion skill with Shui Wu, ice and snow flying. The biting cold wind blew away the poisonous fog in an instant. And in the corner, Zhang's Highway glanced at Yu Tianheng with admiration. This kid is not stupid, at least he knows how to lure someone into a trap and then poison them. Hey, Zhang's Highway, you still have the heart to talk about this? The poisonous fog is about to spread to us. Ning Rongrong was so anxious that tears were about to come out. She didn't want to be like those people and collapse on the stage like a broken-back dog. She would lose all her face. Meng Yuan was not in a hurry. Why rush? Senior brother is not afraid of poison. Ning Rongrong looked at the two people's nonchalant appearance, and a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Just as she was hesitating whether she should run away and jump off the stage early, a faint golden light slowly attached itself to the three people. A yellow soul ring of Zhang's Highway instantly appeared, and it was his first soul skill that lit up. Under the shocked gazes of countless people at the scene, the poisonous fog was completely blocked out by the golden light. Duguyan looked at Zhang's Highway in disbelief, and suddenly remembered something. The martial spirit of the boy many years ago seemed to be this kind of golden light. Could it be him? Duguyan was not sure, but she still secretly memorized the man's face and prepared to go back and tell her grandfather. Yu Tianheng couldn't help but exclaimed. What kind of soul skill is this? It can even resist poisonous fog. Yu Feng and the others standing by also showed expressions of astonishment. Perhaps no one present understood the horror of Duguyan's poison better than them. At this moment, only Sanfang Academy was left on the field. Royal Fight, Tian Shui, and Strange Beasts. At this time, a spectator suddenly pointed at Zhang's Highway and shouted, "Hey, I remember. I have seen this man's martial spirit. He is Zhang's Highway from Soto City. Real or fake? Is it Zhang's Highway who set a record of 100 consecutive wins and an undefeated record in the fighting arena? I can't be wrong. I can see it clearly. It's this martial spirit." End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Little Rabbit Exposed. Chapter 22 Little Rabbit Exposed. Yu Tianheng's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, are you Zhang's Highway? Zhang's Highway lazily scratched his ears and said calmly, if there is no second Zhang's Highway, then I should be the one. Come on, let's have a fight, just between you and me. If I lose, the royal fighting team will admit defeat. Yu Tianheng could hardly suppress his fighting spirit, and stared at Zhang's Highway with blazing eyes, as if he was afraid that he would run away. Hearing this, Duguyan and others on the side expressed their support for their captain's behavior. Just when everyone thought that Zhang's Highway would agree without hesitation, he smiled calmly again. Why do you say we should have a duel? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Yu Tianheng said confidently, in a team fight we are 7v3, you will definitely lose, so you have no other choice. Zhang's Highway chuckled, then why don't I just withdraw from the competition? After saying that, he walked towards the edge with an attitude of giving up. Zhang's Highway also realized that Yu Tianheng wanted to fight him. Sure enough, just as he took a step forward, Yu Tianheng hurriedly shouted, no, you can talk about it. Facing such a scoundrel, it was the first time that Yu Tianheng felt so aggrieved. It feels like hitting cotton with all your strength. Zhang's Highway thought about it for a while, then asked tentatively, then I will make a request. Raise. Yu Tianheng's face was full of black lines and he gritted his teeth. Is it not too much to ask for 10,000 gold soul coins? Duguyan, who was standing by, said coldly, you are talking nonsense. How can you ask for such a high price? Then I think this is going to be difficult to do. Zhang's Highway pretended to be very embarrassed. One price, 2,000 at most. Yu Tianheng suppressed his pain and named a price. You have to know that this is his monthly mortgage payment. The people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family have always been arrogant and have never been involved in business, which has led to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family being relatively poor compared to other sects. Deal. Zhang's Highway agreed without thinking. You will get 2,000 gold soul coins regardless of whether you win or lose a game. Only a fool would disagree. Seeing the speed of his expression change, Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth. He suppressed his anger and asked, are you ready? You should ask yourself if you are ready. Zhang's Highway's whole body was covered with golden light, like a god. He quickly came in front of Yu Tianheng. He was a head taller than Yu Tianheng, and the feeling of oppression he felt was overwhelming. A powerful aura came towards him. Although the soul power fluctuations were not as strong as Yu Tianheng's, Zhang's Highway's feeling of looking down on him made Yu Tianheng lose a lot in momentum. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Even though he was weaker than the other, Yu Tianheng still decided to strike first. His ferocious dragon claws, covered with arcs of electricity, attacked Zhang's Highway at a rapid speed. Zhang's Highway was not afraid either. While releasing the amplification of his first soul skill, his third soul skill also lit up at the same time. Third soul skill, Golden Body. Soul skill effect, increases strength by 150% and doubles speed. At the same time, it also grants half an hour of invincibility and 3 seconds of invincibility. Zhang's Highway is not just a heavy armored warrior. He stepped forward and raised his right palm to fan towards Yu Tianheng's upper dan. That's right, Zhang's Highway was planning to trick him into taking the pill. The shaking of the upper danshan is enough to disrupt the soul power of the Soul Master and temporarily break the state of martial soul possession. Although it has little effect on high-level soul masters, it is very effective against low-level soul masters. But this move also has risks, and it is generally difficult to produce any effect, because if you use too much force, the person will become a fool, and if you use too little force, the person will not be able to move the upper elixir. But once successful, it can not only easily break Yu Tianheng's martial soul possession state, but also make him briefly dizzy for a few seconds. Just when the two were about to collide, neither of them chose to dodge, but instead chose the most manly way of fighting. A blood exchange fight. Yu Tianheng's dragon claws first grabbed Zhang's Highway's chest, but the arc of electricity that swept over didn't even tear apart his golden light. He widened his eyes. Zhang's highway's seemingly ordinary slap, but with terrifying force, it was already coming towards him in the face. Yu Tianheng's mind went blank and he felt dizzy. The state of martial spirit possession was broken in an instant and he fell to the ground unconscious in the blink of an eye. A striking palm print also appeared on his face. Duguyan rushed over in grief and carefully checked Yu Tianheng's injuries. She was relieved to find that he was just fainted. And in an instant, the scene fell into dead silence. Everyone looked incredulous. What just happened? Why did Yu Tianheng suddenly fall to the ground? Hiss, it's just right, worthy of being Zhang's highway, he was invincible in Soto City with just one slap. Why did that blue lightning Tyrannosaurus guy suddenly fall down? Oh my god, this ticket is worth it. I can see someone slap a genius with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit and knock him out. Ning Fengzi on the high platform asked in confusion, Uncle Gu, how was Yu Tianheng's spirit possession broken? The scene just now set off a storm in Gu Rong's heart. He couldn't help but slap his thigh and exclaimed, Sect Master, this kid is definitely a genius. Hitachi Dan, why didn't I think of such a wonderful move? But it's a pity that it only works on low-level soul masters. Gu Rong said with some regret. Little did he know that Ning Fengzi was already dumbfounded. Dare you shake the upper dantian? If you don't handle it properly, it could be fatal. As we all know, humans have 3 dantians, upper, middle, and lower, and each one is related to the cultivation of the lifeline. If there is any damage, at best the soul power will not be able to improve in this life, or at worst, he will become a disabled person. At the same time, in the viewing area below. Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but stand up and shouted, Come on, Qin Feng, you did a great job. In an instant, all the soul masters above the soul Douluo level at the scene turned their eyes to her. Gu Rong's eyes flashed with greed, and his breathing became rapid. I didn't expect that there is 100,000-year-old soul beast hidden here. Ning Fengzi was startled and asked in surprise, Uncle Gu, did you make a mistake? I don't think this girl has anything special about her. Fengji, you haven't reached Soul Douluo yet, so naturally you can't see through this fog clearly, but don't worry, this 100,000-year soul bone is definitely for our 7 treasures glazed tile sect. After saying that, Gu Rong leaped forward, and 9 soul rings suddenly appeared. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became solemn and dignified. No one dares to be presumptuous in front of a titled Douluo. Tide Douluo. Xiao Wu only realized at this moment what a wrong decision it was for her to stand up and cheer for Qin Feng. The terrifying aura of the ancient banyan tree also frightened her and made her tremble. Gu Rong's calm voice carried an unquestionable tone, Little rabbit, are you going to follow me obediently, or humph? Shrek and others, not knowing what was going on, stood up one after another. Flanders asked respectfully, Your Majesty, I don't know why my student offended you. Can you please let her go? Tang San also followed suit and advised, Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding between Xiao Wu and you. What misunderstanding? This rabbit is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. Is there anything wrong with me killing a soul beast? Don't complain, or I'll kill you too. Gu Rong had a strange temper to begin with, and now he was questioned by a few juniors, which made him feel unhappy. What? You said Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tang San didn't believe what Gu Rong said at all, and refuted righteously, You are talking nonsense, Xiao Wu lived in the same dormitory with me when she was 6 years old, she can't be a soul beast in human form. Gu Rong sneered, Boy, wait until you reach my level before you talk to me about this. Now get out of the way. We in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will definitely take this rabbit. I, Gu Rong, said so. At this time, golden chrysanthemum petals fell from the sky, like golden rain. Along with it came a feminine voice that sounded neither male nor female. Humph. Gurong, the treasures of the world belong to those who are powerful. We in the Spirit Hall are not afraid of your 7 treasures glazed tile sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Tang Hao's Attack. Chapter 23 Tang Hao's Attack. Looking at the figure in the air, Xiao Wu's face turned pale with fright, and she seemed to almost stop breathing in fear. It would be fine if there was only one titled Douluo, but now here comes another one. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be WUHUN. Gurong smiled contemptuously. He was not afraid of the chrysanthemum pass if he fought alone. Broken bones, is that something you can call WUHUN? Yu Guan flew down and waved out countless golden petals with his right hand, which suddenly turned into countless sharp blades and flew towards the ancient banyan tree. The ancient banyan space vortex flashed and easily blocked it. Then he pretended to be nonchalant and said sarcastically, "Oh, it seems that the ghost is gone, and you, a rotten chrysanthemum, are in trouble." WUHUN was so angry that his face turned pale, but his martial spirit was not good at attacking. He immediately stretched out his orchid finger, and shouted to the sky in a voice that gave people goosebumps, "Old ghost, why don't you come out?" The ghost hiding in the dark froze his mouth, and turned into a ghostly shadow falling from the sky. WUHUN, you are so slow. It would be better if you just let the little rabbit kidnap you. I can't beat him. Looking at the two flirting, Gurong's face was full of black lines. As a titled Douluo, why not do something else but non-tuong? Fortunately, Lao Jianren and I are not involved in non-tuong. Gurong shouted coldly, "Hey! Are you two going to fight or not? If not, get out of here right away." Yu Guan looked disdainful. "Vulgar, really vulgar, all you think about is fighting. It seems that you, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, are not very peaceful either. Why waste your time talking to him? Let's get together." Ghosts are typical people who are ruthless and don't talk much. In the blink of an eye, countless ghost mists rose up, and suddenly a giant skeleton hand stretched out from the center of the ghost mist and slapped the ancient banyan tree. At that time, King Barak's face was enthusiastic and he shouted excitedly, "Salon, go and mobilize the troops. Now that 100,000-year-old shape-shifting spirit beast has appeared in our Barak kingdom, we naturally cannot let outsiders snatch it away." Saren asked hesitantly, "Then the exchange competition will not be held? If we mobilize troops here now, we will definitely alienate the masses and drive them away. Then the exchange competition will be cancelled, and the manpower, material and financial resources they have used to earn royalties during this period will be wasted. What the hell are we going to do? This is a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Maybe this is the only one we'll see in this lifetime." King Barak's mouth was wide open, revealing his yellow teeth. Salong advised, "They are 3 title Douluo." Title Douluo? So what if he is a title Douluo? How many groups can he fight? King Barak was panting like a cow, looking like a gambler. The temptation of the 100,000-year soul beast had driven him completely crazy. Seeing that the king was determined to do what he wanted, Salon knew that he could not do anything, so he had no choice but to clasp his hands and say, "Yes. I will mobilize the troops right away." At the same time, Gurong fought 2 title Douluo alone. Although it looked very strenuous, the Bone Douluo, who was known for his cunning and unpredictable nature, lived up to his reputation. "Uncle Gu, I'm here to help you." 3 streams of light rushed into the ancient banyan tree as swiftly as the wind, and the amplification of the Soul Saint Level 7 Treasures glazed tower was instantly manifested. At this moment, Gurong not only did not feel any effort, he even waved at the 2 of them provocatively, "Come on, continue." And the other side. Salon's work efficiency was still very fast. The crowd in the venue was quickly cleared out, and the only ones left were some brave young soul masters. It just so happened that Zhang's highway was among them. At this moment, he stared intently at the fight between the 3 people on the field, secretly complaining, "Fight, Fight, fight, it's best to beat Tang Hao seriously. At this moment, a domineering and unruly voice suddenly sounded in the sky, how dare a chrysanthemum or a little devil touch my people? Who? Gurong and the other two looked up at the sky at the same time. Just hear a bang. An extremely huge hammer suddenly smashed down, and a huge pit several meters deep appeared. Tang Hao, with messy hair and wearing ragged linen clothes, appeared like a wild man not far in front of them. Tang Hao. Yu Guan and Gui Mei's faces changed drastically, and at the same time, the scars they were inflicted by Tang Hao many years ago seemed to start to hurt again. As survivors of that battle, no one understood better than them how powerful Tang Hao's outburst was. You have to know that at that time Tang Hao had just broken through to the titled Douluo, and now more than 10 years have passed. To what level should Tang Hao's strength have improved? Yueguan and Gaimei didn't even dare to think about it. Dad! Tang San said in surprise when he saw the person coming. At the same time, when he saw that his father was a titled Douluo, Tang San's despair, which had been caused by the 3 titled Douluos vying for Xiao Wu, suddenly revived. Tang Hao clenched the clear sky hammer in his hand, and 9 soul rings fell one after another. Unlike other titled Douluo, Tang Hao's last spirit ring is red. This also indicates that this is a 100,000-year soul ring. When Gurong, who was standing by, saw the 100,000-year spirit ring, he immediately started to be wary of Tang Hao. Feng Ji, how about? Gurong was about to say that he had snatched Xiao Wu away and was about to run away with him. Ning Fengzi suddenly interrupted him and shook his head slightly. Uncle Gu, forget it. It's not worth offending Tang Hao and Haoshan sect for a 100,000-year soul bone. At this time, he was only accompanied by Bone Douluo, and it was impossible for him to snatch Xiao Wu from Tang Hao. In that case, why not give it to Tang Hao and earn a favor? Thinking of this, Ning Fengzi immediately decided to express his position. Tang Hao, we, the 3 upper sects, have always been of the same blood. Since this is your prey, then we, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, will withdraw. Tang Hao was delighted and clasped his fists in thanks. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. I owe you a favor for this. Tang Hao shouted at Tang San in a loud voice, Xiao San, take your girlfriend and leave quickly. I will cover the rest. When Xiao Wu heard the word girlfriend, she frowned slightly and wanted to refute, but she didn't say anything. After all, saving her life was the most important thing at the moment. It is good. Tang San was ecstatic. His previous inferiority complex was healed by an inexplicable self-confidence at this moment. His father was actually a titled Douluo. Is this Tang San's father? There was a storm in the hearts of the Shrek people. Especially Dai Mubai and Ma Hung Jun, a deep regret arose in their hearts. Damn it, you have a father who is a titled Douluo, why didn't you tell me earlier? The 2 of them often bully Tang San behind his back, and they are the only 2 people in the entire Shrek who have had conflicts with Tang San and Xiao Wu. The 2 were so scared that they huddled together, afraid that Tang San would notice them and take the opportunity to retaliate. When Zhu Zuqing saw this scene, she couldn't hide her disappointment in her dull eyes. As we all know, disappointments accumulate. Disappointment again and again. Things have accumulated to the point where Zhu Zuqing no longer has any hope for Dai Mubai. Just as her vision was dark, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a person acting sneakily out of the corner of her eye. Zhu Zuqing looked in that direction. Zhang's highway was seen walking with light steps, afraid of disturbing several titled Douluo, and slowly moving towards the door step by step. This cautious look is completely different from the powerful look Zhang's highway had on the stage just now. Zhu Zuqing couldn't help laughing while feeling a little curious. Why is Zhang's highway in such a hurry to go? Generally speaking, shouldn't a normal young spirit master be very excited to see the battle between titled Douluo? It was just like the people of Dragon Country in the previous life saw the little boy explode in the island country. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Qin Feng and number 039, S Guilt. Chapter 24 Qin Feng's guilt. When Zhang's highway saw Tang Hao coming, he also seized the opportunity and walked out of the venue carefully. I thought I had done it perfectly and no one would find out. Suddenly, a hand patted Zhang's highway gently from behind. Who? He was so scared that he turned around and punched. Years of training have almost turned this into a muscle reaction. Zhu Zuqing was also frightened by the sudden punch and quickly stepped back a few steps to avoid the attack. Seeing that the person coming was Zhu Zuqing, Zhang's highway was a little surprised. Why is it you? Me. A trace of panic appeared on Zhu Zuqing's cold face. It's just like a kitten that was caught by its owner while eating dried fish. Seeing that she couldn't answer a question for a long time, Zhang's highway was too lazy to continue asking and turned away. Time is very tight. He must rush to the Holy Soul village before Tang Hao returns, and then take away A Yin's 100,000-year soul bone from the back mountain. When he came to the street, Zhang's highway searched for a long time but couldn't find a carriage that was waiting for passengers, and he became extremely anxious. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. Zhu Zuqing, who had been following him, also noticed that he seemed to be looking for a carriage. She was kind-hearted by nature. She stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed in the direction of the south of the city. There are no carriages in the north of the city today, only in the south. Hey, thank you so much. Time was running out and Zhang's highway had no time to thank him. He could only say a few words casually. Just as he was about to run, Zhu Zuqing called him back. Can I go with you? Casual. Zhang's highway's mind was full of the shape of the 100,000-year soul bone, so he didn't care about anything else and agreed without thinking. A hint of secret joy flashed across Zhu Zuqing's brows. She certainly didn't just want to be with Zhang's highway. Zhu Zuqing also watched the exchange match just now and saw the strength displayed by Zhang's highway. It is no exaggeration to say that he is invincible among his peers and a peerless genius. From the beginning to the end, Zhu Zuqing admired the strong and wanted to understand him. Or maybe I want to understand Zhang's highway's training methods and why he is so strong. Zhu Zuqing wanted to try Zhang's highway's training method to make herself stronger before the duel. And this was just to fulfill Zhu Zuqing's small wish. This wish seems simple to others, but it is an unattainable luxury to Zhu Zuqing. And this little wish is to live. The two men came to the north of the city and called a carriage to head to the Holy Soul village at full speed. On the road. Because the two didn't know each other beforehand, Zhang's highway and Zhu Zuqing stared at each other in the carriage, and no one spoke. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Finally, I don't know how long it took. Zhu Zuqing couldn't hold back her agitation and spoke first. Zhang's highway, you are Qin Feng, right? Qin Feng was not surprised to hear this. After all, she had seen her martial soul before, and immediately took off the mask on her face. Zhu Zuqing looked embarrassed. Her two slender hands were clasped together tightly, and she held her breath. She opened her mouth several times, but she was too shy to say anything. After thinking it over again and again, Zhu Zuqing decided to open the topic from the side first, and then take the opportunity to ask Qin Feng about his training methods. Qin Feng, I want to ask what level your soul power is. Why are you asking this? Qin Feng frowned, not understanding. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't play by the rules, Zhu Zuqing simply made up her mind and asked neatly, I want to know your training methods, please, this is really important to me, I want to become stronger. Qin Feng immediately understood her thoughts and immediately refused, you can't practice with my training method. Zhu Zuqing lowered her head in disappointment, a feeling of helplessness surged in her heart. Actually, it's not impossible, it's just. Zhu Zuqing's eyes lit up and she held her breath. You have to pay more. Qin Feng chuckled. This was his principle in life. As long as the money is in place, we will punch the Tiandu Empire and kick the titled Douluo. Zhu Zuqing's originally silent heart was revived again, and she quickly took out a golden storage card from the soul guide. Although the Luo Empire gave them free rein, it would not deduct a cent from their monthly mortgage payments. In addition, Zhu Zuqing doesn't enjoy life much, spends very little money, and has several sets of leather jackets that she wears in turn. I have saved a lot of money over the years. A total of 228,005 silver soul coins, is that enough? When Zhu Zuqing said this, her heart rose to her throat again, fearing that Qin Feng would refuse. When Qin Feng heard this number that was accurate to the decimal, he was shocked. He understood clearly what it meant. Zhu Zuqing actually took out all her belongings, not even leaving a penny for herself. At this moment, even Qin Feng's eyes became clear. My own training methods were free in my previous life. He inexplicably felt guilty for blackmailing such a simple and innocent girl. No, I've always valued money, how can I be soft-hearted? You have to get hard, Qin Feng. Qin Feng told himself so in his heart. However, he did not retract his outstretched hand. In the end, Qin Feng took the card and said, "This money will be your health fee." Health fees? Zhu Zuqing tilted her head and looked at him blankly. Qin Feng waved his hand impatiently, "Don't ask so many questions, anyway, you just need to know that I will teach you how to become stronger." Oh. Zhu Zuqing nodded obediently, and then followed Qin Feng's example and began to close her eyes and rest. As for what the sanitation fee is, since Qin Feng didn't say, she wouldn't ask. Seeing that she didn't ask any more questions, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The indescribable feeling in his heart when he went against his original intention made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles and walking on thin ice. In short, Master Qin, who has been busy for half his life, still went against his original intention of pursuing money. At the same time, the two generals Hung and Ha were defeated and fled again after being beaten by Tang Hao. Because Yueguan and Gaimei failed in their mission, they walked into the Pope's palace trembling with fear, for fear of angering the person on the throne. At this moment, sitting on the throne was a woman of extraordinary beauty. Her lavender curly hair was casually scattered, and she was wearing a charming purple-fitted dress. Her pair of wine-red eyes were looking at the information in her hands seriously. Her fair and translucent skin was mixed with endless indifference, and her slender jade feet were swaying casually. And she is Bibi Dong, whose soul power is as high as level 98. At that time, not even the slightest movement in the hall could escape her perception. Just when the two generals Hung and Ha thought that Bibi Dong didn't notice them, a calm female voice came slowly. "Mission failed." I was surprised to see that this crazy woman didn't get angry. Yueguan and Gaimei were both stunned. Not right, not right. There's at least 12 points that are wrong. When Bibi Dong saw this, she looked as if she had expected it, and snorted coldly. "Humph, I knew you would fail. Don't worry about King Barak's exchange competition. I want you to do something else." End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Remarks on the Launch. Chapter 25 Remarks on the Launches. Take a breath. It is finally time for this book to be put on the shelves. Friends on Kidian may not understand, because this book was first released on Cred, it is only put on the shelves with 5 words. The most powerful person in this Q period is Lan. I thought Pluto was above me, and I even thought I couldn't advance. I didn't expect that Pluto was actually below me. First of all, I would like to thank all the parents who provide me with food and clothing. I won't say more, I'm a bit excited and can't finish it all at once. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. Please read it and pre-order it. This is the first time I'm writing a book, I'm begging you for help. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, A Different Holy Soul Village Seeking Follow-up Reading. Chapter 26 A Different Holy Soul Village Seeking Follow-up Reading. The carriage finally arrived at Nottingham after driving all the way, but the road in the countryside was not passable. Because the road was too steep and covered with yellow mud, the driver felt sorry for his cart. Qin Feng also expressed his understanding. After paying the money, he took Zhu Zuqing on foot to the Holy Soul village. The journey was dozens of kilometers long, with yellow sand everywhere, and the environment was extremely harsh. Zhu Zuqing, who was following behind Qin Feng, was very nervous. I used to hear the elders in my family say that poor and mountainous countrysides produce unruly people. She was worried that something bad would happen. But it was obvious that Zhu Zuqing was overthinking it. Soon, a several-meter-high, eye-catching and solemn marble tablet appeared in front of them. It read, "Ahead, Holy Soul Village." Zhu Zuqing was a little confused because the quality of this stone tablet was completely different from the road section they had just walked through. But the road they just walked on was clearly a yellow mud road. Why would anyone spend money on a knife handle? After a while, the two arrived at a small village that was not really a rural village. But everything here surprised Zhu Zuqing greatly. It was not only because every house was made of blue bricks and red tiles, as if they were new, but also looked nothing like the earthen tile houses she had seen in Shrek. Logically speaking, it is the busy farming season now, and farmers in the countryside should be working in the fields at noon. However, at the entrance of Holy Soul Village, several villagers gathered together, chatting and entertaining each other. Unlike the villagers Zhu Zuqing had occasionally met in the city before, none of them seemed to have any worries. They all had rosy complexions and did not look like they were often working in the farm and not having enough to eat. At this time, several careful and sharp-eyed villagers saw two figures from a long distance away. One of them was a familiar figure that they would never forget in their lives. They shouted excitedly, "Hey! Look everyone, Xiao Feng is back! Hey, it's really Xiao Feng! Come on, hurry up, go back and light the fire! Let Xiao Feng come to my house for dinner today." Bullshit! Why should I go to your house for dinner? If I have to go, I'll go to my house. I'm going back to light the fire now. Stop arguing, the village chief is here. Everyone quickly made way for him and greeted him with a smile. "Village chief, why are you here?" Old Jack, leaning on his cane, snorted unhappily, "Humph, let me see you lazy bums, you stay at the entrance of the village all day long, not even working the land, just thinking about eating Xiao Feng's food all day long." Everyone looked a little embarrassed. One of them said bitterly, "Village chief, it's not that we don't want to grow crops. The last time Xiao Feng came back, he said he wanted to requisition all our land. He said he wanted to set up a village or something." Someone behind him reminded, "Gymnasium. Oh, yes, that's it. He said we should exercise so that we won't be so bored during normal times." Hearing this, old Jack had nothing more to say. Since it was Qin Feng's decision, he supported it unconditionally, but he still reminded Xiao Feng brings back so much money every year, which is used to improve everyone's lives and to repair houses in the village. You should all remember your roots. Hearing this, many villagers looked extremely solemn and said, "Village chief, no matter who we have been kind to, we must not forget Xiao Feng's kindness. They will never forget the hard days when they worked together in the fields. After a year of hard work, the food grown is not enough to feed the family, and the taxes in the Tiandu Empire are getting heavier every year." But the nobles and royals in the upper class still said, "Why can't you peasants make money? It's because you don't work hard enough." But is all the effort useful in the end? Everyone felt sad when talking about this. If it weren't for Qin Feng, they wouldn't have been able to live such a good life. At this time, Qin Feng and Zhu Zuqing also walked to the entrance of the village. "Grandpa Jack, I'm back." Hearing the familiar voice, old Jack's eyelids twitched. He seemed unable to believe his ears and turned around tremblingly. When old Jack saw the figure not far away that gradually resembled the one he had when he was a child, his cloudy eyes suddenly became moist. "Xiao Feng. Grandpa Jack, did you miss me?" Qin Feng smiled and hugged old Jack. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Old Jack's aged face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Then he saw a beautiful girl next to Qin Feng. "Xiao Feng, who is this?" Friend. When he heard it was a friend, old Jack felt a little regretful, but he didn't show it. After all, today was a happy day. Many simple villagers nearby also came up and said enthusiastically, Xiao Feng, let's go to Aunt Chen's house for dinner today. I made your favorite braised pork when you were a child. Xiao Feng, come to my house, come to my house, Niunia misses you. Qin Feng was really overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the villagers. After a while of refusing, he finally managed to get rid of them. Old Jack smiled and took Qin Feng's hand. Xiao Feng, you have to have a good chat with Grandpa today. Come home with me for dinner. Hey, okay. Qin Feng naturally would not refuse old Jack's invitation. After all, if it weren't for old Jack, he would have starved to death since he was a child. In his mind, although old Jack is not his biological grandfather, he is better than his biological grandfather. After Qin Feng and Zhu Zuqing left, many villagers sighed on the spot. Hey, people are different. Our village has only produced 2 soul masters in all these years. Xiao Feng became a soul master, and not only did he not look down on us, he also often sent money back to help everyone repair their houses. Yet, look at that Tang San. I used to help him when he was little, but now that he's become a spirit master, he doesn't even come back to the village to see us. What's that? His father still owes me a lot of money for wine. I felt sorry for the father and son, so I didn't even mention it to them. Hey, don't you dare say anything nonsense. Tang San is now the head spirit master. Be careful that he will take revenge on you. Everyone was horrified and chose not to talk about this topic. However, everyone still sighed. People are really different. At the same time, a deep faith also arose in their hearts, that is, the Angel God once said, good people will be rewarded. Isn't this a good reward for them? If I hadn't helped Qin Feng out of kindness when he was young, how could I have the good life I have now? At the same time, in a certain unknown worship hall, a blonde old man suddenly frowned and thought to himself, strange, why do I feel that the angel's power has become a little stronger recently? In the evening, after dinner, Qin Feng and Zhu Zuqing came to their backyard at the same time to digest their food. Zhu Zuqing said with amazement and admiration, Qin Feng, you are such a good person. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. How could he be given the card of being a good guy even though he had traveled through time? Zhu Zuqing then continued, when I was escaping from Xingluo, I saw many soul masters who were born into civilian families, but I have never seen anyone like you who gives back to the villagers and repays kindness. Most of the soul masters Zhu Zuqing had met who were of civilian origin, once they gained power, not only would they not help others in return, but they would also become even more harsh in criticizing their fellow countrymen. What's the big deal? Qin Feng was dismissive of this. In his opinion, isn't gratitude a virtue that every human being should possess? End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Obtaining a Wild 10,000-Year Soul Bone. Chapter 27, Obtaining a Wild 100,000-Year Soul Bone. Back then, every villager contributed 1 copper coin to help me with my living expenses. If it weren't for them, I would have starved to death. So it's my duty to help them. Think about it, now that I have attained the truth, can I ignore them? Not only will I pay for the road construction in the village, I will also make Holy Soul Village the richest village in the entire continent. I will also let all the stray dogs in Holy Soul Village have golden rice bowls and eat yellow food. Qin Feng spoke passionately about his grand vision for the future of Holy Soul Village. If it were someone else, it might seem very boring. Zhu Zuqing listened attentively. The two of them started talking and were no longer as distant as before, chatting with each other. Until late at night, Zhu Zuqing looked up at the starry sky and was silent for a long time before asking a question. Qin Feng, do you think everyone's fate is like the stars, already determined? Nonsense, I only know that nothing is difficult in this world as long as you are willing to climb. Qin Feng said with a serious face. The two chatted for a while, and before they knew it, it was already very late. Zhu Zuqing asked a second question, "Do you think I still have a chance?" However, after a long time, there was still no response. Zhu Zuqing looked towards Qin Feng, only to see that he had fallen into a deep sleep leaning on a recliner. Afterwards, Zhu Zuqing did not disturb him anymore. She took out a purple quilt from her soul guide and gently covered him with it. Then she took off her boots, revealing her fair and tender feet, and tapped them on the floor carefully, for fear of waking Qin Feng up. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Feng finally woke up and suddenly found an extra quilt on himself. He looked around in surprise. When Qin Feng saw a cat in the center of the bed sheet, he immediately understood everything. He rubbed his forehead and sighed, "It seems that I drank too much yesterday. How come I fell asleep suddenly? I was still thinking about going to the back mountain. It shouldn't be too late now. After all, there are two titled Douluo. Tang Hao will have to drink a pot no matter what. How can he have time to go back to the Holy Spirit village now? However, in order to avoid any more trouble, it is better to take it away first." Thinking of this, Qin Feng stood up, folded the quilt, washed up, and ran towards the back mountain. We passed through dense trees until we saw a waterfall several meters high with gurgling clear water. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. According to the description in the original novel, the wild 100,000-year soul bone buried by Tang Hao should be here. But Qin Feng looked at the smooth rock walls and the very humid environment, and guessed that it would be difficult to climb, and it would even be impossible to use his strength to step up. Qin Feng thought for a long time and finally came up with a solution. "Since you can't climb up, use the grappling hook." Qin Feng did what he said. He returned to the abandoned house of Tang Hao, found a piece of decent pig iron, and used his unfamiliar hammering skills to forge an extremely rough hook rope. Although it looks very rubbish, it's good enough as long as it can hook something. Qin Feng returned to the waterfall in the back mountain again, and the hook in his hand turned quickly, waiting for the right opportunity. Whoosh! Qin Feng hooked the starch deeply on the rock wall and pulled it hard. It was quite strong. Then he used the hook to easily reach the top of the waterfall. Qin Feng put away the grappling hook and couldn't help but sigh, "This is the wisdom of the working people." There was actually a nest inside the top of the waterfall, which looked very unusual. Although it was surrounded by dead grass, it was full of vitality inside and was full of lush blue-silver grass. Qin Feng guessed that it should be the effect of Yin's return of favor. He walked cautiously, step by step, into the depths of the cave, expecting to encounter some sort of mechanism or measure, but in the end, nothing happened. Qin Feng was confused when he reached the end and didn't see the box. Could it be that Tang Hao carried Yin's soul bone with him? This shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, Qin Feng keenly noticed that a blue-silver grass was particularly active, swaying freely in the absence of wind. Qin Feng took a closer look and saw subtle golden lines on it. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to see them. This should be the legendary blue-silver emperor. Qin Feng's face lit up with joy, and then his hands were covered with golden light, and he started digging on the spot. It was not until they dug a deep pit half the size of a person that they found an exquisite lead box. Qin Feng excitedly opened the box, and a piece of deep blue bone as gorgeous and exquisite as a gem appeared in front of him. Yin under his legs suddenly began to sway wildly, and the tiny roots slapped Qin Feng's legs again and again. Yin was very anxious. Although she didn't know who the person in front of her was, this soul bone was the one she left for her son. She tried desperately to stop Qin Feng. But it was all in vain. "I, Li Feiyu, am indeed a man of great luck. Whenever I go out on an adventure, I can always find a wild 100,000-year-old soul bone. Ha 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 ha, so cool." Qin Feng naturally said this on purpose for Yin to hear. Afterwards, he did not absorb the soul bone immediately, but carefully put it into the soul guide. Before leaving, he not only took Yin with him, but also carved on the rock wall. He he he. Tang Hao, your spirit bone has been taken away by Li Fei from the spirit hall. Finally, I'd like to say that your wife, Yin, is so smooth. Qin Feng held back his laughter. He could already imagine Hong Wen's expression when Tang Hao saw this scene. Afterwards, Qin Feng quickly erased his footprints and jumped away. When Qin Feng returned home, a strong aroma of rice suddenly filled his nose. Just as he was wondering who was cooking in his home. As soon as I walked in, I saw Zhu Zuqing squatting in front of the earthen stove, covered in dust. She blew it one breath after another, which made people laugh. Qin Feng immediately laughed out loud, and quickly took out a fan, saying, "How can you blow like that? Use a fan, aren't you afraid of choking?" Zhu Zuqing didn't expect that cooking would be so difficult. She frowned and apologized, "This is my first time cooking. I'm sorry." "Okay, you go ahead and let me take care of this. After dinner, we should be on our way. When we get to the academy, I will teach you how to train. I can't guarantee anything else, but at least your physical fitness will be several times stronger than it is now." Qin Feng cooked a pot of porridge in no time. The two of them finished the meal with some pickles. Facing the same situation as yesterday again, Qin Feng did not choose to go through the village entrance. He left a letter for old Jack and chose to hit the road. As for the money for road construction, he would not give it to the village chief. It was not that he did not want to, but it was a crime for an innocent man to possess a treasure. An ordinary person without any soul power, possessing such a huge sum of money would definitely be envied by others, and even. Qin Feng personally handed the money to the road construction workers and explained some matters. The two got into the carriage again. Target, Exotic Beast Academy. At the same time, the Tiandu Empire. Prince's Mansion. Shi Mao said indignantly, "Miss, I have checked all the information you want. This person is not Zhang's highway at all. His real name is Qin Feng." Xueqing he didn't think there was anything wrong with this, he just thought he was being cautious, so he asked, "What's his character like?" "Snake Spear, that's not wrong. The money this person earned in the fighting spirit arena in the past 2 years has basically been returned to the Holy Spirit Village." Xueqing he secretly admired him, and at the same time, she became more and more confident in her own judgment, thinking to herself, "Sure enough, I will never make a mistake in someone." End of this chapter. Chapter 28, The Cunning Ning Fengzi. Chapter 28, The Cunning Ning Fengzi Exotic Beast Academy. In the dean's office, Meng Shu was busy processing the documents in his hands. Crunch! The door was pushed open gently. Qin Feng walked in with Zhu Zuqing. When Meng Shu saw the person coming, he said happily, "Xiao Feng, you are finally back." Qin Feng was the first to admit his mistake. "Teacher, I left without saying goodbye earlier. I was not thoughtful enough." Meng Shu didn't care about it at all. He laughed and waved his hand, "Oh, it's okay. I know you are mature and steady. I think you have something important to do. By the way, Xiao Feng, who is this?" When Meng Shu saw a girl in leather jacket beside Qin Feng, his heart suddenly tightened. Meng Shu had selfish motives in accepting Qin Feng as his apprentice. They had been together for many years, and he thought that Qin Feng was a trustworthy person, so he also wanted to bring Yiran and Qin Feng together. Qin Feng explained, "Teacher, this is Zhu Zuqing, she wants to join our college." Zhu Zuqing also released her martial soul, and 200-year soul rings fell one after another. Zhu Zuqing, martial soul netherworld spirit cat, soul power level 27. Yet another genius. Meng Shu's beard trembled. Okay. I agree to it. As for other arrangements, all will be given the highest priority." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing's cold and indifferent face also revealed a faint smile. Immediately afterwards, Meng Shu arranged for a female student to take Zhu Zuqing to the dormitory. "Wait for the others to leave. Qin Feng quickly locked the doors and windows, carefully took out the blue silver emperor's right leg bone from his arms, and said solemnly, "Teacher, please protect me." When Meng Shu saw the shiny object, he recognized it as a soul bone at first sight. And judging from its appearance, it must be of very high level, maybe even a 10,000-year-old soul bone, a treasure from the Blood River. However, there was no greed in Meng Shu's eyes. Instead, he was worried. He asked, "Xiao Feng, how did you get this soul bone?" Qin Feng shook his head slightly. "Teacher, you'd better not ask about this matter. Students know their limits." "Okay, I trust you." Adhering to his trust in his disciples, Meng Shu immediately held the dragon head staff, and 8 soul rings suddenly fell down. The terrifying soul power pressure perfectly avoided Qin Feng and could also block the prying of outsiders. Qin Feng did not dare to delay seeing this. Now that Meng Shu was protecting him, he had to hurry up and absorb the soul bone to avoid any more trouble. He gently placed the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone on his right leg. A warm soul power instantly flowed into his right leg, and a faint blue light enveloped Qin Feng. Except for some top-level soul bones which are somewhat dangerous to absorb, soul bones like blue-silver emperor which belong to life attributes are always very safe to absorb. A few hours later, Qin Feng opened his eyes and the changes in his body made him ecstatic. You have to know that he has been undergoing high-intensity training for many years, and various parts of his body have more or less some hidden injuries, although there is no impact now. But when he strives to become a titled Douluo or even a super Douluo in the future, these minor hidden injuries can block Qin Feng's future. Now, relying on the spring breeze rebirth feature of the blue-silver emperor, this problem has been perfectly solved. Originally, Qin Feng planned to use the magic grass of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to heal the hidden injuries in his body, but he didn't expect that it could be solved so easily at this moment. The soul bone skill is still the same as Tang San's in his previous life, which is flying, and the soul power also broke through the 3rd level. Qin Feng's current soul power is level 36. The drawbacks of Qin Feng's innate 5th level soul power still appeared after he broke through to the soul master level. Although he possessed the top-level skills of dual cultivation of sex and life, his cultivation speed was only around the innate 7th level at most. Especially as you progress further into the future, your practice becomes slower. Qin Feng stood up slowly. Meng Shu asked expectantly, "How is it? How much has it improved?" "Very strong, the soul power has increased by 3 levels." Qin Feng clenched his fists. He was so powerful now. What? Level 3? Then what level of soul bone is this? Meng Shu was shocked and could hardly believe his ears. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Teacher, please keep it a secret for me." Meng Shu sighed and could only agree, since she was his apprentice. "By the way, someone said that when you come back, go to the Kaibao Liulai Hotel in the city to find her." After Meng Shu finished speaking, he continued to work on his own documents. Qin Feng was suddenly surprised. What could Ning Rongrong want from him? Although he had 10,000 questions in his mind, Qin Feng still decided to go. Following the information provided by passers-by, Qin Feng looked up. What lies before your eyes is a tall, magnificent tower that is as exquisite as a gem, exuding an aura of luxury from the inside out. It is said that this is just a branch. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, damn, they are indeed a Douluo family, they are so damn rich. A waiter in a suit came up and asked, "Sir, do you want to book a room or have a meal?" "Ning Rongrong asked me to come here. Dear guest, please follow me." Qin Feng followed the waiter all the way to a dark room, but the 3 people who appeared inside made him want to leave on the spot. Next to Ning Fengzi sat an old man with an immortal look, flowing white hair and eyes as sharp as a sword. I guess this person must be Jian Dao Chen Xin. The other one was the Bon Douluo Gurong whom Qin Feng had met last time. "Sorry to bother you, I went to the wrong room." Qin Feng said this awkwardly and wanted to turn around and leave. but there was a sound of the door behind him being locked suddenly. Now the only way out is gone. Qin Feng looked at Ning Fengzi, who was smiling on the main seat, and asked vigilantly, "Master Ning, why did you come to see me?" "No big deal, I just wanted to ask if you know this person." Ning Fengzi chuckled and handed over a photo. Qin Feng took it and saw a lot of photos of Zhang's highway. Qin Feng laughed in his heart. It seemed that they did not know his true identity, and then said, "Student Zhang's highway left the Exotic Beast Academy 2 years ago. I don't know why he came back to play in the competition. I was training in the academy during the last exchange competition." Ning Fengzi fell into deep thought. This couldn't be possible. Was he going to return empty-handed? Chen Xin looked at Qin Feng closely, trying to find any flaws. "I looked at it for a long time, but couldn't see anything wrong." Chen Xin sent a message to Ning Fengzi, "Fengzi, this boy has a calm aura and a calm expression. He doesn't look like he is lying." Ning Fengzi had no choice but to hand over a purple card. "Sorry, my friend, there are 5,000 gold soul coins in it, which can be regarded as compensation for you." Qin Feng didn't waste any time, picked up the purple card and prepared to leave. At this moment, a light and cheerful figure suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. "Dad!" Ning Rongrong shouted happily. After she finished speaking, she noticed that Qin Feng next to her was a little confused. Ning Rongrong had a sly look on her face and her mouth opened slightly. Qin Feng's heart tightened. "Oh no, this woman is going to tell on me." "Dad, why did you call Qin Feng here?" Dad heard that Qin Feng is the head of the Exotic Beast Academy, so he invited him here to ask him some questions. Oh! Even if Ning Rongrong was stupid at this moment, she understood it all. Her father might have tricked Qin Feng here using her name. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Douluo comes to send warmth. Chapter 29. Douluo comes to send warmth. Ning Rongrong said in a dissatisfied and coquettish manner, "Dad, I don't believe it, you must have something else to do." Ning Fengzi said earnestly, "Rongrong, you are not a child anymore, it is time for you to grow up. Come back with me tomorrow to take care of the sex affairs." Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Xin with a sharp gaze. "I don't want to, I'm only 12 years old, Dad, you are still young and strong, it's the age to fight hard, Grandpa Jian, don't you think so?" Chen Xin glared at Ning Fengzi, then smiled kindly and comforted him, Yes, our Rongrong is only 12, there is no rush to grow up." Gurong at the side also echoed, "Fengzi, what you said is wrong. When you took over as the leader, you were already over 20 years old, and Rongrong was only 12 years old. Do you want him to be as sad as you are?" Both bosses said so. Ning Fengzi was completely helpless and could only choose to let it go. Ning Fengzi looked at Qin Feng, "My friend, please help me take care of my daughter. Junior will definitely do it." Qin Feng clasped his fists and said, "Then we'll leave first." After Ning Fengzi finished speaking, he left with Chen Xin and Gurong. "Wait for the three to leave." Qin Feng's tense expression finally relaxed. He gasped for breath and patted his chest in shock, "Ning Rongrong, your father is such a pervert." Ning Rongrong leaned on the sofa, playing with the small tower in her hand, and said with a smile as if threatening, "Hey, Qin Feng, you are talking about my dad in front of me, isn't that inappropriate? If there is anything inappropriate, please go aside." Qin Feng walked up to her, pushed her aside, and occupied most of the sofa. Ning Rongrong glared at him angrily, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, but knowing that she was in the wrong, she did not say much, but instead asked with concern, "By the way, are you okay?" Qin Feng said indifferently, "What can happen to me? At most, I was scared by your father." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong smiled proudly, "How about it, now you know how powerful my 7 treasures glazed tile sect is? Do you want to join us? If you join, I can let Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone guide you. This is the guidance of a titled Douluo. Ning Rongrong used the entire process of coercion and inducement. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng knocked her on the head in anger. You haven't paid me back yet, and you still have the nerve to recruit me. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as she stared at him in disbelief. When did I owe you money? Just now, when your father helped me to deceive you, you already owed me money. Qin Feng shrugged. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and glared at Qin Feng with an almost cannibalistic gaze, saying indignantly, I have never seen such a shameless person in my life. Qin Feng smiled calmly, hey, you saw it today. How could there be such a shameless genius soul master? Doesn't he care about his dignity as a soul master? Ning Rongrong was almost angry to the point of breaking down. She hugged her chest with her hands and turned away, sulking, but still said stubbornly, I won't give it to you. This sentence seemed to be Ning Rongrong's last stubbornness. It's up to you whether to give it to me or not. If I don't give it to you, forget about entering the school of exotic beasts. Qin Feng said calmly, turned around and was about to leave. Seeing him so nonchalant, Ning Rongrong was almost going crazy. It's a pity that she just helped Qin Feng hide his true identity. Your kindness is simply taken for granted. After a while, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes and saw that Qin Feng had actually left. She stomped her feet in anger. Go, 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 just go. You still want to join our Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? You are not worthy. Don't be so complacent. It's not like there's no one stronger than you. I can definitely find a stronger soul master than you to join the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. He's just a 12-year-old soul master, just a second ring master of 1,000 years. Ning Rongrong's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that there is no more talented soul master than Qin Feng in the entire younger generation of Tiandu City. At this moment, her fragile psychological defenses were completely broken. Ning Rongrong buried her head on the table, sobbing slightly. She has been a young lady for so many years, and has been flattered wherever she goes. But this is the first time she has experienced the feeling of being unable to use her strength with Qin Feng. It's like a scholar meeting a soldier, and he can't explain himself clearly. Qin Feng, who had been standing at the door, suddenly opened the door and suppressed his laughter. Look, I really left, and you are unhappy again. When Ning Rongrong saw Qin Feng coming back, her eyes lit up and her mood suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. But when she thought of what Qin Feng had just done, the corners of her mouth that had just been raised turned cold again, and she turned her head away angrily. Humph! I think you should just pay the money honestly. Qin Feng chuckled. After a long while, Ning Rongrong's chest kept rising and falling, and she gritted her teeth and squeezed out a voice full of resentment. How much do you want? Qin Feng smiled proudly. That's right, I don't ask for much, just 2,000 is enough, I am a conscientious businessman. Ning Rongrong paid the money. Although you can endure for a while, everything will be calm. But if you take a step back, you will get angrier and angrier. Especially when she saw Qin Feng counting money in front of her. Ning Rongrong was so angry that she pounced on him like a tiger descending from a mountain, showing her pearly teeth and started to bite. After a lot of trouble, Qin Feng finally pulled Ning Rongrong away. Hey, you are born in the year of the dog. After venting all her grievances, Ning Rongrong finally felt relieved and snorted coldly. Humph, this is what you deserve. Qin Feng was too lazy to argue with her. After all, it didn't hurt and there was no loss for him. What's more, if you cheat someone out of their money, you have to let them vent their anger. Otherwise, Qin Feng would be like, I'm stupid, and you're still teasing me. Just as Qin Feng and Ning Rongrong were on their way back to the academy, a green figure suddenly appeared in front. He was a tall old man with green hair. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Qin Feng with interest. Titled Douluo. Ning Rongrong, who had been with titled Douluo since childhood, recognized at a glance that the old man in front of her was definitely a titled Douluo. Qin Feng was also looking at the old man in front of him. I guess this person must be Douluo, the richest poison Douluo in Douluo continent who also failed in investment. Suddenly, an unpleasant fishy smell inexplicably rushed to the noses of the two people. Ning Rongrong frowned, covered her face with her jade hands, and reminded in a low voice, Qin Feng, this is a titled Douluo. What she meant was that Qin Feng should not act like a rogue in front of the titled Douluo, otherwise he would die without knowing how he died. How could Qin Feng not know this truth? I wonder why you, senior, are blocking my way. I don't remember when I have ever offended you, my senior. Qin Feng said respectfully. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Reasons for Anti-Poison. Chapter 30, Reasons for Anti-Poison. Douluo had a cold face, and no expression could be seen. You haven't offended me, but you have offended my granddaughter. Is this reason enough? So what do you want to do? Ning Rongrong asked indignantly. Hearing this, Douluo felt as if he had heard a joke. Who is the fish and who is the butcher now? How dare you talk to him like that? Humph, what do I want to do? I advise you two not to waste your energy. As long as you come with me, I won't make things difficult for you. Douluo said this calmly, his snake-like eyes staring at the two of them. Qin Feng knew that the calmer the sea was, the more likely it was that a rainstorm was coming. Okay, I'll go with you. Qin Feng clasped his fists and agreed. But I believe that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish will be. Qin Feng murmured in his heart. Good boy, you are quite courageous. While Douluo admired him in his heart, he also began to secretly compare Qin Feng and Yu Tianheng. But no matter how you look at it, it seems that the Qin Feng in front of you is better. Neither humble nor arrogant, and the soul power is solid. Yu Tianheng didn't even have the courage to look him in the face. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Ning Rongrong hurriedly said, Qin Feng, I'm going too. Nonsense! Qin Feng said angrily. Qin Feng whispered softly in her ear again, if I don't reply in 3 days, go and inform my teacher. He couldn't predict Douluo's temper. He only knew that he was moody and unpredictable. If he really killed him, there would be nothing he could do. Now the only person Qin Feng can rely on is Meng Shu. Relying on the martial soul fusion technique, he can definitely deal with Douluo for a while. Okay. Ning Rongrong nodded heavily. Douluo's patience was exhausted at this moment, and he urged, okay, kid, are you done with your whisper? Okay, let's go. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, he felt a hand grabbing his ankle. It flew into the sky in an instant. The wind was howling in the sky, but Qin Feng, whose clothes were disheveled, was not at all panicked. Instead, he smiled faintly and began to enjoy himself. This scene surprised Douluo secretly. Soon, the two landed in a valley. Qin Feng saw two acquaintances as soon as he landed. Douluo stared at him with resentful eyes. Qin Feng, you are finally here. Yu Tianheng, who was standing aside, was full of dissatisfaction and said, Yanzi, how many times have I told you not to bother Senior Douluo? I will avenge myself. Tianheng, what are you talking about? I am doing this for you, right? But... Qin Feng watched the two people's double act with a smile. Enough! A loud shout was heard, and the scene suddenly became silent. Douluo looked stern and glared at Yu Tianheng, don't play those little tricks of yours in front of me. Douluo, who has been in the teacher world for nearly 100 years, is almost a genius. How could Douluo not know about the little calculations of the Yu Tianheng family? If his own granddaughter had not liked him, he would have scattered his ashes long ago. How dare you plot against him, poison Douluo? Yu Tianheng, who was exposed without hesitation, turned pale and his body swayed. Douluo quickly supported him and helped Yu Tianheng to defend himself. Grandpa! Tianheng was thinking about you, why are you repaying kindness with hatred? Hearing this, Douluo's beard was twisted with anger, and he looked at Yu Tianheng coldly. It's better this way. I've shown you a good show, that's enough. Now you should answer my questions. I ask and you answer. Do you understand? Douluo turned around and stared at Qin Feng coldly. If he uttered a word of no, he would probably be covered in blood and his body would be destroyed. Senior, please ask. Qin Feng answered with a fist. What exactly is that golden light that you used to resist Yanyan's poison? Of course it's the spirit skill of the younger generation. Third soul skill. No, it's the first soul skill. The first soul skill has this effect. Douluo and the two people beside him looked at each other in disbelief. I wonder if you have ever heard of any spirit beast species. Are you saying that your first soul skill was born from an alien soul beast? Yes. Douluo looked solemn, thinking secretly that if it was a different species of soul beast, it might really be possible for it to give birth to such a powerful soul skill. You should know that the Titan giant ape is an ancient species among soul beasts. When Douluo was young, he heard a legend. Legend has it that the ninth soul ring of the previous Haoshan Douluo Tang Chen was a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. This is what made Tang Chen so powerful that he could overwhelm Jiandaoliu. Although Douluo didn't know whether it was true or not, this was enough to prove the power of the soul beast species. Okay, I'll trust you for now. Just when Douluo was about to ask the second question, Douluyan suddenly stood up and said, Grandpa, let me ask the second question. Okay, Yanyan, just ask if you want. Douluo smiled kindly and looked at Douluyan with doting eyes. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Douluyan walked to Yu Tianheng's side and whispered, Tianheng, ask. Yu Tianheng glanced at Douluo hesitantly and said carefully, Yanzi, your grandfather won't be angry if I do this, right? Douluyan glanced at him unhappily and said, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Douluo was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wished he could slap him to death. Okay. Yu Tianheng walked in front of Qin Feng with a smug look on his face. Qin Feng, I want to know how you broke through my thunder defense line. Yu Tianheng was completely puzzled by this matter, as the shield could not withstand the paralysis of his martial spirit thunder. But in the last duel, Qin Feng easily broke through his thunderous defense. Qin Feng smiled faintly, looked at him quietly, and said, Thunder? You are not the only one who can do it. Before he finished speaking, his whole body was instantly covered with blue and white arcs of electricity. The arcs produced sounds like countless birds singing, and even the temperature around him rose a lot. Yu Tianheng was surprised and asked unwillingly, then how did you break through my attack? It's simple. I'm better than you. Yu Tianheng felt heartbroken when he heard such a heartbreaking answer. Looking at the faint smile on Qin Feng's lips, Yu Tianheng just felt that he was mocking him. Then how did you break my martial soul? Yu Tianheng asked through gritting his teeth. It's simple, but why should I tell you? You've asked enough questions. I don't think I have any reason to answer any more of your questions. What do you think, Senior Douluo? Qin Feng took a closer look and knew that the two people were not getting along, so he deliberately diverted his gaze. Don't ask, boy you. If you ask, they are better than you. Seeing Yu Tianheng still looking unconvinced, Douluo laughed and sneered, steamed buns? If you are not convinced, you can just go home and cry to your grandfather to vent your anger. I think the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family should not be so embarrassed, right? Hearing Douluo's sarcasm, Yu Tianheng could no longer bear it. You can insult him, but you cannot insult the noble Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Yu Tianheng stared at Qin Feng in anger and said, Qin Feng, do you dare to fight me again? End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Ice and Fire 2 Eyes. Chapter 31 Ice and Fire Eyes. Why should I fight you, Senior Douluo? Qin Feng chuckled, as if he had calculated that Douluo would support him. Unexpectedly, Douluo's lips curled up into a sinister smile. I really want to see you two fight. Qin Feng's face changed, and he cursed in his heart, you are so good, Douluo. Yu Tianheng was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately waved at Qin Feng provocatively, you don't dare, do you? He was careless last time. This time, the noble blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex will never lose to a commoner again. Forget it, let's fight quickly. Qin Feng thought so, and then raised his right hand. A lightning snake several meters long, like a water column, suddenly flew out and attacked Yu Tianheng like a swimming dragon. Yu Tianheng sneered inwardly, actually comparing Lei Ting with himself. Doesn't he know that the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is best at thunder? Just as he was leisurely letting his martial spirit possess him and wanted to easily cut through the thunder. When the lightning snake flew in front of him, Yu Tianheng was immediately shocked by the terrifying high temperature. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The third soul skill, the Fury of Thunder. Yu Tianheng, who had added an amplification effect, thought that his dragon claws could easily break the lightning snake. Unexpectedly, at the moment of contact, Yu Tianheng began to twitch all over. After a moment, his face was as black as a black pot and he fell straight to the ground. Tianheng. Douluo hurried forward worriedly, wanting to check it out. Qin Feng said calmly, no need to check, I have already held back in the end. To be honest, Qin Feng really admires Yu Tianheng. He actually dared to tear Yang Wulei apart with his bare hands. The Yang Wulei contains the purest and most righteous thunder in the world, and it is more than just the nemesis of evil. Douluo naturally didn't believe Qin Feng's lies, but when she checked it out, it was just as Qin Feng said, apart from some external injuries from the electric shock, there was no injury at all. Yu Tianheng was simply knocked unconscious by the electric shock. But even so, Douluo still stared at Qin Feng fiercely. Qin Feng, I want to duel with you, and I will avenge Tianheng myself. Douluo on the side snorted coldly, nonsense. You boy is not as skilled as others, Yan Yan, don't join in the fun. The layman looks at the excitement and the insider looks at the doorway. Douluo, a titled Douluo, could see the gap between the two. This was not an evenly matched battle at all. It was simply a one-sided massacre. If we have to make a comparison, Qin Feng is the bright moon in the sky, and Yu Tianheng is the frog in the well. Grandpa. Douluo was just about to act coquettishly. Douluo quickly pulled Qin Feng up and flew into the sky. Douluo was so angry that she stamped her feet repeatedly. Senior Douluo, where are we going? Qin Feng was a little curious. Douluo curled his lips and said, of course I will send you back. Your master Meng Shu and I have some friendship. Qin Feng felt a little impatient. This isn't right. Why don't you go to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire? Senior Douluo, you must be poisoned, right? Hearing this, Douluo's eyebrows trembled, and then he immediately flew to the ground and sneered, my title is poisonous, do you think I will be poisoned? But as far as I know, no poisoned soul master's appearance will change with his martial soul, right? Don't your green eyes and hair prove that? Qin Feng smiled lightly. Douluo's heart trembled, and he immediately grabbed Qin Feng's throat and said fiercely, tell me. How did you know? This shouldn't be easy to guess, right? Qin Feng was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, and said with some difficulty. Seeing this, Douluo let him go and snorted coldly, if you can't explain the reason today, I will make you die without a burial place. Qin Feng took a deep breath of fresh air, and after a long pause, he said, as far as I know, all titled Douluo can regain their youth, and you look the oldest among all the titled Douluo I've ever seen. I guess it's because you've been suppressing toxins for years, so you don't have time to use your soul power to maintain your appearance, right? Douluo nodded, continue. According to an ancient book I read before, it records that every green-scaled snake spirit master who fails to break through to the titled Douluo level will not be able to live to the end of his life, and may even die suddenly, right? Douluo's face changed drastically, and he asked hurriedly, "Where is the unique copy now? I was ignorant before and burned it after reading it." Qin Feng said embarrassedly. Of course he was just talking nonsense, after all, where did he get the only copy? Douluo sighed with regret. He had wanted to find a way to detoxify through that rare book, but he didn't expect it. "That's all, let's go. But if you dare to tell anyone else about this, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will not even let go of the people around you." After making those harsh remarks, Douluo sat on the ground with a dejected look on his face, lacking any of the dignity of a titled Douluo. After a long while, when Douluo recovered, he turned around and saw that Qin Feng had not left yet. He said coldly, "Why don't you leave? Do you really think I dare not kill you? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why would you tell me?" Qin Feng chuckled. Douluo's eyebrows relaxed, and while recognizing Qin Feng in his heart, he sighed and said, "You are really my type. What a pity." Qin Feng said calmly, "Senior, don't you want to know how to detoxify?" "What? What did you say?" Douluo couldn't believe his ears and asked again to confirm. "The method of detoxification." Qin Feng chuckled and said the 4 words again. Douluo waved at him impatiently, "You have a way to detoxify, come on, tell me." "Senior, as a titled Douluo, you wouldn't get something for nothing, right?" Looking at the malicious smile on Qin Feng's face, Douluo sighed, "What a little fox. In front of you, I am just like a rookie." But he was helpless. Douluo could only say, "Tell me, what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you." Qin Feng smiled slightly, "I don't lack anything, I just like some exotic flowers and plants." "Flowers and plants? They have to be strange." Douluo thought for a moment, and suddenly thought of his own medicine garden, and hurriedly said, "Come with me, I have a treasure land." Qin Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly followed. I do not know how long it has been. The two of them came to a dark valley with little lights blooming inside. Passing through the darkness, a pot of ice and hot water in the shape of a yin-yang fish appeared in front of us, as if it was a work of art. "Is this the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire? How spectacular!" Qin Feng couldn't help but admire. "You know this place?" Douluo asked in surprise. "It is recorded in the solitary copy." Qin Feng didn't say much. Douluo then asked, "Are there enough flowers and plants here?" After saying this, Douluo even felt a little nervous. "Of course it's enough." Qin Feng couldn't hide his excitement. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Douluo, "If I fail, there will always be someone to come after me." Chapter 32. Douluo, "If I fail, there will always be someone to come after me." Qin Feng looked at everything here, his eyes were burning with desire, especially the 2 ice and fire grasses in the center. He could feel the desire coming from his body. Seeing him like this, Douluo was secretly pleased and said proudly, "How about this place, isn't it nice? This is a treasured place that I have guarded for many years." Qin Feng chuckled and said, "That's good, but it's a pity that someone has been guarding this precious land for decades." Hearing Qin Feng's sarcasm, Douluo's smiling face suddenly froze, and he urged with resentment, "Then why don't you give me the antidote quickly? Why are you in such a hurry? I have to think about it carefully. What if I make you sick? What will happen to your granddaughter?" Qin Feng spread his hands and said with a frown. Hearing this, Douluo's deep eyes suddenly widened, and he thought to himself, "That old dragon really thinks I don't know his plan, but even so, don't expect me to join. I, Douluo, have never been inferior to others in my life. If you treat Yan Yan well, that's fine. But if you dare betray her, I will sacrifice my old bones to destroy your blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Thinking of the last point, Douluo's eyes turned cold and cruel. Qin Feng fell into deep thought, his mind working rapidly. According to the original novel, Douluo's poison is drawn to the soul bones, which definitely has disadvantages. After all, how big is a soul bone? Douluo's martial soul has been producing toxins continuously for years, so this is only a temporary solution to the problem and not the root cause. Qin Feng scoffed at Tang San's detoxification method in his previous life. Then perhaps the only two methods left are to create a container or to evolve the spirit. The only container may be something like the Taoist inner elixir. To cultivate a poison pill, with Douluo's cultivation level as high as that of a titled Douluo, it would definitely be no problem for him to compress a poison pill using soul power and toxins. But the problem arises again. In the era 1 year from now, compressing the soul core will be very dangerous. Not to mention compressing the poison pill, which is equivalent to condensing all the toxins together and compressing and squeezing them into shape. If it fails, that person will be dead on the spot. It can be said that this is a gamble. The most reliable way must be the evolution of martial soul, but this condition is simply too difficult. In the original work, the only two people whose martial souls evolved are Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. One relies on the magical herb with almost 100% compatibility, and the other relies on the inner elixir of a strange beast. Qin Feng didn't recognize the magic herbs here, so it was extremely difficult for him to pick out the magic herbs that could evolve the martial arts spirits of Douluo and his grandson. And I don't even know if there is one. Senior Douluo, I have two methods of detoxification. Qin Feng then told Douluo the pros and cons of the two detoxification methods. Douluo thought for a long time, and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's use the poison pill method." There are also people in the Soul Master world who have evolved their martial spirits, but without exception, their descendants did not inherit the martial spirits of their ancestors. If we use the magical herbs you mentioned to evolve our martial spirits, then our descendants will still suffer from the backlash of the poison. For the sake of the Douluo family, I, Douluo, am willing to be the pioneer. Qin Feng was silent. To be honest, he couldn't be so noble. After a moment, he asked, "Aren't you afraid of failure?" Douluo laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, if I fail, there will always be someone to come after me." At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated Douluo's tall and lonely figure, which seemed to slowly overlap with a certain figure in white in Qin Feng's memory of his previous life. Qin Feng was also infected by him and said cheerfully, "Okay, in that case, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Use people's money to eliminate disasters for others." What's more, he took so many priceless immortal herbs. Seeing this, Douluo also laughed, "It's really interesting. I didn't expect that I can still make a friend like you at the age of nearly 100. In that case, don't shirk your responsibilities. From now on, don't call me senior. Just call me Old Poison and I'll call you Little Feng. How about that?" "That's great." Qin Feng smiled slightly. He could understand Douluo's thoughts. He was just afraid that he would fail and Douluo would have no backing, so he made friends with him. That is to say, he values his future, so Qin Feng is willing to be friends with him. After all, if he succeeds, he will have another titled Douluo to back him up. Qin Feng immediately said, "There is no time to lose, go find some herbs that can replenish your blood and qi, and replenish your body first." Douluo's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Feng boy, are you kidding me? What's the point of replenishing my qi and blood at my age?" Qin Feng looked her up and down, and said with a click of the tongue, "Tisk, tisk, 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 I'm not asking you to have sex, and besides, is your thing still okay?" Douluo tensed up when he was stared at. He almost couldn't help but attack. He said angrily, "Is it not possible for me to be a titled Douluo? It's a matter of man's dignity, even if it's not possible, you have to say yes. Don't talk too much, old do your vitality and blood have been weakened to such an extent, don't you know it? Go find some herbs to replenish your blood and qi, and try to get your body back to its peak condition. Then I'll have a better chance of success. Hearing this, Douluo's brows relaxed, but he was still a little confused. How do you know that my qi and blood are declining? You have to know that even other titled Douluo are not aware of this. Qin Feng smiled mysteriously, you don't need to know this. His skills not only cover the spiritual cultivation of soul power, but also the physical body. Naturally, he can feel the difference between Douluo's blood and other titled Douluo. Although he had only seen a few titled Douluo. But the feeling that each titled Douluo gives people is very clear. If Jian Douluo is like a middle-aged man in his prime, then Douluo is equivalent to an octogenarian who is about to die. Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to speak, Douluo said with a little regret, I really don't know how a little monster like you can know so many things. Forget it, Feng boy, I'll be back soon. You can use the herbs here as you like, but you must not destroy my herb garden, or I will hold you accountable. After saying that, Douluo leaped and flew away into the distance. Don't worry, I only use what I know how to use. Looking at the fairy grass all over the ground, the corners of Qin Feng's lips unconsciously raised up. Qin Feng slowly walked into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. A burst of heat and extreme cold came towards him. He immediately practiced his skills and waited for the discomfort all over his body to disappear. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, this is not the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, it's better to say it is the yin-yang eyes. Yang belongs to fire and yin belongs to cold. The extreme yang and extreme yin between heaven and earth came into contact with each other, and after tens of thousands of years, this precious land was formed. The original work of the previous life explained that the formation of this precious land was precisely due to the corpses of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. However, since the yin and yang in Qin Feng's body had already reached a balance, he was not affected too much by the ice and fire. So, Qin Feng walked into the center of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire as if walking on flat ground, easily picked up the fiery apricot vegetables and the star aniseed ice grass, and then stuffed them into his mouth in one breath. In an instant, an extreme cold and heat burst out in his body. Even though the yin and yang in Qin Feng's body had already reached a balance, it almost broke down. Qin Feng quickly practiced his skills and began to absorb. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, The Poison Pill Method, Angel Investor and Number 039, S Report. Chapter 33, The Poison Pill Method, Returns from Angel Investors. The feeling of dryness and heat swept over his whole body. As soon as Qin Feng suppressed it, the biting cold surged up again. He didn't know how many times this cycle had repeated itself. In order to completely suppress the power of the medicine in his body, Qin Feng dived directly into the spring in one breath. Just as he began to suppress it with all his strength, he suddenly felt as if someone was watching him from behind. That feeling was like being stared at by some ferocious beast, a kind of majesty coming from a superior. He turned around suddenly, but there was nothing there. It seems I'm still too nervous. Qin Feng murmured. After a long time, Qin Feng finally balanced the unbalanced yin and yang in his body again, and it was at this moment that the medicinal power of the two top-grade magical herbs was truly exerted. The warmth spread throughout his body, strengthening every meridian in Qin Feng's body, and the strength of his muscles continued to increase. Finally, 3 days later, Qin Feng opened his eyes after a long time, and in front of him was Douluo, who was half squatting. At this moment, he was staring at Qin Feng with a look as if he were a monster, his eyes full of disbelief. Feng boy, how on earth did you do that? This ice and fire cold spring, even I dare not set foot in it, you actually dare to practice and bathe in it. I really don't know how your body grows. If your martial soul is not a weapon martial soul, I really suspect that you are a soul beast in human form. Douluo was amazed. Talking about Douluo, I feel a little regretful. I heard that 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast appeared at the exchange competition held by Barak a few days ago, but unfortunately Tang Hao got there first. Just basic operation. Qin Feng said with a faint smile. This made Douluo depressed. The way he said this made it seem as if Douluo was a waste. After calming down, Douluo asked, Feng boy, should I absorb the herbs now, or? Now, right here, with the help of the ice and fire cold spring, I can help you squeeze out the toxins and adapt in advance. Okay, I'll absorb it now. After saying that, Douluo immediately sat cross-legged and swallowed all the herbs in one breath. The powerful soul force that surged like a tsunami easily suppressed the restless power of the medicine. After that, it was absorbed slowly. Seeing this, Qin Feng also closed his eyes and felt the changes in himself. After absorbing 2 top-grade immortal herbs, Qin Feng's physical body was greatly improved, and the balance of yin and yang in his body also reached its peak. Qin Feng even had a feeling that the yin 5 thunders and yang 5 thunders were about to reach perfection. After thinking about it, Qin Feng walked out of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Arriving in the forest, he raised his right hand and a turbid black liquid suddenly appeared. The bizarre yin wulei covered the entire area in just a moment, covering 100 meters. Yin wulei, Northern Territory Kangtan. Qin Feng shouted softly, the moment the words fell. The terrifying and strange yin wulei had a destructive force, and in an instant all the surrounding trees seemed to have lost their vitality. They instantly lost their luster, and the green leaf veins became charred and rotten. Even the soil in the entire area was like wasteland without any life. Qin Feng looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. He really didn't expect that 2 magical herbs with yin and yang attributes could elevate his thunder magic to such a level. It is no exaggeration to say that this saved Qin Feng at least 5 years of hard training. It is indeed a magical herb that can seize the luck of heaven and earth and change destiny. Afterwards, Qin Feng returned to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Douluo's face was ruddy and his breathing was steady. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock to regulate his breathing. Not long after, Douluo woke up. He asked solemnly, Feng boy, is there anything else you need to prepare? Qin Feng shook his head slightly. After absorbing the magical herb just now, he had a better idea. Douluo, please sit cross-legged in there. Qin Feng pointed to the location of the ice and fire spring. Douluo frowned and exclaimed, Feng boy, you want to hurt me? He had never dared to touch the spring water before, let alone enter it. Qin Feng shook his head, and then attached the golden light to Douluo's body. Douluo, stretch out your foot and try it. Seeing his confident look, Douluo stretched out his foot to test the spring water half-doubtingly. Seeing that he didn't have the resistance he had before, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in it. So, I said it's okay. Qin Feng said with a smile. I really don't know where you got such a weird idea. Douluo curled his lips. After being strengthened by the fiery apricot vegetables and the star aniseed ice grass, Qin Feng's martial soul has become immune to ice and fire. Qin Feng said seriously, Okay, Master Du, let's get started. What should I do next? Douluo looked serious. Next, don't resist. I will use golden light to protect all the important organs in your body. Then you can just let go and compress the poison pill. It is good. Afterwards, Douluo held his breath, concentrated, and relaxed his body. Qin Feng raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. A faint golden light could be seen carefully flowing into Douluo's body. It would be better if you didn't go in. Once you go in, Qin Feng discovered that many of Douluo's organs had been damaged by toxins. If the toxins were not eliminated in time, he might not live for a few more years. When Qin Feng had attached all the golden light, he hurriedly urged, Poison Master, hurry up, compress the poison pill now. Hearing the sound, Douluo immediately activated the soul power in his body to attract the poison. If he had been frightened before, he would have tried it slowly, but now that Qin Feng's golden light was protecting his organs, he had a guarantee. Then Douluo has nothing to be afraid of. Just give it a try. All the toxins in the body were drawn together slowly. Blending with soul power, the emerald green poison was as gorgeous and dangerous as a whirlpool. Just as Douluo was compressing, Qin Feng, who was standing aside, had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was pale. Using golden light to protect the organs of a titled Douluo would be too exhausting for him. It can be said that the toxins contained in Douluo's body for decades were not only dissolving his golden light, but there was even a faint feeling that a maggot in the tarsal bone was spreading towards Qin Feng's martial soul. Fortunately, Qin Feng continued to use new golden light to replace it. This is how you avoid backlash. After a long time, a dark green soul force rushed up into the sky, creating a destructive scene that scared many low-age soul beasts in the sunset forest into shitting and pissing. The poison pill is ready. Douluo opened his eyes radiantly. His whole temperament was different from before, and his originally dark green hair turned white. Feeling the changes in his body, Douluo said in surprise, "Ha ha ha, Feng boy, you are simply my lucky star. Not only has my soul power increased by 2 levels, but I can also feel that the toxins I compressed are at least twice as strong as before." Just as Douluo was announcing the good news, Qin Feng, who was standing beside him, finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Frightened, Douluo hurried forward to help him up. Fortunately, medicine and poison have been inseparable since ancient times. Douluo knew a little about medicine. After a brief examination, he found that Qin Feng had just overdrawn his energy. But Qin Feng was actually willing to overdraw his soul power for Douluo. This really made Douluo sigh. He never thought that after nearly 100 years of being in the Spirit Master world, he still hadn't made a close friend. Instead, I made one in my later years. Good boy, I made a friend of yours for good. When the time comes, I will give you whatever you want. If anyone dares to bully you, I will fight him to the death. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Absorbing the Wonderful Chrysanthemum. Chapter 34 Absorbing the Wonderful Chrysanthemum. I do not know how long it has been. Qin Feng woke up slowly, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and after a while, he stood up and looked around. Seeing no one was there, he thought Douluo had gone out. After a slight adjustment, Qin Feng stepped into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire again, as if looking for something. A golden chrysanthemum. Qin Feng recited silently, his eyes constantly roaming around searching. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find the strange-looking chrysanthemum. Just when Qin Feng was wondering whether it was Douluo who took it away, there was a faint flash of golden light. In the cracks of the cold and hard stones, there actually grew a gorgeous, golden chrysanthemum. Under the sunlight, it emitted a little light and looked extremely extraordinary. Qin Feng was overjoyed and immediately took out the jade piece that he had prepared long ago from the soul guide. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He held the jade piece in his hand and carefully removed the chrysanthemum from its rhizome to avoid damaging the rhizome. It took Qin Feng nearly 5 minutes to pick a chrysanthemum. But fortunately, it's all worth it. The rewards far outweigh the investment. In the original novel of the previous life, the Qirong Tong Tianzhu was a top-grade magical herb that was said to be able to create an indestructible body. Although it may be a bit exaggerated, the fact that he could elevate Daimyo Bai, a person of innate level 8.5, to the level that could inherit the throne of God is enough to prove the terrifying medicinal power of the Qirong Tong Tianzhu. Qin Feng didn't think much about it. He followed the instructions in the original book and swallowed the pistol in one gulp. Then he ate the petals one by one. Soon after entering the stomach, a warm feeling spread throughout the body. Qin Feng's face turned red and he was panting. For Qin Feng, who had just finished eating fiery apricot vegetables and star anise ice grass, it was such a nourishing meal. The terrifying power of the medicine surged through the body's meridians, like little snakes drilling into them. Qin Feng quickly sat cross-legged and began to practice his skills, regulating his breathing and soul power to absorb the power of the medicine. The powerful and violent effect of the medicine soon became docile and pleasant under his breathing regulation. Qin Feng's breathing gradually calmed down, and the mild effect of the medicine began to change his whole body. The meridians slowly expanded, the bones became as hard as iron, and the muscle density increased several times. The soul power in the body also changes. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. After a while, Qin Feng slowly woke up. Excited heart, shaking hands. Feeling the changes brought about by absorbing the Qirong Tong Dianju, Qin Feng discovered that not only had his physical strength increased by at least twice, but even his meridians had expanded a lot. If the original soul power was only enough to release the third soul skill 3 times, now it can be released 4 or 5 times. This increase is indeed huge. Even the soul power increased by more than 3 levels. Unfortunately, it's only halfway to level 40. However, Qin Feng was not discouraged. After all, his physical strength had improved so much. For a heavy armored warrior like him, physical strength was the most important thing. He forced him to be strong, and the breeze was blowing on the hills. No matter how bizarre the enemy's soul skills are, he can break them all with just one force. You should know that in 1974 of the Chaos Calendar, Pangu fought free fighting in the Chaos world for the first time, won the championship, and wiped out 3,000 Chaos demons. What he relies on is not his unparalleled strength. At this time, a dark green figure fell from the sky. The person who came was none other than Douluo. Ha ha ha, Feng boy, you finally woke up. You must be hungry. Come and eat something. I'll take you back. Douluo threw out an oil paper purse. Qin Feng took it and saw that it was a roast chicken, and it was still emitting heat, golden and sizzling with oil, looking extremely tempting. Qin Feng, who had not eaten for several days, was already starving, and now seeing such a big roast chicken in front of him, he immediately began to devour it. Wait until he finishes eating. Douluo slowly said, Feng boy, when will you help my granddaughter condense the poison pill? Ever since he condensed the poison pill 2 days ago, Douluo finally felt the benefits of the poison pill after these 2 days. It can be said that this method can be regarded as a unique skill of the clan and can be established as a school of thought. Any poison attribute soul master can condense a poison pill. If a large number of poison attribute soul masters who have condensed poison pills were to gather together, the team battle would be like a meat grinder. That's why Douluo couldn't wait to condense a poison pill for his granddaughter. Seeing Qin Feng frowned, Douluo thought that Douluo had offended him a few days ago and was unwilling to help, so he quickly advised. Yan was fooled by someone because she was ignorant. Don't bother with her. I have disliked that boy Yu for a long time and I have wanted to deal with him for a long time. Qin Feng looked at him with a half-smile, then go and deal with him. Ah, this! Douluo was stunned for a moment. This plot doesn't make sense. Shouldn't you be the one advising me not to do it? But when he thought of his granddaughter, Douluo gritted his teeth and thought that it was okay for him to be beaten up by Lao Long. It would be fine if he could just save his granddaughter's life. Feng boy, just watch, I'm going to take care of him now. Douluo stood up and was about to leave. Qin Feng chuckled and said, Old Du, you are really going? I was just joking with you. Your granddaughter Douluo's soul power is not yet condensed. The quality of her soul power is too low. She should at least reach the soul sect level. Hearing this, Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, after reacting, Douluo was angry again. He laughed again, how dare you, you little bastard, to make fun of me. I didn't, that's just what you think. Qin Feng curled his lips and chuckled. Then the two looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. The emotions between men are so unique. Before leaving, Douluo threw a green treasure bag to Qin Feng. This is the Ruyi treasure bag, which can store living things. All the immortal herbs here are yours. Come back and pick them whenever you want. Qin Feng took the Ruyi treasure bag and said helplessly, I would like to pick it, but I don't know the immortal herbs here. Oh, there is something you don't know. Douluo's curiosity was instantly aroused. Although the two of them had only been together for a few days, Douluo could clearly feel that Qin Feng was so calm that he didn't seem like a 12-year-old boy at all, and the same was true of his cognition. Qin Feng sighed and said, What's the big deal? The Ju Douluo of the Spirit Hall and Yang Wudi of Xingluo know a lot about these flowers and plants. I am just a layman at best. I know everything about WUHUN, but who is this Yang Wudi? Douluo twisted his chin and asked in surprise. A fierce soul Douluo, his strength is enough to be on par with some title Douluo. Listening to Qin Feng's nonchalant tone, Douluo frowned and advised, Feng boy, don't think that I am on good terms with you. You underestimate the titled Douluo. The power of the titled Douluo is beyond your imagination. Qin Feng said calmly, what if I say that this person is from the Yang family, the soul-breaking spear of the extreme attack flow? After hearing this, Douluo believed it to some extent. After all, the Yang family was once very famous on the mainland, and their soul-breaking spear was known as soul-breaking, unparalleled, only attacks, no defense, commonly known as the mad dog tactics. In this kind of desperate attack situation, a soul Douluo with extreme attributes might really be able to stand on equal footing with a titled Douluo. But it's just a comparison. Douluo thought for a moment, then said, Feng boy, this is a simple matter. Come on, I'll take you to Xingluo. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Heading to Xingluo, Encountering Rongxiu on the Road. Chapter 35 Heading to Xingluo, Encountering Qian Rongxiu on the Road. Since Master Du is willing to help, then I would like to thank you in advance. After all, a commoner like me would not have much face if I went to Xingluo. Qin Feng was overjoyed and didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Originally, he planned to go back and ask Meng Shu to take him to Xingluo, but now he has Douluo to help. That is naturally the best. After all, the gap between titled Douluo and soul Douluo is obvious. The junction of the two countries. The two people who were flying suddenly caught a glimpse of a group of Tiandu guards driving a group of slaves below. Douluo was just about to rush over. Qin Feng frowned and said, Old Du, let's go down and take a look. Listen to you. Douluo had no objection. Since Qin Feng wanted to watch it, then let him watch it. He just thought that he was being kind. As the two of them fell. Stop! Qin Feng shouted coldly. Although he didn't want to get involved in the dirty business of the upper nobles, as the only descendant of Taoism in the current Douluo world, since he had seen it, there was no reason for him to ignore it. The Tiandu guards were stunned where they were, not daring to move forward. After all, in their understanding, soul masters who can fly are generally very powerful soul masters. When those disheveled and miserable slaves saw that someone was willing to stand up for them, they huddled behind Qin Feng as if they had found their backbone. Among them was a little girl who looked clean and tidy, about 4 or 5 years old. She stretched out her dry and thin hands that had not eaten for many days, and carefully pinched the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, saying, Brother, run quickly, they are bad guys, and they want to take us away. When Qin Feng saw the little girl, he was slightly stunned, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. He did not expect that the nobles of the Tiandu Empire would not even let go of such a young child. Qin Feng chuckled and rubbed her head, Don't be afraid, brother is a soul master. At this time, Shuejian, the commander of the Tiandu guards in the rear, became furious when he saw that the front had not taken any action. What are you doing in front? This is a batch of goods that will be put up for auction. If you are delayed, you will all die. The Tiandu guards were so frightened that they trembled all over. They did not doubt the truthfulness of Shuejian's words at all. He is the nephew of the current emperor of the Tiandu Empire and the son of Prince Xuexing. The family is extremely powerful. The guard at the side came up to Shuejian and whispered, "Commander-in-Chief, there seems to be a soul master blocking the road ahead." "Oh, which soul master is so blind as to dare to block my way? He really wants his life to be too long." Shuejian walked forward angrily. Seeing that only Qin Feng and Douluo were there, Shuejian showed no trace of disgust on his face. He drew his sword and pointed it at Qin Feng. "Fuck, do you two know who I am? You dare to block my way? Do you want to die?" Qin Feng didn't reply, but just looked at him coldly. Douluo's cold eyes concealed murderous intent. He knew the man in front of him. He was Shuexing's illegitimate son. However, Shuejian had never met Douluo. Because he is not qualified. Over the years, Shuexing has relied on his name to do evil things, but Douluo is a sentimental person, and considering the fact that he saved his life in the past, he doesn't want to say anything. But now the little bastard in his family dared to be so arrogant and even bullied him. This is simply like challenging someone else's rule. Just as Douluo was about to take action, suddenly, a shout came from not far away, "Wait, wait!" The three looked in the direction of the sound and saw a luxurious carriage galloping towards them. A man got off the carriage. Seeing the person coming, Shuejian immediately shouted respectfully, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Humph!" Shueqing didn't even look at him, just snorted and walked towards Qin Feng. Obviously, she couldn't stand watching the dirty deeds of the nobles of the Tiandu Empire. "King He greets His Majesty Douluo." "Yet." Douluo nodded slightly. Shueqing stared at Qin Feng and asked with interest, "Should I call you Zhang's Highway? Or Qin Feng?" Qin Feng's disguise was exposed, but he didn't blush or feel nervous, and said calmly, "Your Highness, please do as you please." "Okay, then I'll call you Qin Feng, and you come with me." Wait for Qin Feng to follow Shueqing. Douluo simply closed his eyes and rested. Shuejian, who was standing by, saw this scene and turned pale with fear. He never dreamed that these two untouchable guys in front of him actually knew His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You know, the laws of the Tiandu country clearly stipulate that slave trade is prohibited. Although no one among the upper-class nobles abides by this statement. But if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince finds evidence against me, I will be in big trouble. Not only will he be punished, but his father Shuexing will also be punished. After all, some things no one cares about in private, but once they are officially brought to the surface, they must be severely dealt with. At the same time, the other side, Shueqing saw that Qin Feng's eyes were always on those wounded slaves. She thought Qin Feng was attracted by those slaves. After all, there are indeed a few good-looking embryos among the crowd. Shueqing frowned, with dissatisfaction hidden in his heart, and said, "Why? Interested? Do you want me to give you a few?" Qin Feng shook his head. Seeing that he refused, Shueqing smiled and said, "So you want to rescue them?" Qin Feng did not nod in agreement either. Shueqing was confused. "Since you don't want them and don't want to rescue them, then what's the point of stopping them?" After a long silence, Qin Feng said, "They are just common people. Can you release them?" Hearing this, Shueqing secretly admired Qin Feng in his heart, and smiled, "So you want to be the savior?" Qin Feng looked fierce and said, "No, I think what they need is fairness, fairness. Or damn fairness." Instead of watching those high-ranking nobles shouting that slave trade is prohibited, while secretly engaging in slave trade and making a fortune, Shueqing looked at Qin Feng with increasing satisfaction. It would be a shame not to use such an upright, powerful, talented, and noble young man. It was as if a voice in her heart said to her, "I want this man." Shueqing suddenly asked a question, "Qin Feng, what do you think of the angel god of the spirit hall?" Qin Feng thought for a moment and chose to answer truthfully, 10,000 years ago, the angel god drew out the holy sword, rescued all the slaves on the continent, and eliminated the evil soul masters. If it weren't for the glory of the angel god, I'm afraid the number of civilian soul masters on the continent would have decreased by at least 80%. From a personal perspective, I admire him very much. The corners of Xue Qinghe's lips curled up more and more. But, from the perspective of the world, the angel god has undoubtedly failed. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe's face suddenly turned pale and he asked unhappily, why? He clearly has the power to unify the continent, but he didn't do it. If the continent was unified and all the restless elements were eliminated, there wouldn't be so many wars. In the past few decades, the Tiandu Empire has experienced several wars. At the end of every war, the kings of the two countries shook hands and made peace, the nobles returned home with their treasures, and the mother looked at the tombstone. So, I think the angel god has failed. Every word was so heart-wrenching that Xue Qinghe was speechless and couldn't find any reason to refute. However, Qin Feng's idea coincided with hers, which made her happy. After all, she went undercover in the Tiandu Empire just to unify the continent. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 The Sky is Dead. Chapter 36 The Sky is Dead. Your words make sense, but unfortunately I can't let them go just because of these words. Xue Qinghe pretended to be very regretful. He then walked to Qin Feng's side and changed the subject, but I can pretend that I didn't see you. Thank you, Your Highness. Qin Feng hurriedly thanked him. This is equivalent to releasing those slaves. As for how to liberate them, it depends on them. The conversation ended and the two returned the same way. Xue Qinghe got on the carriage and smiled mysteriously at Qin Feng. See you later. Seeing His Royal Highness the Crown Prince leave, Xuejian, who had been listless just now, seemed to perk up again. If the prince did not punish him, that would mean he condoned him. He looked at the team in front of him and shouted, "Hurry up! If you can't reach Tiandu City within 3 days, you will all die if you delay." As soon as the words fell, all the guards wailed in their hearts, filled with resentment. In 3 days, you can't escape even if you give up your life, Xuejian was telling them plainly. You all must die. At this moment, a bold plan suddenly emerged in the mind of the deputy commander. His name is JINGUANG. He is a powerful soul king. It was because of Xue Xing's appreciation that he was able to become the deputy commander of the Tiandu Guard. But now, not only has he failed to bring honor to his family, but he is about to lose his head. JINGUANG was dissatisfied and gritted his teeth. He seemed to have made up his mind. He shouted, "Fuck it, I'm going to die sooner or later. I might as well follow me and rebel. At worst, I can just follow me and become a bandit." These words, like spilled oil, immediately ignited the raging fire in the hearts of the guards. They work hard every day to protect the safety of Tiandu City. Even if they have no credit, they have worked hard, right? Why should he kill them with just one word, just because he is the prince's son? Why, we don't accept it. At worst, we can rebel. Do you know what is the most terrifying thing on the battlefield? It's not that the enemy is strong, but that there is a mutiny in our own army. Xuejian saw this scene and cursed in his heart. You untouchables, I am the one who feeds you and provides you with shelter. I am from a royal family, a royal relative. It is a great honor for you to be able to accompany you to supervise the army. Not only are you ungrateful and unwilling to make progress, but you're actually thinking of rebelling against me. They are indeed a bunch of rootless and floating people. Just when Xuejian was thinking that after he returned, he would make his children slaves for generations. Suddenly, JINGUANG drew out the cold sword from his waist and revealed his long sword. Seeing him slowly walking towards him, Xuejian stepped back in fear and shouted in horror, "What do you want to do? Do you want to rebel? Do you know what the consequences of rebellion are?" JINGUANG looked at the guards around him who were ready to move, and knew that they were waiting for a leader. JINGUANG was the first to come out. He was willing to be the leader. "Brothers, our families are behind us. How can we let this bastard go? If he returns alive, our families will be slaves for generations, and we will surely die. Follow me and kill this bastard, then you will have a chance of survival." As soon as the voice fell, the guards' eyes lit up. They were moved and shouted, "We are willing to follow the commander." Qin Feng, who was not far away, looked at him with admiration and thought to himself, "He is a talented person, but with such a small number of people, he is undoubtedly trying to stop a chariot with his arms." Seeing JINGUANG getting closer and closer, the sword in his hand emitted a little cold light under the sunlight, which made people feel cold. JINGUANG said in a trembling voice, "Don't come over here. Do you know who my father is?" "My father is the current prince." JINGUANG said with disdain, "I don't care who your father is." Seeing that the backstage support was useless, JINGUANG no longer cared about his face and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy, crying, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I will give you whatever you want, please." JINGUANG looked cold and sneered, "Did the guards beg you for help?" After the words fell, JINGUANG felt hopeless and regretful. But JINGUANG would not give him a chance to regret, and stepped forward with a knife, clean and neat. As a round object fell to the ground, blood splattered 3 steps away, after the body was destroyed by fire. JINGUANG came to Qin Feng and knelt on one knee, "Sir, please let us follow you." He did not choose to become a bandit. With the few hundred soldiers under his command, he would be seeking death. He saw Qin Feng and Kobo flying just now clearly. Instead of running around with everyone, it is better to worship a powerful and good boss. The guards behind him also understood their leader's intentions and knelt down and shouted, "Sir, please let us follow you." Qin Feng was stunned. "Oh no, how did I become the leader of the rebellion?" Kobo, who was standing by, suppressed his laughter and said teasingly, "Feng boy, if I don't think it's possible, why don't you just take them in?" He looked at the group of slaves in front of him who were staring at him eagerly, and the guards who were kneeling on one knee beside him. To be honest, Qin Feng was very hesitant. Although no man can refuse this statement, only kings, princes, generals, and ministers are born with a kind of blood. But this is a fantasy world, and it's useless even if you become an emperor. But we can make some plans. Qin Feng thought for a moment, and said to everyone, "If you join my Dao League, I can protect you, but the premise is that you must believe in me devoutly. How about it?" JINGUANG was somewhat puzzled. "Sir, what is the Dao League?" Qin Feng said solemnly, "We are a sect. Our doctrine is that all living beings in the world are equal. Let the high nobles step down and let the unparalleled imperial power collapse. Let the common people of the world stand up completely." They were all rough men from the common people. They had been taught since childhood to obey the nobles unconditionally, believe in imperial power, and offer their loyalty to the emperor. When had they ever heard such outrageous and shocking words? But these words touched their hearts. JINGUANG was stunned for a long time, his eyes seemed to be looking forward to the future that Qin Feng described. Take a chance and shock the world. Only by risking your life can you avoid failure. If you succeed, you will be remembered for eternity and become a role model for future generations. Are you willing to work hard for this goal and become my believers? Qin Feng's words were like opening Pandora's box. It took root and sprouted in the hearts of this group of people. Why are they so superior? Why are we born inferior? Why? They were also confused by these issues before. But now someone actually tells them that everyone is equal. Even if this goal has not yet been achieved, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they are willing to fight for it. Because they are dead. Instead of dying a cowardly death, it's better to take a chance, fighting for such a great goal. Even if you die, it will be a glorious death. JINGUANG was breathing rapidly and shouted, "I am willing to go through fire and water for you, sir." Many guards also shouted in unison, "We are willing to go through fire and water for you." Qin Feng showed a happy expression and said in a deep voice, "Okay, in this case, next, you need to secretly develop believers. Prepare soldiers and train horses, and wait for the opportunity. Wait till tomorrow to gather tens of millions of followers. I will be the heavenly master and lead you to build this prosperous Daoshan world. The sky is dead, the Dao court should be established, the year is Jiazi, and the world is blessed. As Qin Feng finished speaking, the atmosphere on the scene reached a climax again. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Convincing Douluo to join the Dao League. Chapter 37, Convincing Douluo to join the Dao League. They cry out without fatigue or thirst, the sky is dead, the Dao court should be established, the year is Jiazi, and the world is blessed. Even the slaves nearby began to follow suit and started shouting, the sky is dead, the Dao court should be established, the year is Jiazi, and the world is blessed. Douluo, who was standing by, was shocked by this scene. He didn't know what Qin Feng was going to do, but this was clearly a path of no return, and he couldn't just watch Qin Feng die. Douluo quickly pulled Qin Feng to a corner and asked hastily, Feng boy, are you crazy? It's fine if they are just fooling around, but why are you following them? Qin Feng looked carefree, patted his hand away, and said calmly, Old Du, you have already stepped into the realm of titled Douluo. You can probably guess that there is still a way to go above the title, right? Douluo looked solemn. Although he could feel that there seemed to be a road above, it was definitely a road to heaven. It is almost impossible to achieve. Qin Feng looked into the distance and said, Have you heard the story of the founder of the Spirit Hall? Douluo sighed and said, Of course I know. Back then, the ancestors of the Spirit Hall appeared out of nowhere, suppressed the heroes from all sides, liberated the slaves, and eventually ascended to become gods. As far as I know, the angel god relies on faith to become a god. But this is just a legend. No one knows whether it is true or not. Douluo's implication was that Qin Feng should not take it seriously. But whether it's true or not, you have to try it yourself, right? Don't you want to take a peek at the scenery above the clouds? Can you bear to be called the weakest title Douluo in the world by outsiders? Don't you want to prove yourself? Looking at Qin Feng's confident and ambitious eyes, Douluo secretly swallowed his saliva and thought for a long time. To be honest, Qin Feng's words really touched his heart. He made up his mind and gritted his teeth, Feng kid, I'm going to fight you. There may be a place for my Douluo family in this world. Good, decisive enough, worthy of being called Poison Master. Qin Feng exclaimed. Hearing this, Douluo's face inexplicably became a little irritated. From this moment on, Douluo felt that compared with Qin Feng, he, a titled Douluo, was like a rookie. Afterwards, Qin Feng gathered everyone together and announced one thing, JINGUANG, I want you to take all these people to the Holy Soul Village in Notting City safely. Can you do it? JINGUANG said excitedly, I will not fail your mission. Qin Feng waved his hand, you don't have to call me sir, just call me master. JINGUANG said seriously, yes, master. Qin Feng had no choice but to let him go. Then, he took out a pen and paper, wrote a letter and handed it to JINGUANG, give this letter to village chief Jack, he will understand. Without waiting for JINGUANG to agree, Qin Feng reminded him again, remember, you must strictly regulate the guards and never bully men or women. He was well aware of the reasons why many peasant uprisings in previous lives had failed. Many of them were due to unclear military discipline, which ultimately led to the demoralization of the people. Qin Feng's purpose is not just to rebel, his goal is faith. The angel god is able to become a first-level god just by relying on the faith of Douluo continent. If Qin Feng takes over the faith of the sun and the moon, and the faiths of the two continents are united, can he become the god king? Qin Feng thought so. When he came to his senses, JINGUANG and others had already left. Qin Feng and Douluo looked at each other and flew towards Xingluo again. Soon, the two landed in Longsing city of the Xingluo Empire. After asking around on the street for a while, the two headed straight towards the end of the city. Destroy the clan. Since separating from the WUHUN sect, the Paji clan has lost its source of income and can only rely on its knowledge of pharmacology to make a living. Although we are not rich, we have enough food and clothing. Compared with the Po clan, the Min clan next door even has problems getting food. Soon, an old mansion appeared in front of them, with 2 guards holding spears standing at the door. Qin Feng clasped his fists and said, "Please inform them that Poison Douluo Dugubo is here to visit." When the guards heard that it was a titled Douluo coming to visit, they did not dare to neglect them and immediately invited the 2 into the mansion, then hurriedly ran to inform the clan leader Yang Wudi. Not long after, a man with a gloomy temperament and a resolute face walked over. Yang Wudi's sharp eyes fell on the 2 people, and then he bowed slightly and saluted, "I am Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Po Yi clan. Welcome to my humble home. I wonder which one of you is His Majesty the Poison Douluo." Dugubo did not reply, but released 9 soul rings easily. The strong pressure intimidated me. Yang Wudi changed his previous cold attitude and said softly, "I wonder what your Majesty wants from my Poi clan? If it is my clan that has offended your Majesty, I would like to apologize to your Majesty first." As he said this, he prepared to perform a great ceremony. Obviously, to him, his people are everything. As long as he can save the lives of his people, he would be willing to sacrifice his dignity. Qin Feng quickly stopped him and smiled calmly, "Senior Yang, you are too polite. We are not here to ask for punishment. We just want to ask you for a favor." Yang Wudi frowned and glanced at Dugubo. Seeing that he had no objection, he was surprised and shocked. His Majesty actually completely obeys the little guy in front of him. Yang Wudi said in a deep voice, "Young friend, if you have any important matters, please feel free to tell me. If it is something particularly difficult, I'm sorry that I can't agree to it." Qin Feng chuckled and said, "It's not a particularly difficult thing. We heard that your Poi clan is the best in the world in pharmacology and has collected many precious herbal books. Is that true? No one doesn't like to be flattered. Especially Yang Wudi, who sees that the clan is more important than his own life." He said cheerfully, "That is the principle of medicine and poison of my Po Yi clan. If you consider yourself second, no one dares to claim to be first." Hearing this, Dugubo on the side felt inexplicably unhappy. "You claim to be the best in poison theory in front of me, Poison Douluo?" But for Qin Feng's sake, he didn't show it. Then Yang Wudi walked into the attic, took out a pile of herbal books, and said, "The precious herbal books you want are all here, you can look through them at will." Qin Feng looked through it and found that there was no record of the magical herb he wanted. "I guess Yang Wudi is hiding his abilities." Qin Feng shook his head and said frankly, "Senior Yang, these ordinary books are not what we need." Yang Wudi's mouth twitched, and he asked solemnly, "Could it be that you want the immortal grass book?" "That's right." Qin Feng nodded slowly. "I'm sorry, but I can't agree to this. This is a classic book passed down by my Yang family ancestors." Yang Wudi refused without even thinking about it. Qin Feng curled his lips and chuckled, "Senior Yang, don't you want to know what the reward I give you is?" There is no way Yang Wudi will agree to any reward. "Even if I, Yang Wudi, die and jump from there, I will never be able to give you the Book of Immortal Herbs." Yang Wudi spoke righteously, pointing to the high mountains and steep cliffs in the distance, his face full of determination, as if nothing could shake him. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, The Iron-Boned Yang Wudi, Really Fragrance. Chapter 38, The Iron-Boned Yang Wudi, Really Fragrance Really. Qin Feng said with a hint of amusement. Yang Wudi closed his eyes, put his right palm in front of him, and said with a determined face, "Don't say anything more. I, Yang Wudi, have a strong character. I will not accept charity. I will keep my word. Old Du, since Patriarch Yang is so noble, let's go first." "It is good." Dugubo didn't quite understand what Qin Feng meant. He didn't know what tricks he was playing, so he followed him silently. Just as the two were about to reach the door, a light voice suddenly came out of Qin Feng's mouth. What a pity! We prepared such a large and beautiful fairy product. After all, our Yang clan leader is so strong-willed. Just as the two were about to go out, a deafening cry of surprise rang out. What? What did you say? You want to give me the Yuxiang Kiluo immortal product? Yang Wudi's expression suddenly changed. His original resolute attitude seemed to have disappeared, and was replaced by a face full of flattery. Oh, Patriarch Yang is going back on his word. Looking at Qin Feng's face full of amusement, Yang Wudi's old face was stained a little red like a black pot, and he looked extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he wanted to say, I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now. But at this moment the choice was no longer in his hands. Yang Wudi suppressed his inner excitement, and his mind automatically filtered out all the sad things in his life. He said in a calm tone, My friend Qin Feng, if you are willing to give me the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product, you can take any of the things in my clan if you like them. Is Patriarch Yang no longer a man of steel? Qin Feng asked, suppressing his laughter. Yang Wudi's face flushed red. I am a warrior. Forget it, since Patriarch Yang is not sincere, let's go first. My friend, don't leave. Yang Wudi knelt on one knee and saluted Qin Feng respectfully. He has been searching for the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product for his entire life. Now that the opportunity is before him, he cannot give up no matter what. What else does Patriarch Yang want? If you are willing to give me the Yuxiang Kiluo immortal product, I am willing to lead the Po clan and obey your orders from now on. Yang Wudi spoke loudly and looked at Qin Feng solemnly. Hey, Patriarch Yang, what are you doing? We are all family, so I will give you the Yuxiang Kiluo immortal product. Qin Feng hurriedly stepped forward to help Yang Wudi up, and then continued, by the way, we are family from now on, you can call me the headmaster. Yes, headmaster. As soon as Yang Wudi agreed, he couldn't wait to ask, and asked in a small voice, by the way, my Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product. Seeing him like this, Qin Feng and Douluo on the side couldn't help laughing. Who would have thought that Yang Wudi, who had such a proud look on his face just now, at this moment, he was acting like a woman. This made Douluo even more curious. What exactly was this fragrant and beautiful fairy product? It can actually make a soul Douluo obsessed with it, and even be willing to risk his entire clan. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart, the law of true fragrance will not let go of any strong person. Afterwards, Qin Feng explained to him the basic teachings of the Taoist alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wudi couldn't wait to present the catalogue of magical herbs. When Yang Wudi heard that the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product was still in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he was so anxious. I wanted to fly over immediately and kept urging him anxiously. However, since Xingluo is far away from the Sunset Forest, after a brief discussion, the few of them decided to set off tomorrow. Yang Wudi warmly invited the two to attend the dinner. At this time, a beautiful couple walked in from outside the door. The man is tall and strong, and looks elegant and graceful. The woman had a sexy and hot body and a seductive face. Who is Patriarch Yang inviting to a banquet? Why is it so lively? A hearty voice came out of the man's mouth. Are you waiting for us, Weiss? As soon as the woman opened her mouth, her soft and tender voice was so heartwarming that it melted my bones. When Yang Wudi saw the person coming, he immediately frowned and felt distressed. This was the third time Davis had come to his door, but he could only greet him with a forced smile. I was wondering who was visiting my humble abode. It turns out to be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Royal Highness the Imperial Concubine. Yang Wudi is honored to meet you. Davis smiled and flattered. No, Patriarch Yang, you are not a humble abode. You are a soul Douluo, and you are an extreme attack flow. Who doesn't want to see your style? In order to win over the Paji clan, he tried his best. Zhu Ziyun on the side agreed, "That's right, Weisco often said that Patriarch Yang is upright and has an outstanding demeanor." At this moment, Davis suddenly discovered that there were two people sitting on the chairs next to him. "Patriarch Yang, would you like to introduce these two friends? This is a friend of mine named Qin Feng, and this is the famous poison Douluo, Douluo." Following Yang Wudi's introduction, Davis' eyes lit up. He turned out to be a titled Douluo. This time in order to win over the Paji clan, he did not hesitate to give up a 10,000-year-old soul bone. But compared to Yang Wudi in front of him, it is obvious that this poison Douluo is more attractive. In his excitement, Davis even forgot about the priority, and walked up to Douluo with a smile, clasped his fists and saluted, "Junior Davis, I wonder if I can meet His Majesty." A long time passed, but Douluo didn't even look at him. Davis looked embarrassed. In order to ease the atmosphere, Zhu Ziyun chuckled and said, "Weiss, His Majesty must be thinking about something important. Let's not disturb him." Yes, that must be it," Davis echoed. The two thought they had easily resolved the awkward atmosphere. Little did he know that in Qin Feng's eyes it was full of loopholes. Having been rejected by Douluo, Davis and Zhu Ziyun became more cautious in their words and actions in the following period. As the two observed, they were shocked to find out Douluo and Yang Wudi actually secretly respected Qin Feng. This made the two even more curious. What kind of existence could make a titled Douluo and soul Douluo take it so seriously? The two of them were in high positions and had seen countless geniuses in Xingluo, but they had never seen anyone who could be so valued by a titled Douluo. Until dinner time, Davis finally asked under the influence of alcohol, "Brother Qin Feng, are you willing to study at Xingluo Royal Academy?" Qin Feng shook his head slightly. Davis, who was rejected, still did not give up. After all, as long as he could win over Qin Feng, there was a high probability that he would also win over a titled Douluo and a soul Douluo. Even if it costs a huge price, it is worth it. Then, Davis leaned closer and promised in a low voice, "If Brother Qin Feng is willing to join Xingluo Royal Academy, I am willing to give you a 10,000-year soul bone." "No. Okay, Xingluo welcomes you." "Wait, what did you say?" Davis clenched his fists, not daring to believe that Qin Feng would actually reject him. "You have to know that this is a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Even soul Douluo and titled Douluo cannot resist the temptation." Judging from Qin Feng's appearance, how old is he? At most, he is about 15 or 16 years old. How could he resist the temptation? End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Douluo, a true angel investor. Chapter 39 Douluo, a true angel investor. Qin Feng lowered his head and shook his wine glass, chuckling, "Your Highness, I advise you not to waste your energy. These are all my people, and you can't win over anyone." Qin Feng stopped pretending and just came straight to the point. Davis was shocked when he heard this, and his expression showed as expected. "How will we know if we don't try?" Davis smiled and held out his hand. "Why don't we be friends?" "Forget it." Qin Feng still shook his head and refused. Davis was not annoyed after being rejected again. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Ziyun and winked, "Ziyun." Zhu Ziyun's slender jade hand gently rested on Qin Feng's palm, stroking it seductively, while a card slowly slipped from her palm. While Qin Feng secretly sighed, he also caught a glimpse of the card out of the corner of his eye. It was a gold card. As expected of him, he is the Crown Prince of Xingluo. How luxurious! The starting price for a meeting gift is 100,000 yuan. Qin Feng calmly put away the gold card, and before Davis could speak, he stood up shakily. "Ouch, Douluo, I feel dizzy, I must have drunk too much, please take me back to my room to rest." Douluo naturally saw through Qin Feng's purpose, but was willing to cooperate. He stood up and helped Qin Feng walk towards the inner room. Davis and Zhu Ziyun were completely dumbfounded. After sending out 100,000 gold soul coins, I don't even know if I succeeded in making friends. It's like losing his wife and losing his troops. Even if you throw these 100,000 into the water, you can still hear a sound. 1,000 horses raced through the two men's minds, and they greeted Qin Feng with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Seeing this, Yang Wudi picked up the tea and said in a deep voice, "You two, it's getting late." The two people who understood the situation no longer had the face to stay here. It's so embarrassing. Davis and Zhu Ziyun left in disgrace without even saying a word of politeness. After giving some instructions to his clansmen, Yang Wudi followed Qin Feng and the others and set off early. Because Douluo was flying at full speed, the three of them quickly arrived at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Looking at the natural landscape in front of him, Yang Wudi couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's really amazing. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire actually exist. Master, from now on, my life belongs to you." Upon seeing the Yuxiang Kiluo fairy product, Yang Wudi quickly made the assurance. "Go ahead, it's meant for you." Qin Feng smiled. Afterwards, Yang Wudi ran towards the Yuxiang Kiluo immortal product happily, picked it carefully, and laughed wildly, "I finally found it, found it. Ha 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 ha." The whole person laughed as carefreely as a child. At this time, Douluo couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is this fragrant and beautiful fairy product?" Yang Wudi said excitedly, "This fragrant and beautiful fairy product may not be of much use to ordinary people, but for my Poi clan, it is a priceless treasure. It can isolate and immunize against all external toxins. With it, I am no longer afraid of those poisons that I normally dare not refine." Afterwards, Yang Wudi explained to Douluo the effects of the magic grass. Each of these magical herbs has an extremely powerful effect. It can even change a person's talent. Soul Douluo can also be promoted to title Douluo with this. Your Majesty Douluo, you are simply guarding a treasure land without knowing it. When I heard that magic grass can change a person's talent. For a moment, Douluo looked at the two of them with incredible eyes. Douluo asked half doubtfully, "Does this magical herb really have such a powerful effect?" It's not that he doesn't believe it, it's just too horrifying. Can a tiny herb give a soul Douluo the potential to break through to the titled Douluo? Is this too outrageous? You have to know why titled Douluo are so rare. Isn't it because titled Douluo is difficult to break through? Seeing that he seemed unconvinced, Yang Wudi said seriously, "I swear on my martial spirit that what I say will never be wrong." When he saw his martial spirit swear, Douluo already believed it. After all, no one would joke about this. Douluo thought to himself that if he told others about this magical herb, he couldn't imagine how many powerful people would come to snatch it. While still feeling frightened, Douluo couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't pick the magic herb before because he didn't recognize it. Otherwise, if these treasures were destroyed, he would be sad and upset for the rest of his life. However, when he thought that these magical herbs had nothing to do with him, Douluo's face suddenly fell. Qin Feng looked at Yang Wudi, chuckled and asked, "Senior Yang, do you know any magical herbs that are suitable for Poison Master?" Qin Feng just got the Immortal Herb Atlas yesterday and had no time to study it. "There is someone who knows the answer right in front of me, so I might as well ask directly, which will save me time and effort." Yang Wudi looked at him unexpectedly. He thought Qin Feng would save all the magical herbs as soon as possible. After all, these magical herbs are enough to create dozens of titled Douluo, and anyone would have selfish motives. At least Yang Wudi himself doesn't have that much courage to just give it away. A normal person would have taken the magic herb and saved it for future generations of the family to use. Even if they didn't need it themselves, they wouldn't give it to others. But since Qin Feng had given such an order, Yang Wudi could not say anything, and replied, "Your Majesty Douluo's martial soul is the Jade Phosphorus Snake King, and there are two kinds of fairy herbs that are very suitable. One is the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, which contains dragon power. It should be enough to make His Majesty Dogu's martial soul evolve. The second is the Bloody Swan's Kiss. It is said that there was a god in the god realm named Sparrow God. He guarded the snow alone during his lifetime, but never waited for his lover. Before he died, Sparrow God shed his last tear full of hope, and this tear turned into the seed of the snowy swan's kiss. Its effect is that it can increase the toxins in the body of the person who comes into contact with it by 1,000 times. If His Majesty Dogu uses it, it is conservatively estimated that it can at least increase soul power by 3 or 4 levels. This is undoubtedly a top-grade, premium fairy herb. As soon as he finished speaking, Dogubo's eyes lit up and his breathing became rapid. However, it has a fatal flaw. If the person who comes into contact with it has a wound in his body, when the toxins grow, it will cause the person to die instantly. After saying this, Yang Wudi felt very sorry for Dogubo. After all, he and Dogubo are now in the same boat. The stronger Dogubo became, the happier he was. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this shortcoming, Dogubo immediately laughed out loud. If that's the case, Feng boy, are you sure? Why not give it a try? Qin Feng's eyes were stern and his words were full of confidence. Last time, his golden light was able to protect all of Dogubo's organs. Now that Dogubo's poison pill has been condensed, can't he be easily defeated? Seeing how confident the two were, Yang Wudi was confused, but he still pointed to the bloody swan kiss to them. Just as the two of them were sitting cross-legged and preparing to start absorbing, Qin Feng suddenly said, "By the way, Senior Yang, please find a magical herb to take." "Ah, me? Do I have it too?" Yang Wudi pointed at himself and asked in disbelief. When seeing Qin Feng nod in agreement, Yang Wudi was flattered and at the same time, he had great admiration and recognition for his new sect leader. Such a heroic and courageous character can be his own boss. Yang Wudi was even secretly proud of it. Afterwards, he happily found a magical herb that suited him and began to absorb it. Because of the last protection experience, Qin Feng was familiar with the process and easily protected Dogubo's organs with golden light. The night passed. Dogubo used the blood swan kiss to break through directly from level 93 to level 96, which was simply terrifying. From then on, he was no longer the titled Douluo who was jokingly called the weakest. With the poison enhanced by the snow swan kiss, Dogubo can say without exaggeration, "I am invincible in a battle of the same level. 1 for 1 below the god level." At the same time, Dogubo also believed that investing in Qin Feng was the best decision in his life. Yang Wudi also broke through from level 82 to level 84. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Mrs. Yin, you don't want Tang San to be bullied, do you? Chapter 40. Mrs. Yin, you don't want Tang San to be bullied, right? Just as Qin Feng packed up the magical herbs and prepared to return to the Exotic Beast Academy, he felt a throbbing in his waist and looked down. The slightly yellow leaves of the blue silver emperor were eagerly reaching out. "It's not impossible to give you this. What can you provide me with?" Qin Feng asked softly. The outstretched leaves of the blue silver emperor swayed gently, as if asking what you want. Qin Feng's mind moved, and he immediately said, "As the emperor of the blue silver grass clan, you have lived for so long, you should know where there are 100,000-year soul beasts, right?" The blue silver emperor thought he was going to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and suddenly stood still. No matter what, she would never betray her companions. "I remember that auntie seemed to have a son named Tang San." Upon hearing this, the leaves of the blue silver emperor began to sway wildly. Seeing this, Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and revealed a faint smile. "In this case, I will take it as auntie's consent." "Mrs. Yin, you don't want Tang San to be bullied, do you?" After saying that, without waiting for Yin's response, he found a good spot, dug a hole and planted her in it. Because he believed that a good wife who loved her son would not sit idly by and watch her son being bullied, she would definitely agree. Exotic Beast Academy. Qin Feng came back with a full load this time. There were more than 10 fairy herbs alone, and countless spiritual herbs. He walked towards the dean's office slowly and leisurely with a leisurely pace. When passing by the teaching building, Qin Feng saw Director Su and greeted him. "Director Su, is the dean here?" Su Yupeng smiled and nodded. "Yes, the dean is in the office." The students who were in class caught a glimpse of this scene and began to talk about it. "Who is that person? Why is he so tall? I don't think I've seen him before. I want to ask too. You guys just enrolled not long ago, right? You don't even know Senior Qin Feng." "I don't know, can you tell me?" "Then let me tell you, Senior Qin Feng is the #1 genius in our Exotic Beast Academy in the past 100 years. He has already broken through to the Soul Master level at the age of 12, and his strength is unmatched in the entire academy. So strong." "That's right. Just wait and see. Our Exotic Beast Academy will definitely have a place at the grand event 3 years from now." Su Yupeng saw this scene and shouted, "Qin Feng is strong, it's Qin Feng's business. You don't even have a second soul ring, and you don't listen to the class carefully. It's okay if you don't have the strength, but at least you have to keep up with the theory, right?" Qin Feng at the door shook his head slightly. "It seems that no matter which world we go into, there is no avoiding the differential treatment of good students and poor students. Arrive at the dean's office and ring the doorbell. Enter." When Meng Shu saw the person coming, he stepped forward excitedly and said, "Xiao Feng, you are finally back. Did His Majesty Douluo embarrass you?" If Meng Shu had not received Qin Feng's letter during this period, he would have brought the snake woman to the door long ago. "Of course not, teacher, look at my current soul power." Qin Feng smiled mysteriously. Meng Shu looked at Qin Feng in surprise, but didn't see any changes. He put his hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, and suddenly his heart was shocked. He exclaimed, "How come your soul power has increased so much? Are you on drugs?" He was extremely anxious, fearing that Qin Feng had taken some medicine that he shouldn't have taken in order to quickly increase his soul power. You should know that the most taboo thing for a soul master in training is to be impatient. If you want to speed, you can't reach it. Although taking drugs can increase a large amount of soul power in a short period of time, it will consume the upper limit of future talent. Of course not. I eat only natural treasures. If you don't believe me, use your soul power to investigate." Seeing this, Meng Shu did not dare to delay and quickly used his soul power to investigate. He found that not only was the meridians not blocked as he had expected, but they were extremely unobstructed. Even the strength of the meridians was much greater than before. Meng Shu was filled with emotion. "It's incredible. What kind of treasure can increase soul power so much without any side effects?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "Teacher, don't say so much for now. Call Master's wife and Yiran Zhuqing and the others. I brought gifts for everyone this time. They are absolutely very important." "Okay." Meng Shu didn't ask any more questions and turned and left. Soon, Meng Shu came with 3 girls. After a long separation, the 2 girls were very happy to see Qin Feng again. Meng Yuan rolled his eyes at him in complaint, "Big brother, you're finally back. Welcome back." Zhu Zuqing was still as frugal with words as her personality allowed. Qin Feng looked around solemnly, and finally his eyes stopped on Zhu Zuqing. "Teacher, I can rest assured about them, but Zuqing, I still want to ask you one thing. Now there is an opportunity that can change your fate, but I need you to join my forces. Are you willing?" I thought she would think about it for a long time. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zuqing blurted out without even thinking. "I am willing." Qin Feng asked in surprise, "Won't you consider it again?" Zhu Zuqing thought about it and realized that if she joined Xingluo and Dai Muabai's camp, there would be no hope of survival at all. On the contrary, Qin Feng's talent is so strong that he will definitely have a place in the mainland in the future. If he joins his forces, there may be hope of survival. On one hand, there is no chance of survival, on the other hand, there is at least a chance of survival. Any fool knows how to choose. Zhu Zuoqing said coldly, "No, I will join your forces." "Okay, from now on we are our own people." Qin Feng nodded heavily, and then took out the magical herbs for everyone from his waist. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd is for the teacher, the 8-petal Fairy Orchid is for the teacher's wife, the Black Jade Divine Bamboo is for Yuren, and as for Zuoqing, I have 2 kinds of magical herbs that are both suitable for you. I will tell you their advantages and disadvantages. You can make your own choice. The Netherworld Spirit Bamboo can enhance the Netherworld attribute of your Netherworld Spirit Cat, and the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone can nourish the muscles and bones and beautify the skin. After he finished speaking, Zhu Zuoqing frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. It sounds like it would be good for her. Zhu Zuoqing thought about it and decided to ask Qin Feng's opinion. She asked softly, "Which one do you think I should choose?" "Of course it's the Netherworld Bamboo. Your martial soul is the Netherworld Cat. It must be somewhat peculiar to be named after the Netherworld." "It is good." Zhu Zuoqing nodded without asking why. She took the Netherworld Bamboo, took 3 bites, and began to absorb it on the spot. Until the sun sets. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were the first to absorb their own immortal herbs. "Xiao Feng, your magic herb is truly a rare treasure. I have actually broken through to level 89, which is nearly 3 levels higher. I also feel like there is still some medicinal power that has not been catalyzed. I have a good chance of getting a title." Meng Shu burst into tears and was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He was extremely grateful to his disciple. Chao Tianxiang also smiled kindly and said, "Old man, your wish has finally come true." She was also grateful to Qin Feng. Originally, due to her limited talent, she might not be able to break through to the Soul Saint level in her lifetime, but now, with the help of the medicine, she easily reached level 70. Haha! Meng Shu laughed loudly, feeling filled with emotion. Meng Yuren rushed towards Qin Feng in surprise. "Big brother, I love you so much. My soul power has directly broken through from level 29 to Soul Master. Okay, Yuren, come down quickly." The girl's originally slender figure became even more plump and round after absorbing the magic herb. It is no exaggeration to say that it is hard to predict, even if it was lightly pressed against Qin Feng's body, it felt quite heavy. "No, no." Meng Yuren turned her head away proudly, and her arms around her became tighter. Qin Feng had no choice but to hold up her hips with his hands and try his best to prevent her from falling. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang smiled at each other and walked out of the room silently. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Tang Hao, Li Fiyu I swear to kill you. Chapter 41 Tang Hao, Li Fiyu I swear to kill you. At this time, Zhu Zuoqing also opened her eyes and felt her own changes. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if the dark cloud of death that had hung over her head for years had finally dissipated with the wind. She broke through. It went straight from level 27 to level 30. Moreover, Zhu Zuoqing felt that her martial soul seemed to have evolved as well. "Qin Feng, thank you." Zhu Zuoqing took lotus steps forward, stretched out her flawless white arms and directly held Qin Feng's cheek, and slightly opened her red lips. With a pop sound, the scene was completely silent. Meng Yuren, who had been quietly joking with Qin Feng, now had a blank mind. "Meng Yuren, who am I? Where am I? Has my home been robbed?" Leaving behind a red lip mark, Zhu Zuoqing's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her eyebrows drooped and she did not dare to look up at Qin Feng. You know, this was her first kiss. Qin Feng wiped the lip marks off his face, pretending nothing had happened, and then asked, "Zhu Qing, how much have you improved?" Seeing him wipe off her mark so quickly, Zhu Zuoqing felt a little disappointed, thinking that he rejected her. When Zhu Zuoqing came back to her senses after hearing Qin Feng's voice, she replied softly, my soul power has increased by 3 levels. I feel that my soul power is sufficient, it should be more than 3 levels. The most important thing is that my martial soul seems to have changed. Martial soul changes? Qin Feng, release your martial spirit and let me see it. Zhu Zuqing released her martial soul, and a mysterious elf with a faint purple light glowing all over its body slowly appeared. It walked with cat-like steps, and its slender figure was noble and inviolable. Has your nether attribute improved? Zhu Zuqing nodded. Well, the concealment in the dark is at least several times stronger than before, and it seems that there is an additional talent. What talent? Can it be released? Qin Feng asked. Zhu Zuqing nodded, and immediately the entire office was filled with a purple mist, obscuring people's vision. Big brother, where are you? Why can't I see you? Meng Yuren's anxious voice came from somewhere. It's actually the field of talent. Qin Feng observed it carefully and suddenly exclaimed. What is the talent domain? As Zhu Zuqing's puzzled voice was heard, the surrounding fog gradually dissipated. It is the innate domain that only super martial spirits have. Among all the martial spirits in the entire continent, only a very small number of martial spirits have innate domains. As for soul masters with domains, generally speaking, when facing soul masters without domains of the same level, it is a dimensionality reduction attack, and your domain is even more powerful. It blocks the vision and even the perception of soul power. Qin Feng was amazed. This field is truly naturally suited to an assassin like Zhu Zuqing. It is indeed a field of talent. Meng Yuren, who was standing by, also exclaimed in amazement, Zhu Qing, your martial spirit is so powerful after its evolution. Zhu Zuqing felt a little embarrassed when they looked at her. Then what do you think my martial spirit should be called now? It is definitely not appropriate to continue using the nether cat. Qin Feng thought for a moment, then said, how about Fairy Yuming? Fairy, Netherworld, sounds so beautiful. Meng Yuren muttered a few words and said happily. During these days of getting along, Meng Yuren also learned about Zhu Zuqing's life experience, and now of course she is happy for her. Okay. Upon seeing this, Zhu Zuqing's cold face also showed a sweet smile, just like a flower blooming on the high mountain of snow. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh, Zhu Qing, you still need to smile more to look good. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing looked calm, but her heart was already beating fast. Does he like to laugh at himself? Qin Feng didn't know that just a simple sentence he said would make the cold girl's face always filled with smiles from then on. 7 days later. Everyone was ready and headed straight for the Star Forest. We set out at noon and arrived at the border town near dusk. The 5 people walked into an inn. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang ordered some food and went upstairs. Obviously, they didn't want to disturb the younger generation. They were happy and comfortable. After all, sitting at the same table with older people was more or less a concern. Qin Feng waved and called a waiter, "Waiter, bring a roasted whole lamb." He originally wanted to order a whole roasted lamb, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it was not appropriate. After all, there were 2 girls, so he ordered some vegetarian dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, another group of people walked in through the door. Qin Feng glanced casually and found that the leader was Flanders. The remaining 4 are Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Heng-jun, and Oscar. When Qin Feng saw Tang San, he was a little surprised. Didn't the spirit hall cause trouble for Tang San? Or did Yu Xiaogang go to his old lover for help again? At this time, several people also saw Qin Feng, and when they saw Zhu Zuqing beside Qin Feng, Dai Mubai's face changed drastically. He stared at Zhu Zuqing with bloodshot eyes, and suddenly felt that he was being cheated on. Zhu Zuqing naturally also noticed Dai Mubai, but she acted as if she saw nothing, and her eyes lingered on Qin Feng. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and wished he could tear the couple apart immediately. Even though Qin Feng is powerful, he can't tolerate this. This is a matter concerning a man's dignity. Dai Mubai slowly walked up to the group, pointed at Zhu Zuqing and glared at her. Bitch, where have you been all this time? So you hooked up with this guy? You're so good, Zhu Zuqing. Who were you pretending to be so innocent for? I thought you were really innocent, but it turns out you're also a bitch. Hear the words. Zhu Zuqing's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. She stood up angrily and glared at him with disgust. Dai Mubai, you were the one who flirted with her first. Besides, Qin Feng and I don't have the relationship you think. Don't use your dirty brain to smear us. Soto City twins, need I say more? Dai Mubai's face turned pale and he was speechless, but fortunately, he heard good news. At least nothing has happened between Zhu Zuqing and Qin Feng. He still has a chance. After a moment, Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zuqing proudly as if to declare his sovereignty. Come back Zuqing, you are my fiancé after all. Together we can definitely defeat Davis. When Dai Mubai thought of Zhu Zuqing's perfect figure, his heart couldn't help but heat up, and he licked his dry lips. Fiancé, right. Zhu Zuqing took out a marriage certificate from the soul guide and slowly tore it into pieces in front of everyone. Now I'm telling you unilaterally that I'm divorcing you. Meng Yuran, who was watching the show nearby, cheered excitedly. Zhu Qing, well done, this is how you should treat a scumbag. What? What did you say? You dare to divorce me? Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that if his relationship with Zhu Zuqing really failed, then he would have no hope of becoming the crown prince. No, I don't agree. Why do you say you can divorce me? Did Qin Feng ask you to do this? This is the will of our parents and the words of the matchmaker. You can't be so presumptuous. Dai Mubai's unwilling voice filled the entire hall. The diners who were eating couldn't help but stop and watch. When hearing this, Tang San frowned. After all, as an ancient man, he did not know. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words cannot be disobeyed. Tang San couldn't help but stand up and persuaded, Zhu Qing, no matter what, Dai Lauda is still your fiancé, you should go back to Shrek with us. Although it looked like they were trying to persuade them, the people at the scene understood what they were doing by looking at their postures. I'm afraid we have to take action. At the same time, Tang Hao, covered in blood and panting, rushed back to the cave in the back mountain of Shengun village. Just when he was about to tell A Yin about his recent situation. When Tang Hao first saw the words on the wall, he was a little stunned. But when he saw the words, your wife, A Yin, is so beautiful. Tang Hao's eyes were red and he was panting like a cow. After a while, a deafening roar echoed throughout the valley. You and I are irreconcilable, Li Fiyu, I swear to kill you. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Zhu Zuqing cuts off the ties. Chapter 42 Zhu Zuqing cuts off the ties. Tang San, stop pretending to be a good person. It's not your turn to speak on the matter between Dai Mubai and me. Zhu Zuqing sneered. What annoys her most is people who clearly know nothing but still try to pretend to be good people and get involved. Being humiliated, Tang San looked unhappy. Zhu Qing, the Rose Hotel incident was really a misunderstanding. My eldest brother forced me to do that. If I don't do this, I won't be able to survive. Dai Mubai complained helplessly. Zhu Zuqing thought of Qin Feng's encouragement to him, and a smile appeared on her lips. Even if the road ahead is difficult, we should keep moving forward. These words have already shown her attitude. The faint smile on her lips seemed to be mocking Dai Mubai, who knew there were difficulties ahead but did not work hard to practice, but instead indulged in fun. Okay, Zhu Zuqing, you're not pretending anymore, right? Dai Mubai's face was ferocious and his pupils were wide open, as if they were about to spit fire. Zhu Zuqing looked disgusted. Yes, I just won't pretend anymore. I don't want to play house games with a childish young man like you anymore. What else have you done since you came to Tiandu besides partying every night? Have you ever considered the duel? You make me feel dirty, disgusting, and filthy. Dai Mubai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. You don't think I really don't dare to do it? Zhu Zuqing was not afraid at all, but took a step forward. I believe it. After all, besides bullying the weak and fearing the strong, what else can you dare to do? In an instant, the atmosphere on the scene became tense. Qin Feng chuckled with interest and said, "Do you need me to help? I'll give you 10 gold soul coins." "Thanks, but no." Zhu Zuqing also wanted to try out how powerful her martial soul would be after it evolved, so she could try it out on Dai Mubai, who was partying day and night and had a weak body. Zhu Zuqing danced lightly with cat steps and came to the open space at the door. She glanced at Dai Mubai and said, "Dai Mubai, let's duel. If I lose, I will let you do whatever you want. If you win, don't bother me anymore." "Okay. This is what you said." Hearing this, Dai Mubai's face was full of confidence, and he came to the door in a heroic and high-spirited manner. After all, in his opinion, he was a soul master, and it was not easy for him to defeat Zhu Zuqing, who did not have a third soul ring. Seeing this, everyone gave up their space and turned into spectators. Meng Yuran was a little worried. "Big brother, can Zhu Qing win?" "It's a guaranteed win." Qin Feng chuckled, very confident about it. "I could sense it the last time I fought him." Bai Mahu's body had long been scarred by alcohol and sex. You can tell by looking at his face. He looked haggard. Without his martial spirit, his physical fitness was even worse than that of some control-type soul masters. After Zhu Qing's martial soul evolved, not only did his soul skills change, but the most important thing was his domain. Only after Qin Feng explained the pros and cons of both sides did Meng Yuran feel relieved. At the same time, at this moment, Zhu Zuqing on the field was possessed by the martial spirit, leaped up, and disappeared into the darkness. As it was already night and there were dense trees all around, it was impossible to spot her. Dai Mubai, who had wanted to strike first, now stood there in a daze like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing's sharp claws suddenly tore at Dai Mubai's face, and blood appeared instantly. As fast as the wind. "It's simply impossible to capture." Dai Mubai roared in pain. "Zhu Zuqing, the engagement and bond between you and me cannot be severed." "Shameless." Zhu Zuqing's calm voice was particularly clear in the dark night. Ma Hongjun on the side said anxiously, "Third brother, can't Dai boss beat that woman?" "Don't worry, I will take action when necessary." Tang San frowned, his palm slowly placed on his belt, holding a dragon beard needle. As long as there is a chance, he will shoot a needle. Oscar's face turned pale when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart at Tang San's cruelty. Even his former classmate could be killed. At the same time, he was very hesitant about whether to tell Qin Feng and others. After all, in his understanding, the two of them were just competing with each other as classmates. After thinking it over again and again, Oscar decided to tell Qin Feng, otherwise he would feel guilty. He made up an excuse and slowly moved towards Qin Feng through the crowd. "Qin Feng! Qin Feng!" The subtle sound successfully attracted Qin Feng's attention. He looked around and finally found Oscar squatting nearby. "What do you find me for?" "Qin Feng, Tang San is going to use the dragon beard needle to launch a sneak attack. You have to take precautions in advance." Oscar whispered, then turned and ran away. After listening to this, Qin Feng, who was completely confused, raised his lips slightly and thought to himself, "This Oscar is a good person, but it's a pity that he joined Shrek. I'll try to find a chance to bring him over later." After all, he is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, so he strategically maxes it out. Afterwards, Qin Feng looked towards Tang San, only to see that he was clenching his right hand tightly, as if he was really holding something in his hand. "Tang San, Tang San, since you play like this, don't blame me." Qin Feng sent a soul power voice transmission to Zhu Zuqing, Zhu Qing, just show up and open the domain. I will use golden light to put armor on you. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing was a little surprised and thought she had heard it wrong. When she saw Qin Feng nodding at her, she finally understood. She leapt down from the treetops and landed on the clearing. When Daimyo Bai saw her appear, he shouted White Tiger Vajra transformation and attacked her with his fangs and claws bared. The Netherworld. Zhu Zuqing muttered silently in his heart. A dark purple mist instantly enveloped the entire place, blocking everyone's vision. A second before Qin Feng disappeared from sight, he secretly activated the golden light, which quickly attached to Zhu Zuqing along the surface of the ground, forming a piece of inner armor. With the defense of golden light, Zhu Zuqing now looked like an assassin with an unlimited number of famous swords. After Daimyo Bai lost sight of her, he immediately became angry and said, Zhu Zuqing, what kind of evil trick is this? I remember your previous soul skills were not like this. Zhu Zuqing was too lazy to waste time talking to him. Surrounded by golden light, she was no longer afraid of Daimyo Bai's counterattack. In the darkness, one attack after another continued to attack Daimyo Bai. After a while, Daimyo Bai was covered in blood, his face was pale, he was half squatting, supporting himself with one hand and breathing heavily. Damn it, it's almost time for the White Tiger King Kong transformation. But, I've caught her several times, so why doesn't she seem to be hurt at all? Daimyo Bai was very confused. But there was no time for him to think. On this side, Zhu Zuqing was also ready to end the battle once and for all. Daimyo Bai, the bond between us ends here. Netherworld 100 Claws. Zhu Zuqing descended from the sky, attacking quickly and fiercely with her claws flashing with dim light. Daimyo Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. In pain, he burst out with all his soul power, trying to counterattack and seriously injure Zhu Zuqing. The moment he stretched out his tiger claws, Zhu Zuqing's soul power was also exhausted, and the fog around her dissipated instantly. You dare to insult me, Tang San? Today, I will make you suffer. Tang San sneered and released all his dragon whisker needles in an instant. None of his moves hit the vital points, but they would definitely make people very painful. Qin Feng's face changed drastically when he saw this. He reacted very quickly, raised his right hand and released a faint ray of lightning. Thunder in the palm. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, The Unpredictable Yin 5 Thunder. Chapter 43, Yin Wulei's unpredictable. The lightning was as swift as the wind, and in an instant it seemed to transform into a small thunder dragon, flying towards the dragon whisker needle. The trajectory of the dragon beard needle was disrupted in an instant. It shifted downwards by a few centimeters. Next second, a terrible cry rang out, ah! Everyone at the scene looked in the direction of the voice. Instantly, the man at the scene couldn't help but cover his lower body and took a breath of cold air. Hiss! Daimyo Bai's lower body was swollen like a huge tumor, almost as big as a human head. Tang San's face turned pale and he kept complaining in his heart, who was it that released that lightning just now? Boss Dai, are you okay? Ma Hongjun hurried over and tried to help Daimyo Bai up. Unexpectedly, this blow instantly caused secondary damage. The dragon beard needles in the body curled up again. The intense pain instantly made Daimyo Bai scream out in agony. What's wrong with you? Zhu Zuqing was still a little dazed when she saw this scene. She was so exhausted that she obviously didn't pay attention to what had just happened. The angry Daimyo Bai had already lost his mind. He roared hysterically, Zhu Zuqing, you bitch, you actually used such despicable means to sneak attack me. Ma Hongjun was filled with anger, Zhu Zuqing, you are too mean. It was just a competition, but you actually killed me. I do not have. Zhu Zuqing shook her head slightly. She was originally a spirit master of the agility attack type, so she could just attack directly. Why would she need to resort to other means? At this time, Tang San came up and smiled. Miss Zhu Zuking, could you let me check it? Revenge was one thing, but he was also very curious about Zhu Zuking's missed soul skill. After all, he had seen Zhu Zuking's 2 soul skills before. Tang San secretly guessed that maybe Zhu Zuking had a soul bone. Hearing this, Zhu Zuking rolled her eyes at him in disgust. It's not your turn to check it. Tang San was not annoyed by being rejected, and continued to ask with a smile, then what's the matter with your spirit skill? As far as I know, your previous 2 spirit skills did not have this missed. Could it be a soul bone? As soon as the words fell, the soul masters watching the scene had a gleam in their eyes, and their greed was evident in their words. Things like soul bones. If others think you have it, then you really have it. Unless you can cut off the soul bone in public to prove your innocence. Or maybe, your strength can prevent greedy people from coveting you. But Zhu Zuking's strength is obviously not enough. This is what Tang San was planning. It was an open conspiracy. Even Qin Feng, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh. Killing someone with a borrowed knife is really cruel. How shameless! Zhu Zuking's chest was rising and falling with energy, and the surging arc like waves was eye-catching. Tang San, don't slander me. Then why don't you dare let me check? Are you afraid, or do you admit that you have a spirit bone? Tang San still had that smile on his face. The conspiracy is extremely cunning and the overt plot is unavoidable. Meng Yuan angrily stood up for Zhu Zuking, pointing at Tang San and yelling, "Are you mentally ill? Zuking has already told you, if you can't understand what people are saying, go get your brain checked." At this time, Qin Feng also came out, and the dazzling golden light enveloped the 3 of them. There was confidence in his eyes, and he said softly, "My master is Lord Long Mengshu, and we have a good friend, Poison Douluo de Kobo. If there is anyone here who is not afraid of death, you can come and give it a try." After these calm words fell, the scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. The soul masters who had looked greedy just now all put on confused expressions, indicating that they knew nothing. Qin Feng felt extremely happy. This was strength, this was status, this was background. Now he can say arrogantly, "I have shed my snakeskin and become a dragon." Tang San's face turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Feng fiercely. His carefully planned conspiracy was broken so easily. Damn it! Qin Feng naturally also caught a glimpse of Tang San's helpless and furious look, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently raised a little. At this time, a full-throated voice came, "Xiao San, what happened?" Flanders appeared slowly. When he saw Dai Muebai's miserable state through the crowd, he immediately flew into a rage. "Who did this? How dare you touch anyone from Shrek Academy?" Qin Feng rubbed his eyes, sneered, and asked back, "You should ask your precious student about this." "Hung Jun, Xiaosan, what's going on?" When he saw Qin Feng again, Flanders looked unhappy. Ma Hung-jun gave a detailed account of the incident. Flanders asked seriously, "Zhu Zuking, as your teacher, I shouldn't interfere in your private life, but I want to ask, are you Muebai's fiancé?" "I have nothing to do with him anymore," Zhu Zuking said softly. Unexpectedly, her words hit the mark exactly what Flanders wanted. Flanders's lips curled up. "So, you guys cancelled it privately? Then there is no proof from the Luo Empire, so your engagement still exists." Although Flanders felt a little guilty when he said this, his selfishness ultimately outweighed his guilt. He has some identity background of Dai Muebai. And Zhu Zuking's martial spirit can also be seen. I'm afraid they are the stars of this generation, one of the decision-makers. After all, Dai Muebai has donated so much money to the academy, and now as his teacher, Flanders has to help him out no matter what. Qin Feng stepped forward and retorted disdainfully, "Flanders, you are so shameless. What does Zuking's engagement have to do with you? Do you live in the sea? Why do you care so much?" Even though he was scolded by the younger generation, Flanders' expression remained unchanged. Zhu Zuqing, come back. Mu Bai will change. He has already promised me. Zhu Zuqing's body trembled, and she raised her head with a determined look in her eyes. Never. Then don't blame me, I'm sorry. Flanders sighed. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to use force to offend the future Xingluo Empress. In an instant, the wings behind Flanders flapped, and 7 soul rings fell down, grabbing towards Zhu Zuqing. At the critical moment, a light shout rang out, Yin Wulei, northern border Kangtan. Black liquid gushed out from the sky, covering the sky and the sun as it headed towards Flanders. Flanders' eyes twitched wildly. As a soul sage who had been fighting for many years, his intuition told him that this thing was very dangerous and he couldn't take it head-on. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky to avoid it. Qin Feng chuckled, and used all his strength to activate Yin Wulei and attack Flanders again. In the face of Yin Wulei, any defense is ineffective. The outstanding feature of Yin Wulei is its strangeness and unpredictability. Even the invincible spirit skill cannot resist the attack of Yin Wulei and can only slow it down. Flanders looked around Qin Feng carefully, trying to find a chance to break the deadlock, and suddenly he discovered that there seemed to be no black liquid beside Qin Feng. He secretly sent a message to Tang San with a righteous look, Xiao San, attack him from behind. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will use a large-scale spirit skill later and hurt others. Tomorrow is a holiday, and I will update 1 chapters. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Destroy Flanders. Chapter 44, Destroy Flanders, Part, Tang San was ecstatic. This time he finally had a chance to take revenge on Qin Feng, and he would not miss it. Some time ago, if Qin Feng had not performed so well in the exchange competition, how could Xiao Wu have exposed herself? If Xiao Wu hadn't been exposed, how could he have been separated from her? Tang San naturally blamed all the faults on Qin Feng. Blue-silver entanglement. At the moment when Tang San released the blue-silver grass, Zhu Zuqing looked anxious and wanted to go forward to help, but her soul power was exhausted and she didn't even have the strength to block the attack. Fortunately, at this time, Meng Yuan stepped forward with the snake staff in his hand, and the sharp snake blade easily cut off the cluster of blue-silver grass. Her face was full of disgust, and her tone was calm but full of sarcasm. Tang San, you are so despicable and shameless that you even wanted to sneak attack my senior brother. Seeing how innocent she was, Tang San's sense of superiority as a Tang clan disciple surged up again. He sighed and thought to himself, you are just a local. How can you understand the principle of everything is fair in war that has been passed down for thousands of years in my previous life's Tang sect? What's more, the Tang clan's style of operation is mainly based on sneak attacks and assassinations. Tang San didn't feel ashamed, he just felt it was a pity that he didn't succeed. Hung Jun, take action! Tang Men shouted at Ma Hung Jun. Now that the relationship has been exposed, there is no point in pretending anymore. Give it a try. Anyway, Ning Rongrong is not here this time. Tang San wants to see if there is anyone who can save you this time. As for Meng Shu and Dugubo, whom Qin Feng had introduced himself before, Tang San didn't take them seriously at all. After all, to him, my father is the famous Tang Hao. Third brother, stay calm. Ma Hung-jun had also long wanted to avenge his previous actions. Phoenix Firewire. Ma Hung-jun spewed out a long, thin stream of fire towards Qin Feng. Tang San also quickly threw out various hidden weapons. Flanders also released his 5th soul skill, and countless feather blades attacked Qin Feng. Attacks came from all directions like raindrops. Qin Feng was not afraid at all, and silently said in his heart, 3rd soul skill, golden body. The golden light in the sky obscured him, causing a cloud of smoke. Flanders stared at the smoke with his eagle eyes and murmured, is he dead? Tang San was overjoyed and secretly happy, thinking, now, Xiao Wu should be more loyal. After all, only the noble leader of the Tang sect is the right match for Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun laughed and said, Boss Dai, we have avenged you. Dai Mubai, who was nearly fainting from the pain, was also like a shot of cardiotonic when he saw this scene. He clapped his hands and cheered, ha 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 ha, Zhu Zuking, you bitch, see, this is the end of going against me, Dai Mubai. Shut your stinky mouth. Zhu Zuking stepped forward and kicked him hard between the legs. Because Zhu Zuking was wearing leather boots with high heels. Ah! The terrifying second explosion made Dai Mubai scream and faint from the pain. Meng Yuan stared at the smoke with nervous eyes, his palms clenched so tightly that they turned purple. After a moment, a tall figure slowly walked out of the smoke. Qin Feng was unexpectedly unharmed. This is impossible. How can you block my fifth soul skill? Flanders couldn't believe it. Qin Feng's defense completely overturned his cognition. Flanders suddenly raised his head and looked around. Which friend is this? Can you come out and talk to me? The same was true for Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and others on the side. They didn't believe that Qin Feng could actually block this attack. They thought that there must be other spirit masters helping Qin Feng. That's because you are ignorant. Endless contempt was revealed in Qin Feng's dark eyes. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think I can't beat you? Flanders frowned and resisted the urge to attack again. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Do you know why my fighting spirit arena is named Zhang's Highway? Zhang means arrogant, Zhi means covering the sky with one hand, and Wei means doing whatever he wants. What was very strange was that the soul masters watching at the scene not only did not think that Qin Feng was bragging, but instead nodded in agreement. After all, if you can survive the hands of a soul sage, you can pretend like this. Ignoring everyone's comments, Qin Feng walked straight towards Tang San. What do you want to do? Tang San kept retreating. The gap in strength between himself and Qin Feng was still very clear. Don't you know what I want to do? Qin Feng rubbed his palms and chuckled. Stop! Flanders shouted. Dai Mubai felt very guilty about being beaten like that. Tang San is that person's son. If he were beaten like Dai Mubai, Flanders couldn't imagine that person's rage. You said stop, so stop. What are you thinking? Qin Feng said nothing, raised his right palm and slapped it directly towards Tang San. The speed is almost extreme. So heavy. Is he really a soul master? Flanders sighed in his heart. If he hadn't blocked it with his right hand in time, with this force, Tang San would have had to lie down for at least 10 days or half a month. Flanders knew very well that if he couldn't get rid of this kid today, with his terrifying talent, he would become a big trouble in the future. Boy, you dare to commit a crime in front of me. I won't let you off. Just as Flanders was about to make a move, he suddenly felt his arm go numb and looked up. Qin Feng's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. What a scary look! Flanders felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, a chill ran down his spine, and a dangerous throbbing quietly blossomed in his heart. He was about to pull his hand away when suddenly a crackling sound was heard. Looks like barbecue. Look! His hands are dissolved. Flanders looked down and saw that the flesh on his palm had almost been worn away, revealing the white bones. Seeing that his entire hand was about to be gone, he tried his best to break free. But can Qin Feng get what he wants? Yin Wu Lei, full power. Qin Feng used all his strength to activate the Yin Wu Lei in his hand. The strange black liquid, like a hungry demon, rapidly eroded Flanders' arm. The terrifying paralysis caused by the thunder made Flanders unable to move. At this moment, Flanders finally understood what it meant to be unable to live or die. While Tang San was feeling palpitations, his fear of Qin Feng also reached its peak at this moment. He was determined to kill him today no matter what. He took out 3 Zhuge Divine Crossbows. Zhuge Divine Crossbow, fire. 3 salvos. A total of dozens of crossbow arrows forged from fine iron were shot towards Qin Feng with the sound of breaking wind. Seeing this, Qin Feng retreated and dodged, while pulling Flanders' right arm, which was on the verge of collapse. In an instant, shrill screams were heard one after another. "Ah! You deserve to die!" Flanders covered his broken arm and stared at Qin Feng fiercely. Although he really wanted to kill Qin Feng, his current strength had greatly declined, not to mention that he was seriously injured. If he didn't receive treatment, he would probably bleed to death. "Xiao San, Hong Jun, let's go." After saying that, he directly released his martial spirit body, grabbed Tang San and Ma Hong-jun with one hand and flew into the sky. Qin Feng naturally couldn't let them get their way, so he raised his hand and a flash of lightning appeared. Yang Wu Lei, thunder explodes. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Tang 3 Broken Hand. Chapter 45 Tang San's Broken Hand, Part. As the explosive lightning bloomed in the air, a scream was heard in an instant, followed by a cloud of blood mist. Tang San covered his left arm. At this moment, the palm of his left hand was empty. "Damn Qin Feng, you have already received your death. I will definitely kill you." Flanders held on, gritted his teeth, and endured his seriously injured body, forcibly releasing his martial soul true body, and then soared into the sky. Seeing that several people had escaped, Qin Feng had no choice but to give up. However, Tang San's left hand was crippled this time, and I don't know if he can still use his clear sky hammer. At this time, a burst of crisp applause rang out. Meng Shu and Snake Lady walked over slowly. "Teacher, you are always here." When Qin Feng saw the person coming, he seemed to have expected it. Meng Yuan complained, "Grandpa, why didn't you take action just now, really?" Meng Shu comforted her in a gentle voice, "Yiran, Grandpa was watching you the whole time, you won't be in any danger." "Then I don't care, don't do this next time." Okay, Grandpa will listen to you." That's pretty much it. Only after getting Meng Shu's assurance did Meng Yuan's anger subside. "Xiao Feng, you did a good job just now. When dealing with a spirit master who is stronger than you must go all out from the beginning. Even if you have to use dirty tricks, you must not let the other party use spirit skills." Meng Shu highly appreciated what Qin Feng had just done. From the very beginning, he hid his ultimate move under the guise of a normal attack. That's too cunning. This way of playing is just like a duel between swordsmen. As a result, one of the swordsmen, at the moment of drawing his sword, will take out the truth and shoot you a purple egg. Meng Shu suddenly became serious. "However, you are still reckless. What if the other party forcibly uses his martial soul body to launch a dying counterattack? Aren't the teacher and his wife here?" Qin Feng chuckled, he never fought a battle he was not sure of winning. "You boy!" Meng Shu didn't know what to say for a moment. He thought for a moment and was about to speak. At this time, Chao Tianxiang on the side urged. "Okay, old man, everyone is tired today, so let's just leave it at that. Yunyan, you should quickly take Zuking back to the room and go to bed. And Xiao Feng, you should also go to bed quickly, because you have to get up early tomorrow to hunt souls." "Hey, thank you, Master's wife." After saying that, Qin Feng prepared to go upstairs. Zhu Zuking's weak voice came from the side, "Qin Feng, help me." She staggered to her feet and was about to fall. "Are you okay?" Qin Feng hurried forward to support her. Zhu Zuking shook her head slightly, "It's okay, just exhausted." Meng Yuan saw this scene, she felt sour and made a strange sound, "Then why don't you ask me for help, tut tut tut." Zhu Zuking's cheeks flushed slightly. She was already shy and quickly explained, "No, you just consumed your soul power, and I was afraid that you would also lose your strength." Hearing this, Meng Yuan became very angry. What did he mean by that he had also consumed his soul power? He had clearly only used 2 soul skills, so how could he be exhausted? Good dreams to you too. Meng Yuan gritted his teeth and said the blessing, then quickly went upstairs. When he got closer, Qin Feng seemed to be able to feel the chilly wind coming from Meng Yuan. Qin Feng was completely confused about this. But he was too lazy to pay attention to it and supported Zhu Zuqing and walked towards the second floor. When they reached the stairs, Zhu Zuqing whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Can you carry me up?" As she said this, her fair face instantly turned red, as tempting as a ripe apple. "What?" Qin Feng asked again, as if he didn't hear clearly. Zhu Zuqing buried her head and said shamefully, "My legs are weak and I can't walk anymore." Qin Feng looked down and saw that her legs were still trembling. It seemed that she was really exhausted. Qin Feng immediately picked up Zhu Zuqing. It's strange to say, Zhu Zuqing looked so big, but it was very easy to pick him up. Her whole body seemed to be boneless, and a faint fragrance blew towards him, which seemed to be the legendary female body fragrance. At the same time, he seemed to see a piece of white out of the corner of his eye. But Qin Feng doesn't have time to pay attention to this. Instead of thinking about these things, he might as well go back and practice. Maybe he can break through to level 40 in this soul hunting. Women will only affect the speed at which I make money. When being held, Zhu Zuqing felt both nervous and expectant. But when Qin Feng rushed upstairs with her in his arms, threw her on the bed and turned away, she felt a little disappointed. Qin Feng came to the balcony and started practicing directly under the moonlight. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed as if a hand was constantly pulling at him in the darkness. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and saw Meng Yuan coming to his side without him knowing when. "Yuan, why are you here? Is it not possible? Is Zuqing the only one allowed to stay here?" Meng Yuan pouted sourly. In order not to wake up the others, Qin Feng lowered his voice, "Why are you coming to me so late at night instead of going to sleep and practicing? What, are you afraid?" Seeing that he lowered his voice, Meng Yuan deliberately straightened her chest and moved closer to him. Qin Feng suddenly discovered. At this time, Meng Yuan was only wearing a thin lily-colored nightgown, which revealed her curvy figure. Her snake-like waist swayed in the wind in the darkness, which was extremely seductive. In the faint moonlight, you can vaguely see a pair of tender white feet gently tapping on the floor. It makes a soft tapping sound. At some point, the atmosphere started to become a little strange. "Go away, don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other?" In order to protect his virgin egg, Qin Feng could not care about so much and could only use this as an excuse. Yuan Yang cannot be broken now, otherwise all the efforts of Yang Wulei will be wasted. Seeing that he was so afraid of her, Meng Yuan covered her face and chuckled, "Big brother, what are you afraid of? When you hugged Zuqing just now, weren't you quite fast?" Meng Yuan walked to Qin Feng's side and opened her red lips. A gust of fragrant breeze blew towards his face, making Qin Feng's breathing become heavier. Hearing Qin Feng's disordered and rough breathing, Meng Yuan struck while the iron was hot. A gentle voice lingered in Qin Feng's ears, "By the way, is hers as big as mine? Why do you ask this?" Qin Feng said seriously, pushing Meng Yuan away, "Do you think I am that kind of person? But if you insist on asking this question, I can also answer it. From a subjective visual point of view, hers is bigger than yours, but objectively, I don't know without trying it." Qin Feng answered this question seriously. Meng Yuan, who was both naive and playful, blushed suddenly, but her face was completely hidden in the silent night. Then, she bravely asked, "Big brother, who do you like better, me or Zhu Qing?" "Subjectively, I definitely like you. After all, we've been together for so long, and you're a rich woman. Objectively, I can only say that women only affect the speed at which I make money." Hearing this answer, Meng Yuan was very satisfied. She boldly advised, "Then why don't you make friends with Zhu Qingshen in the future? If you agree, I will give you all my money." Although Zhu Qing is very good, she is from Douluo after all. As she spoke, she took out several gold cards from her pocket. Looking at the money, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Are you teaching me how to do something? End of this chapter. Chapter 46. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 46. Are you teaching me how to do things? Qin Feng scolded with a serious face. Are you teaching me how to do things? No, I didn't. Meng Yuan was frightened and explained quickly. Don't speak ill of my friends in front of me anymore. After saying that, Qin Feng slowly put away the gold card on the table, and then pulled the frightened Meng Yuan into his arms. Feeling the warm embrace of the man in front of her, Meng Yuan squinted her eyes comfortably and said softly, Big brother, I admire you the most for being so strong-willed. You know, everyone in the academy admires you very much. They all say that you are upright, hard-working, and kind. If there were more people like you in the world, there would have been world peace long ago. By the way, do you want some fruit? Meng Yuan sat up again and asked softly. I want to eat watermelon. Okay, I'll go cut it for you right away. Oh, and I remember you don't like eating seeds, so I'll pick them out for you. The night is long and I have no intention of sleeping. The girl picked melon seeds and the boy smiled. The next morning. When good things happen to you, you feel refreshed. Qin Feng dreamed of countless small coins yesterday, and he woke up refreshed today. After washing up, he came to the cafeteria. Big brother, here. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the voice. Meng Yuan was waving at him with a smile. Zhu Zuqing also smiled at him. Qin Feng walked closer and saw that breakfast was already prepared. He didn't hesitate to pick up the beef on the table and started eating. After a hearty meal, everyone was ready, and after a brief rest, they headed towards the Star Forest. At this moment, a silver-haired boy suddenly stopped in front of them. Qin Feng saw that it was Oscar and asked immediately, Oscar, what's the matter? Oscar hesitated. Qin Feng, can you help me hunt a spirit ring? Qin Feng smiled playfully. Why? You Shrek have a grudge against me. Although I have no grudge against you, I will not aid the enemy. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, by the way, didn't Flanders take you away yesterday? Oscar's face turned pale and he nodded with difficulty. Not only did they not take him away, but Daimyo Bai was also lying in the clinic next door. Awesome, awesome. You are worthy of being the flying angle of the Golden Triangle. You run really fast and even ignore your own students. Listening to Qin Feng's ridicule, Oscar felt very unhappy and at the same time he was full of resentment towards several people. Why don't you join our Exotic Beast Academy? Shrek Academy doesn't consider you one of their own anyway. We will find you the most suitable third soul ring, and we will also provide you with the best quality medicinal bath herbs and a simulated training environment. Qin Feng directly chose to invite him. Giving timely assistance at this moment is far better than icing on the cake. I'm sorry, Dean Flanders has done me a favor. He is unkind, so I can't be unjust. Faced with the olive branch extended by Qin Feng, Oscar hesitated for a long time but still chose not to agree. That's embarrassing. Qin Feng shrugged, feeling very regretful. Looking at the backs of Qin Feng and the others, Oscar asked again, Qin Feng, is wrong okay? I am the eldest daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. I am very kind. Faced with such stubbornness, Qin Feng didn't even bother to turn around before replying. Meng Yuan asked in confusion, Big brother, you seem to be very optimistic about Oscar. Is there anything special about him? Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang on the side also looked over here. After all, this was the first time in all these years that they saw Qin Feng wanting so much to win over a peer. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Have you ever seen a food-type soul master with innate full soul power? How is it possible? How can there be a food-type soul master with innate full soul power in the world? The three of them exclaimed. Zhu Zuqing, the only one who knew the truth, remained silent. "Look, that's Oscar from before." After listening to Qin Feng's words, Meng Shu, who knew that he would not let him go without reason, blamed himself and said, "If I had known, I would have taken him back no matter what I said just now. This is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, and the future food-type titled Douluo. Even if he's disobedient after being caught, it's a sure win to use him as a stud." Chao Tianxiang scolded coldly, "What are you talking about, old man? Do you think we are robbers? And you kidnapped us? Don't be angry, I was just joking." Seeing that his wife was angry, Meng Shu hurriedly explained with a smile. The three people on the side all chuckled. Before they knew it, they arrived at a mountain range. As soon as I stepped in here, a melodious and cheerful song slowly came. Just as Qin Feng was wondering whose young lady was singing in the Star Do forest, he turned his head and looked. Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran both had dazed looks at this moment, as if they had lost their minds. Apparently this song has a bewitching effect. Qin Feng and the other two were not disturbed because of their strong mental strength. "Why don't you wake up quickly?" Meng Shu shouted loudly. The two of them suddenly opened their eyes, looking confused and at a loss, not knowing what had just happened. At this time, a heavy voice sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The whole earth began to tremble. Everyone became alert. Meng Shu stared solemnly into the depths of the forest and whispered, "Xiao Feng, if a powerful soul beast appears later, you take Yiran and Zhu Qing and run first, and we will follow." "Okay." Qin Feng nodded. Suddenly, Meng Yuran pointed to the sky in horror. "Look, why are there two lanterns in the sky?" Zhu Zuqing quickly stepped onto the treetop. It would have been fine if she hadn't looked, but when she did, she was immediately scared to death. "It's Titan Ape." Several people looked up and saw that what was in the sky was not the lantern that Meng Yuran mentioned, but two large orange-yellow eyeballs that were staring round. And the Titan Ape was looking down at them from above. The dozens of meters tall body was extremely conspicuous. Meng Shu recognized it at a glance. He said tremblingly, "This is the king of the forest, the 100,000-year-old Titan Ape. Xiao Feng, run!" He shouted loudly. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang immediately released their martial spirits, and without even thinking about it, they prepared to use their martial spirit fusion skills to buy time for them to escape. But who would have thought that the Titan Ape didn't even look at him, but reached out to grab Qin Feng. Qin Feng hurriedly ran away when he saw this, cursing in his heart, "Fuck, Xiao Wu is not here with me, why are you arresting me?" But after just a few rounds, the huge gap in strength was revealed. The Titan Ape grabbed Qin Feng with almost no effort, and then leaped a few times and flew away into the depths of the forest. The remaining few people looked at each other in bewilderment. The Titan Ape just left? No one was hurt or killed. When she came to her senses, Meng Yuran anxiously wanted to rush into the depths of the forest. Although Zhu Zuqing was also very sad, she quickly stopped her and advised, "Yiran, Qin Feng will be fine. Since the Titan Ape didn't kill us, he will be fine." Meng Shu at the side also said, "That's right, the Titan Ape is very intelligent. Since he didn't kill Qin Feng directly, he should be fine." Although they said so, several people actually already had the answer in their hearts. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Silver Dragon King, you have a strange smell. Chapter 47, Silver Dragon King, you have a strange smell. Fourth update, he saw the Titan Ape holding him and running away. Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, hey, it's Malaysia, where are you taking me? He he he. At this time, there was a clear and pleasant laughter. Qin Feng looked in the direction of the sound and found a person hidden in the thick fur on the Titan Ape's head. He asked tentatively, "Xiao Wu?" Seeing that Qin Feng had discovered her, Xiao Wu stopped pretending and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. "How was it? My third soul skill was good, wasn't it?" The song just now was actually the third soul skill of this silly rabbit. Qin Feng said truthfully, it's normal. Although it is a group attack charm, the disadvantage is that it can only be used to charm the opponent through sound. Once the opponent covers his ears, it will be useless. Seeing him point out the shortcomings of his soul skills so bluntly, Xiaowu curled her lips. How boring. She shouted to the Titan ape, Ming, stop. Yes, Sister Xiaowu. The Titan ape's huge voice surrounded Qin Feng's ears deafeningly. Seeing Qin Feng acting like a quail at this moment, Xiaowu was very proud and couldn't help but smile. Qin Feng, you cheated me of so much money before, what do you think I should do with you now? Besides, you seem to know my identity as a soul beast. After saying that, Xiaowu puffed up her cheeks and glared at Qin Feng fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him. However, this sweet look doesn't look vicious at all. It seems more like a fierce and aggressive one. Qin Feng chuckled, Tisk, stop pretending, your acting skills are better than yours, even the old lady at the entrance of our village can act more realistically than you. Xiao Wu, who was easily exposed, was like a deflated ball. Qin Feng asked, why did you catch me here? Xiao Wu said blankly, nothing, I just finally met an acquaintance and wanted to talk to you. Qin Feng looked helpless, that's it. Seeing his nonchalant look, Xiao Wu said angrily, otherwise, I'm almost suffocating in the Xingde Great Forest. I can't see a single living person, not even anyone to talk to. The Titan ape's silly voice sounded again, Sister Xiaowu, don't we still have Daming and I? You shut up. Oh. Xiaowu looked at Qin Feng, and walked forward awkwardly with her hands behind her back, her face full of embarrassment. Qin Feng, why don't you stay with me? What the hell are you thinking? Qin Feng rejected the proposal without hesitation. I'm not Bear Grylls, so I don't have any plans to survive in the wilderness. I don't care. I'm doing this for your own good. Xiaowu thought to herself, it's better for us to take action than for them to take action. Arresting me or for my own good? Qin Feng's smile froze, and he was caught by this big guy again. Then the Titan ape grabbed him and walked towards the core of the forest. Along the way, Xiaowu was chattering and looking for topics to chat with Qin Feng. Qin Feng simply felt like he had lost all hope in life. It was clear that his attitude towards her before nodding was very cold, and it could even be said that he had bullied her. Why is she so insistent on having me stay with her? It's too ridiculous. A bold idea suddenly came to Qin Feng's mind. Could it be that Xiaowu is a masochist? Considering that she had been asking me to stay with her, both explicitly and implicitly during the conversation along the way. It's broken, I'm afraid it's almost certain. Soon, the Titan giant ape grabbed Qin Feng and arrived at the core of the Stardo Great Forest. In front of me is a huge lake with extremely calm water. Suddenly, the water surface began to ripple, and a huge bull-headed python emerged. It snorted heavily, Sister Xiaowu, they are already waiting anxiously, let him go in quickly. Hearing this, Xiaowu's face suddenly turned pale, as if she was very scared. She whispered, Qin Feng, no matter who you meet when you go in, you must be respectful, otherwise I can't save you. After saying that, Xiaowu looked at Qin Feng with great concern. No one knew when those powerful guys under the lake appeared. Erming Titan Giant Ape and I were 100,000-year-old soul beasts, but we didn't even have the qualifications to meet them. Only the Azure Bull Python, with a faint trace of Azure Dragon blood, is qualified to see them. Qin Feng was a little surprised, what's going on? SHH. Xiaowu shook her head at him, signaling him to be quiet. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared on the water surface, a whirlpool suddenly appeared, and a majestic voice came, human friend, please come in and have a chat. Could it be the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Dityen? But at this time, wasn't he still unconscious? Qin Feng looked at the lake, hesitated for a moment, and then jumped towards the whirlpool. I thought it would be a challenge to hold my breath, but after entering I discovered that there was a whole new world inside. Not only can you breathe freely, but the air is also filled with rich soul power. Practicing here will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Qin Feng walked forward for a while, the fog in front of him dissipated, and several huge monsters appeared in front of him. There are big trees, a three-headed dog, a swan, a big bear, and even a real dragon. Ditien, he's here. Bridget's gentle voice sounded. The grumpy Bear King said in a muffled voice, "Why bother? Just kill him. He's just a human. What's there for us to worry about?" "Shut up. This is the master's decision." Ditien glared at him fiercely. Ignoring those voices, Qin Feng clasped his fists and saluted the black dragon in the corner, and asked, "I wonder what the senior wants to talk to me about." The black dragon showed a human-like expression. "Are you not afraid of me?" Qin Feng answered calmly, "It is precisely because I am afraid that I ask." The black dragon immediately transformed into a human. Ditien is more than 2 meters tall, a head taller than Qin Feng, and has a majestic face. Ditien snorted coldly, "Human, don't play tricks in front of me. I ask questions and you answer them. Do you understand?" Qin Feng nodded. "What's wrong with your martial spirit?" "From what I know, the light element can't do what you do, right?" "I don't know either. My golden light doesn't seem to be an element." "You are lying to me." Ditien was furious. What else could the golden light be but an element? "Have you ever seen a light elemental like me?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes at him and showed his golden light, which could not only glow but also turn into fluid and solid. This made all the soul beasts stunned. Whose light element can be used like this? At this time, the same majestic voice as before sounded, "Ditien, bring him to see me." Ditien bowed respectfully towards the void, "Yes, my lord." Ditien grabbed Qin Feng, swung his dragon claws to tear the space, and slowly walked in. This is a different space. The space was vast and boundless, with a huge lock snow silkworm placed in the middle. At this moment, it was crying out in pain, "Someone come and save me." "Shut up, snow silkworm!" Ditien shouted coldly. Many soul beasts simply look down on this guy who has survived for 99 years by just eating and sleeping. "You finally came." The one who spoke was a beautiful and pure silver dragon. Each of its dragon scales sparkled with dazzling luster, just like a work of art. The only thing that caught the eye was that there was a horrible wound on the silver dragon's abdomen, which looked extremely terrifying. Qin Feng frowned and asked, "Do you have something to ask me? You have a strange smell. Are you not from this world?" End of this chapter. Chapter 48, The Silver Dragon King and Number 039, S Plan. Chapter 48, The Silver Dragon King's Plan. How is that possible? Qin Feng laughed, trying to fool him. "What is the relationship between the golden light on your body and that old man?" "What old man? Are you still pretending?" The Silver Dragon King's voice suddenly turned cold. "What are you talking about? I really don't know what old man is. By the way, can you turn into a human?" Qin Feng really doesn't like talking with his head raised. The Silver Dragon King was a little surprised when he heard this, but he still did as he was told. A silver light flashed, and she turned into a white-haired girl with beautiful appearance and extraordinary temperament. Seeing that his face looked strange, Yin Long frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you? Aren't you wearing any clothes?" Qin Feng covered his eyes and pointed at her suddenly exposed body. Fortunately, Ditien was guarding the snow silkworm at the moment and did not notice this. "Clothing." The Silver Dragon King hesitated for a moment, then used his divine power to create a set of fitting clothes for himself. "Okay, now you can answer my question. What is your relationship with that old man?" The Silver Dragon King asked again. "What old man? Do you have a photo?" Qin Feng really didn't know who the old man was. The Silver Dragon King was at a loss. After thinking for a moment, he waved his white and tender fingers in the air, and a curtain of light appeared. In the picture, a phantom of an old man with a majestic look, wearing a purple robe, holding a demon-slaying sword in his right hand, his left hand flashing with dazzling thunder, stepping on a black tiger, and with golden light all over his body appeared in the dark night sky. Qin Feng recognized him at a glance and exclaimed, "Isn't this Master Zhang?" In his previous life, he had a portrait of Zhang Tianxi hanging in his home. "What is your relationship with him?" the Silver Dragon King asked impatiently. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said softly, "He should be considered the founder of my section. Anyway, there is no Genji in this world, so he just has to accept it with a thick face." Hearing this, the Silver Dragon King was overjoyed and quickly grabbed Qin Feng's shoulders. "Can you use his lightning?" "You mean Lei Fa?" The Silver Dragon King nodded repeatedly, impatiently grabbed his hand, and stretched it towards his lower abdomen. "Quick, quick, quick, electrocute me." Hearing this, Qin Feng was confused. Why would someone still ask for electricity? However, in order to meet her requirements and survive, Qin Feng still chose to follow his heart. He released palm thunder with his right hand and struck the Silver Dragon King's jade-white belly. "What?" A hearty groan of pleasure came from the Silver Dragon King's mouth. Qin Feng's expression became extremely strange after hearing this. But the Silver Dragon King obviously didn't have the sense of shame of humans. She murmured in her heart, "It really works." She felt that the extreme murderous aura from the wound on her abdomen had dissipated a little. It's a pity that this human is too weak, otherwise he could have gotten rid of the murderous aura in one go. The Silver Dragon King sighed. "Human, now use your thunder to attack me with all your strength." The Silver Dragon King transformed into a dragon again. Seeing this, Qin Feng had no choice but to do as he was told. He gathered strength in both hands, preparing to release the most powerful move that Yang Wulei had developed. Yang Wulei, Lightning Thunder Fist. His hands were flashing with surging lightning, and he attacked the wound on the Silver Dragon King's abdomen as fast as the wind. There was a crackling sound and a burst of sparks and lightning. The scarlet mark on the hideous wound on the Silver Dragon King's abdomen faded a little. At this time Qin Feng also understood. It seemed that the Silver Dragon King asked him to come here just to remove the murderous aura from the wound. The Silver Dragon King was wounded by the Shura demon sword. Ashura god is the god of killing, and the Ashura demon sword contains the ultimate murderous aura. It attached itself to the Silver Dragon King's wound, preventing her from healing for a long time. The Yang Five Thunders in the Five Thunders orthodox method possess the most powerful masculine force in the world, and have the ability to restrain all evil, murderous, and demonic creatures in the world. It was no problem to get rid of the murderous aura of a little Shura. "Human, continue." The Silver Dragon King hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. She could already feel that her wounds had begun to heal. Although it is still slow, it is much better than before. "I won't do it. You don't give me any benefits. You want me, Qin Feng, to work for free. It's impossible." Qin Feng figured out his position and was not so scared anymore. "After all, they are the ones who need help from me." Dityan was furious and said, "Boy, what did you say? Dishan, step back." "But my lord, I told you to back off." "Yes." The Silver Dragon King transformed into a human form again and came in front of Qin Feng. His palms rippled, and countless pieces of shining soul bones fell. "I know these things are very useful to you humans. We soul beasts are always grateful. You just need to heal my wounds, and these will be yours. How about that?" "No, I still need to practice now." Qin Feng refused without thinking. 5 times a week? No. 3 times? Impossible, once a month at most." The Silver Dragon King obviously hasn't realized how treacherous human nature is. She looked blank, thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed, "Okay, once a month, but you have to improve your strength as soon as possible, you are too slow to get rid of your murderous aura now. Okay, I'm going to rest now, you guys go. After saying that, she transformed into a silver dragon again and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth from the snow silkworm to heal herself. Afterwards, Ditian carried Qin Feng away from this strange space. Qin Feng held these soul bones with great joy and took a look at them. He discovered that all of them were soul bones that were more than 10,000 years old, and there were even some that he couldn't tell the exact age of. But the number is exactly 16. Seeing that Qin Feng's eyes were full of soul bones, Ditian threatened, "Boy, you'd better heal the master honestly, otherwise I will tear you apart." Qin Feng put away his soul bone and chuckled, "If you can do it, come and try it." Ditian was furious and was about to raise his hand to teach this kid a lesson. The voice of the Silver Dragon King rang in their ears again, "Emperor Tian, don't be so presumptuous." In a different space, the Silver Dragon King looked at Qin Feng. Her goal is not just to use Qin Feng's thunder method to heal her wounds. After years of exile in the divine world, the Silver Dragon King has deeply understood a truth. The era of soul beasts fighting alone is over. It is impossible to fight against those gods by relying on personal strength alone. But now the silly Golden Dragon King has been sealed again. The Silver Dragon King naturally had to find other allies. The old man in the shadow seen many years ago was so powerful, and Qin Feng was his disciple. I think the future achievements will not be low. The soul bones given now are just a small investment. What's more, these things are of no use to their soul beasts. However, if one wants to completely win over this person's heart and make him hostile to the divine world, another plan may be needed. The Silver Dragon King suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a transformed rabbit outside. Her eyes became serious, and she murmured, "Let's try the rabbit first. If it doesn't work, send Baiji and Ziji up. I don't believe we can't hook him. Even when necessary, for the future of the Soul Beast clan. As the leader of all soul beasts, she might as well sacrifice herself. Anyway, to her, a silver dragon, it was nothing more than being bitten by an ant." End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Tang 3 and number 039, S Clear Sky Hammer is completely useless. Chapter 49, Is Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer completely useless? At this moment, Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang, who came from afar, had no time to rest before he saw his beloved disciple Tang San lying on the hospital bed. He was furious. "Flanders, what's wrong with you? I asked you to take care of Xiao San, and this is how you take care of her." It's no wonder that Yu Xiaogang was so angry. He had finally trained a disciple and sent him to Shrek for the sake of his brother. As a result, his left hand was lost and he didn't know whether his martial spirit could be used. Looking at Tang San, who was still in a coma, Yu Xiaogang felt so distressed. "This is my hope to prove myself as a master. If it was ruined like this, Yu Xiaogang would never forgive Flanders." Flanders looked grim and sat on the bed in silence. Zhao Wuji, who was standing by, couldn't stand it and advised, "Boss, you should stop talking too much. The boss himself has a broken arm." Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaogang became even more indignant after hearing this. "How can he compare with my disciple? Xiao San is a rare genius in a century. Flanders is over 50 now and is only a soul saint. Xiao San is my hope." Flanders' face was as dark as a pot. He really wanted to say, "You are over 50 years old and still a great soul master. I am also a soul saint. Aren't you more useless than me?" But he couldn't. After all, they had been brothers for decades. He just had to accept a few words from him. But Zhao Wuji was not happy. "You want to spoil me, but I don't." He pointed at Yu Xiaogang and angrily yelled, "Who do you think you are? You come here and start giving orders. You are just a great spirit master. I call you a great spirit master. Do you really think you are a master? Didn't you see that the boss also had his hand broken? Is your disciple Jingui? Yu Xiaogang was shocked by Zhao Wuji's sudden outburst and turned pale. He pointed at Zhao Wuji tremblingly and said, Flanders, is this what you call getting along well? Xiaogang, Wuji didn't do it on purpose, please be understanding. Although Flanders said this, he actually agreed with Zhao Wuji's words in his heart. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that his lips trembled. He pointed at Flanders and couldn't say a word for a long time. Humph! Yu Xiaogang angrily threw his sleeves and left. Boss, what kind of friend are you making? It's not because of your face. I went to fight him this morning to wake him up. Hey! Flanders also lay helplessly on the bed, his thoughts vaguely returning to the past, to the happy days when the three of them were together. He thought to himself, I heard that Erlongmei is in Tiandu. I'm disabled now, so why not go and seek refuge with her? Late at night. Tang San slowly woke up and subconsciously raised his left hand to take the water cup, but after trying for a long time, he suddenly found that his palm was gone. Whoa! Gradually, he burst into tears and lay on the bed, regretting deeply. How great it would have been if he had not provoked Qin Feng. After crying for a long time, Tang San gradually calmed down and tried to summon the clear sky hammer, but after a long time, there was no response. He could clearly sense the clear sky hammer, but he just couldn't summon it. Could it be that I, Tang San, can only be a useless spirit master of blue silver grass in the future? Just when he was almost in despair, he suddenly remembered a sentence from Master Dashi, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless spirit masters. Tang San encouraged himself, teacher's words can never be wrong, I must prove the teacher's theory. At the same time, at this moment, in the core of the star forest. Hey, 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 you dead rabbit, could you please stop leaning on me? Qin Feng looked at Xiao Wu, who was sleeping soundly on his shoulder, with a look of despair. Xiao Wu opened her sleepy eyes, and moved closer without any hesitation. She smiled and said, I am just meeting your request. If you are not satisfied, you can talk to me. Seeing her taking the chicken feather as a token of authority in a serious manner, Qin Feng was completely speechless, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem like a bad thing. An extra backer. Moreover, this backer is currently the strongest existence in the entire Douluo continent unless the God King appears. I'm leaving tomorrow anyway, it's up to you. Qin Feng smiled, and then began to take out those unrecognizable soul bones. Xiao Wu's brows gradually furrowed, a little dissatisfied, why are you leaving so soon? Can't you just not leave and stay? I'll let Ming help you hunt soul beasts, and I can even equip you with soul bones. How do you think? For Xiao Wu, going to the human world, besides practicing and looking for enemies, she also has a little selfish motive. That is, she knew very well that the cultivation of soul beasts was too slow, and it was impossible to defeat the united humans relying on Daming and Erming. Not to mention that the man had already been a titled Douluo many years ago, and he also had twin martial souls. She wanted to find a soul master with great talent and strength as her partner to plan for future revenge. Wow, you are so generous, but forget it, your parents have already given you enough. Qin Feng politely declined, and then handed some soul bones whose age he couldn't recognize to Xiao Wu, wanting her to help take a look. As a 100,000-year-old soul bone, Xiao Wu's sharp eyes blurted out, 100,000-year-old ghost tiger torso bone. Oh my god, how could the Lord be so kind to you that he even gave you the skull of the three-eyed holy monkey and the left leg bone of the nine-winged demonic snake? 300,000-year soul bones. Xiao Wu kept smacking her lips, this was too luxurious. At the same time, she was also very confused about this. Is Qin Feng worthy of the adult's efforts to win him over? Although Xiao Wu knew that she was just a chess piece used by the adults to win over Qin Feng, who would really want to accept the fate of being a chess piece for the rest of her life. A bold idea arose in Xiao Wu's mind. Perhaps, I can rely on Qin Feng to live the life I want." Qin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that there were 300,000-year soul bones. Xiao Wu couldn't wait to urge, "Qin Feng, quickly absorb the skull of the three-eyed holy ape. It has spiritual properties and will be of great help to you." "It is good." Qin Feng also understood the importance of spiritual soul bones. He was not vague and immediately put it on his head with the help of moonlight and began to absorb it. Seeing this, Xiao Wu looked on with anticipation, secretly expecting Qin Feng to gain something from absorbing the soul bone. At this moment, a huge bull head suddenly popped out from the bottom of the lake and said in a muffled voice, "Sister Xiaowu, it's just a human, is it that serious? You don't have to take your words so seriously. Even if you don't agree, there will be others to take over." He really didn't understand why Xiaowu was so persistent. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Silver Dragon King was just using you as a pawn. "Oh, Daming, you don't understand him at all, so don't talk nonsense. As for the adult's mission, I will carry it out." Xiao Wu couldn't help but think of Qin Feng's heroic appearance on the field, and her pink pupils slowly became dazed. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Domineering Fourth Soul Skill. Chapter 50 Domineering Fourth Soul Skill. It was already early morning when Qin Feng finished absorbing the soul bone. When he saw Xiao Wu still standing by, he was stunned. Seeing Qin Feng wake up, Xiao Wu's fatigue disappeared and she asked with a smile, "How is Qin Feng? What is his soul bone skill?" The soul bone skill breaking illusion can break all mental illusion soul skills. Another one is that it can slowly restore mental strength during battle, which is not that outstanding. Seeing his unsatisfied look, Xiao Wu was furious and gritted her teeth, "Stupid Qin Feng, this is not outstanding, what else do you want? Just this piece of soul bone has almost rendered a soul master of spiritual attribute useless in front of you. You have to know that most of the soul skills of soul masters with spiritual attributes rely on illusions. For example, when he was in Kanghui Academy, his 7th soul skill was all illusion. It's just so-so. Qin Feng's original mental strength was very high, so this was just icing on the cake for him." Click, click. Xiao Wu stared at him hatefully and vented her anger by biting the carrot in her hand. Qin Feng didn't care about it at all. After all, if others hated him so much, it just proved that he was better. "By the way, your soul power should have broken through. If you need any soul beast, I'll ask Ming to catch it for you. A pure power type soul beast, preferably one with some earth attribute, and a 10,000-year-old one will do." "Are you crazy?" Xiao Wu was shocked by what Qin Feng said, and she quickly explained to Qin Feng, 10,000-year soul beasts have soul vibrations." "I know, but do you think I don't have the mental strength?" Qin Feng smiled calmly, his every move full of confidence. Unable to persuade Qin Feng, Xiao Wu had to let Ming go out hunting. Not long after, Ming came back carrying a huge ant, but it looked half dead. Come to think of it, he must have suffered a lot just now. Qin Feng was not vague either. He punched it on the head and freed it physically. A deep black soul ring emerged. Qin Feng was about to sit down and absorb it, when Xiao Wu beside him carefully pinched the corner of his clothes and asked, "Can you comb my hair for me?" Xiao Wu hesitantly took out a tightly wrapped wooden comb from her arms. Qin Feng was stunned, but looking at Xiao Wu's pleading eyes, he took the comb and said, "Just consider it as your reward for helping me hunt souls." "Okay." Xiao Wu turned around happily, her brows filled with joy, and the sweet smile under her pink cheeks was touching. The gentle touch of the man behind me was soothing. Under the bright moonlight, Xiao Wu thought vaguely, "Mom, I seem to have found someone who can comb my hair." Qin Feng, who had no idea what Xiao Wu was thinking, was silently combing her hair with a rosewood comb. "Although it's my first attempt, it seems to work pretty well." Each strand of hair was clearly visible, and Qin Feng even tried to tie Xiao Wu's hair into a high ponytail. After taking a look, Qin Feng nodded. He looked much more heroic and pleasing to the eye than before. I'm done combing my hair. I'm going to absorb the spirit ring. Afterwards, he stood up and walked towards the Qianjun and soul ring and began to absorb it. Xiao Wu didn't even have time to worry about her hairstyle. She stared at Qin Feng with a worried look on her face, her palms clenched with cold sweat. She looked even more nervous than the person who absorbed the spirit ring. This is the first case in the world of soul masters since ancient times, where the fourth ring absorbs the existence of a 10,000-year soul ring. No one knows whether it will succeed. The night passed. Seeing that Qin Feng had finally passed the critical period, Xiao Wu's tense expression all night finally relaxed, and she leaned against the treetop and slowly closed her eyes. After a while, Qin Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air. The strength of this soul ring was beyond his expectations. As expected of a pure power-type soul beast, the soul skills it provides are also extremely domineering. The fourth soul skill, the power of gold, has only one effect, which is simple and crude. Passive, increases normal strength by 150%, and will increase as soul power increases. It's simply a domineering power. This is different from other amplifying soul skills. This is a passive amplification, which will increase strength under normal circumstances. In other words, even if Qin Feng does not release his martial soul, he can still enjoy this amplification bonus. It is no exaggeration to say that this soul skill is simply a heaven-defying soul skill, even stronger than the sixth soul skill of some soul masters. At the same time, Qin Feng's soul power also reached level 44. The soul power brought by the cross-level absorption in the 100,000-year soul bone is still sufficient. If the remaining 200,000-year soul bones were not unsuitable, Qin Feng really wanted to absorb them all in one breath. Qin Feng stood up, looked around and wanted to share everything with Xiao Wu, but when he saw that she had fallen asleep, he gave up the idea. After leaving a letter, he headed straight towards the outskirts of the forest. When the morning light fell, Xiao Wu woke up and saw the contents of the letter. The corners of her lips slightly raised. "You bastard Qin Feng, wait until you come back to Xingde next time, I will punish you." The content of the letter is application for joining the Dao League. I swear to join the Dao League voluntarily, to offer my loyalty to the Dao League, and to give my everything. There is also a signatory. The most important thing is that there is a line of small words at the end. All rights of interpretation belong to Qin Feng. Xiao Wu is very familiar with this. In his first year in Notting, although he had become a soul master, he did not receive a single cent of the subsidies from the Spirit Hall as they were all taken away by Qin Feng. Damn Qin Feng, I won't sign anything I say. Xiao Wu expressed her determination in a firm tone. At this moment, at the Exotic Beast Academy. As soon as Qin Feng returned to the academy, he caused a sensation. After all, he survived the hands of the king of the forest, the Titan ape. The students in the college were talking about it. Soon the news spread to the senior class. Originally, because of Qin Feng's matter, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing had been silent all day and were almost depressed. After hearing the news, the two immediately rushed towards Qin Feng's dormitory. Hey, what are you doing? This is the boys' dormitory. Get out of the way, we have something to do. Seeing that they barged in without giving him face, the dormitory manager, Lao He, was furious. The world is really going downhill, people's hearts are no longer as they used to be, how can this be tolerated? When Zhu Zuqing and Meng Yuran saw the living Qin Feng, they thought they were hallucinating. They rubbed their eyes and found that it was real. Meng Yuran rushed forward with joy. Big brother, I missed you so much. Compared to Meng Yuran's way of expression, Zhu Zuqing was obviously much more tactful. She just smiled at him slightly, but the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. Welcome back, Qin Feng. Qin Feng also nodded to her and rubbed Meng Yuran's head lovingly. You are so old, can you be calmer? I'm not dead. Meng Yuran's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm just worried about you. Qin Feng smiled and immediately asked, "By the way, what are your third spirit rings?" Zhu Qing's is the Dark Night Demon Fox, and mine is the human-faced Demon Spider. And let me tell you, I have a huge harvest this time. You will never guess what it is. Meng Yuan's eyebrows were curved like crescent moons and she smiled mysteriously. Would you like to guess? End of this chapter.